Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to another show. I'm going to be doing something a little bit different today. I was up kind of early, and so I haven't been doing as much content lately, mostly because of the holidays and being under the weather. And so a few things have fallen through the cracks, and this was one of them. This particular video that I'm going to be watching today. It was something that was highlighted about almost a couple of weeks ago. It talked about it. I never watched it, so I'm going to be watching it for the first time today and giving sort of first impressions of this. I have not seen this. It's a little on the long side, so I might have to speed it up in places, maybe push through a little bit. Anyway, some background on this, if anybody doesn't know. Enlighten is frequently featured in some Tom Rabbit's videos. He's a frequent attendant and contributor with Darth Dawkins on Darth Dawkins' Worldviews in Conflict Clubhouse stage and stage room, however Clubhouse puts it. And while he's doing that, he's usually chuckling and generally being kind of a troll. Well, he started a new YouTube page called Atheist Helpline, which is a common room name for Darth Dawkins. He used to use that, I think, in several Discord channels. And he credits Darth Dawkins as being his partner on this particular YouTube page. This particular video, Darth does show up about halfway through, I think, so there is some kind of conversation. Before that, I think this is some of him, Enlighten One, reviewing another video. I think probably maybe admiring his cruel taskmaster's style and technique in another video. So I'm going to be taking a look at that. And we'll see what happens. But again, I have not watched this. I'd seen the initial like minute of it, enough to see kind of his setup, which I will show you now. It's quite interesting. So he's got the Jesus 2021, Our Only Hope kind of campaign looking poster there, right above the bed. I think maybe that's to ward off masturbation or something, to scare away the urges. But whatever. Other than that, no real judgments on the room. Other than he has some very basic tastes in movies, as featured by the oddly framed movie posters behind his head. Props if you can name all three. Anyway, let me give some props to people who are actually here this morning. Maria McIntyre, good to see you. I don't know if I've seen you in the live chat before, but I don't do these morning ones, so you may not actually get to catch any of this live. 420 Atheist, good to see you again. Yeah, it is twice in one day for you. Is it twice in the same day for you? I know I'm pretty sure you're in Australia, New Zealand, somewhere out that way. Cascade, good to see you. Michael Deaton, good to see you. Simon Spunk, always good to see you. Mickey D, good morning. And Bob Rosenberg, thanks for showing up. Bob Rosenberg says, "Oh, this was hilarious." Okay, well, this should be good. If he doesn't talk too fast, I might speed this up to at least 1.25 to see what's gonna happen with us. Just because there's a lot more ground to cover than usual. I'm just gonna be kind of casually going through this, giving my thoughts, and then drinking tea. Still nursing a cold, or flu, whatever this thing was. Anyway, not COVID. I can't emphasize that enough. Been tested many times. It was not COVID. Unless it was and all the tests didn't work. It's not important. Anyway, let's get going. By the way, Michael Fredgren, nice to have you here. Lori Hayes, always good to see you. And Antipode Cereal, good to see you too. The upside down Canadian maple leaf is interesting. What is that about? Anyway, here we go. If you don't want to explain it, you don't have to. You're under no obligations. So here we go. As always, let me know if there's sound issues or anything like that going on. Just start yelling at me in the live chat. Here we go.
How's it going, everybody? Merry Christmas, all brothers and sisters, and welcome to the official Atheist Helpline YouTube channel. I am your host, or one of the hosts, Enlighten One, and today I'm going to be talking about a specific subject about why are atheists so afraid to answer simple questions. But before we do that, make sure you hit the subscribe button.
He's already concluded that we're afraid, so that's kind of interesting. So his question is based on him presupposing an emotional stance from his enemies. I'm not even going to say that he considers them opponents. I'm pretty sure he thinks that we're enemies. Okay, so we're afraid to answer questions. Is that the case, or is it we're answering questions but in ways you don't like? Now, if we're answering questions that are not accurate or not getting to the point of your, not getting to the point of what you're asking, Well, then maybe you actually need to learn how to discuss some stuff.
To this video, to those who end up watching this at the end of the recording or at the end of the live stream. And hit a like, comment down below. Tell me what you think. I would like to hear your thoughts and everything like that.
Hit a like.
Now,
just out of curiosity, so you said hit a like. How many people have liked it? 6. All right.
Just to make it clear, why did I name this YouTube channel Atheist Helpline instead of, just Enlighten? And the reason why is, well, I asked Darth Dawkins, I asked Darth on if I can do this, and he obviously said yes, you're more than welcome to do it. So I would like to say that this is not just my YouTube channel, it's our YouTube channel. It's Darth Dawkins.
They're doing it together, hand in hand.
YouTube channel, it's my YouTube channel, it's Jay Robbins, it's all my brothers and sisters, all Team Darth's channel, all right here. So I wanted to say that, and and we're also going to create a Clubhouse, or I'm going to create.
If I'm crass with this guy, I'm going to put this out now. I really don't understand. Well, maybe I can. I think that this guy has some kind of affectionate, and he does seem to be lean affectionate in his feelings towards Darth Dawkins, because Darth Dawkins is an obnoxious bully. I think this kid's attracted to that, what he thinks is strength, as opposed to what most people, I think, with a little bit better emotional intelligence, identify as Darth's crippling, impotent rage. This kid seems to think that he's, I'm just gonna be hyperbolic. Maybe the second coming of Paul.
Create a Clubhouse on it called Atheist Helpline as well. So once we have that rolling, I'll definitely let you guys know on that, and you guys can join that, and we'll have stuff. We'll have some debates on Clubhouse. But in the meanwhile, we only.
Yes, Mr. Lizard. Yeah, basically. He's actually been probably the most. He unmutes himself on Clubhouse channels to laugh at things Darth Dawkins says, and then mutes himself, just to make sure that Darth gets a laugh track. I mean, that kind of thing. It's, yeah.
We have the YouTube channel right now. So I welcome each and every one of you. And so today, again, the question is, why are atheists afraid to answer simple questions? I'm going to be showing you how atheists are afraid to answer questions by using the classic, legendary, not legendary, Tom Rabbit. It's actually a debate between him and Darth Dawkins, and the results will shock you. But it's probably, a lot of people have seen it. They're probably just one-sided, but besides the point. I wanted to say to all the viewers who end up watching this video, and hopefully we're going to get some live stream people, or live stream? A lot of people coming in watching this. Every time I debate, or Darth debates an atheist, or Jay Robin, or Tom Law, any one of us who debates atheists would know that a lot of atheists like to dodge questions.
Some of us do, yes. Especially if the questions come across as being loaded. And a lot of Christians that I've noticed, especially the online YouTube enthusiastic Christian warrior types that want to get out there and fight the skeptic, don't realize that a lot of the sources that they're turning to get equipped to go into rhetorical battle with the skeptic, a lot of those questions are loaded. And many of them, this is a criticism, this is not me insulting them, many of them don't seem to be aware, due to either lack of familiarity with what's going on. I think in some cases they think from their religious experience, well, excuse me, well, this is coming from religious people that I respect, so it can't be dishonest. It can be, and some of the rhetoric that's being borrowed and shared and swapped around is being used as techniques. A lot of these questions are loaded questions, or they're poorly thought out. Some of these people are told, if you ask this question, it will elicit reactions A, B, and C, but they won't be told, like, okay, if somebody really tries to dig into the structure of the question you asked, will you be able to defend it? Answer in most cases is they can't. So, yeah, that's one explanation.
A lot of them actually are afraid to answer specific questions. They give the old classic, well, I just have a lack of belief in God, or I don't reject all God concepts, even though we know simply the definition of atheism is rejecting all God concepts. You don't accept one God concept, you reject all of them. Unless you're a deist or a pantheist, If you're an atheist, you reject all God concepts, including the Christian concept. Christian worldview. And the major problem is with a lot of these.
Sorry about that. I was muted. Hang on. I was just making the point. Apologies for the lapse in time there. I'm trying to do this while coughing. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep up the talking. The issue that I was pointing out was this idea about rejecting concepts. I don't reject the concept of God as a concept. I don't reject the concept of a lot of other things. I reject the notion that the concept represents something that exists in actual reality. I don't reject the concepts of lots of imaginary things like James Bond or Hogwarts or unicorns or Santa Claus. I accept those conceptually. I don't accept that they are real. I accept that they're made up. So I think when Christians try to do this, because Darth traffics in that language quite a bit, well, you reject a concept of God, the concept of God, one concept of God, or all concepts of God. I don't really think that helps. What they want to know is whether or not you think a God or multiple gods are actual things that really exist.
Atheists that we end up debating, either if it was on Discord or it's on Clubhouse or if it's on YouTube. Now we're on YouTube. They tend not to answer questions very well. Atheists have an incredibly hard time answering questions. They tend like to generally either do two things. They like to dodge simply by saying, well, I don't believe in God because I don't think there's enough evidence, or I'm not convinced enough. And you ask them, okay, well, let me ask you this. Where did you determine, what kind of proof would you expect to detect from a God? They can't answer that question. And they'll probably go dodge around.
Well, I mean, if it's a God that created everything and wants you to believe in it in order to be saved from eternal damnation, which it also established, you'd expect it to be capable of convincing you of quite a bit. I would think, right? This is gets to one of the arguments that other people get into. One that's kind of a big stumbling block for them is the argument from divine or from divine hiddenness or of divine hiddenness. The problem of it, right? If this God has created a scheme in which there is an eternal paradise possible if you accept salvation provided by Jesus. Which already I think is theologically problematic, but that's basically the idea. It's not just that Jesus saved you. You have to accept that Jesus saved you in order for it to work. Otherwise, you end up going to the bad place where you are punished for forever, or you're annihilated. It depends on kind of where you go with that. Christians differ on that kind of thing. I think probably in this guy's case, given that there's the video of him after flipping off his camera because nobody was watching, he says Satan, gives himself a slap, and then says, "Sorry, Father." My guess is that kind of behavior indicates to me this guy firmly believes in eternal conscious torment, that style of hell.
Or they'll come back with you with a question and saying, well, how do you know that God exists? What evidence do you have for God? So atheists, and this is not, you can just sit there and say I'm biased, that's fine. But if you know anything about atheism and anything about atheist agnostics, whatever, agnosticism is just pretty much atheism in drag. We all know that. It's a cop-out in a sense.
No, it's not. There's actually more to agnosticism, I think, than these guys give credit for. There was actually a discussion happening that one-way guy was having a discussion about this because he wanted to compare atheists to lobotomy patients. And essentially what he was talking about was apathetic non-believers, right? The interesting thing in the conversation, they were on for a long time. I was only in there for 10, 15 minutes, just kind of listen again. I jumped in for a little bit to kind of correct, I think, some things that one way was getting some things weird. But I don't know if they ever got into the conversation about apathetic Christians. And as a believer myself, when I was a Christian, the idea that God didn't exist never occurred to me. It didn't really occur to me that there was no God until probably in my mid-20s, when I was almost getting through college, and I had been exposed to enough cultures and enough people and enough things like that. Those conversations had come up, obviously, with other college students and stuff like that. But up until that point, I probably had quit attending a church regularly by the time I was 16 or 17. It never occurred to me to doubt the existence of God. It just didn't. I never explored atheism and never considered it an option, even when I wasn't devoutly attending a church. So you can kind of just be, if you're brought up in a religious background enough, you can just kind of go with the flow and just sort of accept your stance and not really question it. So this idea that, well, these agnostics are they're basically atheists, but they're trying to cop out because they don't want to take a position. Guys like Enlighten might have a point if they're talking to somebody who's agnostic on here, if agnostics are engaging in conversations like this. Because a lot of the agnostics that might be trying to engage in that argument, if they're coming in and they're like, well, convince me of because I really am on the fence, tell me which one, tell me what you think, and we'll see where we go from there. But a lot of the agnostics that are on there, they're agnostic in the sense I think that they're telling, I can't know that there is or isn't a God, and I don't think anyone else can. I think that's the way that they're using that sense of agnosticism. I don't know. In that case, I think a debate could be had about whether or not that's informative or not. I think in that case, a lot of those types of people who are identifying as agnostic atheists probably lean more towards the fact that they're probably agnostic about supernatural claims, but in terms of the God of the Bible, they're probably in that case like a narrow atheist. They they don't believe in that God as defined by Christians.
But atheism has a lot of problems with dodging clear, circumspect questions. And instead, their God denialism, they want to sit there and say, well, I'm not convinced. That's what we hear from a lot of atheists daily. Either if it's on here, Discord, Clubhouse, whatever, been there, done that. But today I want to let you guys watch a video. It's actually a relatively old video. It's actually on the one and only Tom Rabbit channel. We all love Tom Rabbit, the guy that likes to twist and cut out a lot of videos and make a mockery out of them, and then come and have a bunch of 200, 300 atheists who have hate boners for us and Darth comment. And he can have fun with that. But we're going to actually be watching, and welcome to the one viewer that is watching me. Welcome on. And anybody who wants to join this live stream, by the way, anybody who's watching, you can click the link, join the live stream. I want to have a civil discussion with you. Why can't atheists answer, or why are they afraid to answer specific questions, simple questions?
Yeah, this is a good point, Michael D. And that's just a blatant lie. Tom gives more than sufficient context in his video edits. Yeah, he does. A lot of times he's playing larger, he's usually playing anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes, I think, is the average. But there was an accusation about that almost hour-long one where it's him and Danny, I think, talking with One Way. And that was like a New Year's one that he did. It's nearly an hour. And then there were accusations that Tom took that out of context. It's like he played nearly an hour of it. And there's edits in them, and he shows visually what it's usually like a clip, like someone will say something and he'll play a clip of something they said earlier in the conversation to show a contrast. But there's enough of a graphic sweep you can see that. The flow of the conversation doesn't seem interrupted. I mean, maybe he is chopping stuff out, but usually he does credit what he's changing, what he's chopping down, at least a little bit. So, and again, he's largely making those things for commentary and for reaction. So, I thought Christians were supposed to be prepared for that kind of criticism and for that quote unquote rebuke, the persecution they're expected to receive. A lot of them, every once in a while, you'll hear a Christian talking about persecution as if they get off on it. And so I find it a little weird for them to be excoriating the opponents they should expect to have. Like, this is going to happen. Like, well, how dare you do this to us? Like, well, your religious tradition actually says that you should expect this kind of thing, and you should feel blessed when it happens. So adjust. Just some advice.
So make sure you hit the link. It's right there on the public chat, and you can join. We can have a nice civil debate and a nice civil discussion. I would love to have that with you. So you're more than welcome. Anybody who watches and is on this live stream or anything, or is on future or sees future live streams with either me or Darth or somebody else, you're more than welcome to come on up. We would love to have a civil conversation, or I would like to have a civil conversation with you guys. So let's go to this video.
This is a guy that hangs out in Darth Dawkins' Clubhouse room. And again, he unmutes himself to laugh when Darth Dawkins calls someone names, kicks them, mutes them, gets upset with them, denounces them. I mean, he's pretty reliable in that sense. So, yeah, his appeals like, oh, I'm more than willing to have a civil conversation. In my experience, a little bit of experience knowing who he is, he doesn't seem to be motivated by that.
Video. It's called Tom Rabbit versus Darth Dawkins. This is I think part one. This is the very first time Tom Rabbit actually, instead of running away, every time he encounters Darth, he actually tries to confront him and have somewhat of a debate with him. But let me just say, it didn't really go well on his end. So we're going to put live stream up like this, and we're going to go here. Okay, so right now, I'll be honest. I shouldn't dislike it. I shouldn't like it. I should just be open-minded, and we'll see. We'll see how this goes. So good luck. Tell me what you think at the end.
I'm going to hold him to that claim. He's going to be open-minded. Let's see.
Well, what's the topic?
Does the Christian God exist, or does no God exist?
Is that the topic?
Yeah.
Is that correct, Ezra?
Hey, Skylar, welcome to the show. I don't usually see you on any of my videos, but I put my videos on at weird times. So good morning, and yeah, thanks for stopping by.
It is. Yes, that is correct. But what he's doing is.
By the way, Skylar, let me know if you'd like a link. I can send you one if you want to join. No pressure, but if you are curious about it. Otherwise, yeah, I hope you enjoy it.
He's being deceitful right now because we're not actually specifically on that by itself. He said the definition of atheist on our terms is that atheism it's either atheism or Christianity. So atheism is the denial of the Christian God only, which is completely
no. Atheism is the denial of all God concepts.
But you think that either the Christian God exists or no God exists, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
So by your lights, if somebody doesn't believe in the Christian God, right, or they falsify the Christian God, or they find a contradiction in the Christian God, they will have falsified all God concepts.
No, that you're conflating issues here. Okay, somebody could be a Muslim and reject the concept of the Christian God.
That's by their lights.
Don't overtalk me.
Oh, Darth.
Okay. Atheism.
Like, Enlighten, go Darth. Yeah, way to go. Watching the pro here missed the point. What Tom Rabbit has laid out is kind of significant. Based on the worldview that Darth is laying out, there is no other God but Jesus. So if someone were to falsify his God, he has falsified the only one possible. Therefore, there are no gods. That just logically follows. And now he's trying to go back and say, well, no, you could have somebody who's a local theist in the sense that that's what Darth loves to use, that who's a local theist in that they believe in Islam, they believe in Allah, but then they become converted to that's not what Tom's talking about. The logical entailment of Darth's worldview, as he laid it out, is that if you disprove the existence of Jesus as God, all gods, by definition, do not exist, because no gods exist. There's only Jesus. There can only be Jesus.
Is not the denial of some gods. Atheism is the denial of all gods. Okay, are we clear?
No.
Yeah, I can read you. Would you like me to read you the Stanford and Stanford?
Okay, so already there's a problem. So he asked him.
I agree.
Dawkins asked him a specific, circumspect question: is atheism a rejection of all gods? And Tom Rabbit simply made an error right there, saying no.
And it's not, because if you read some of the definitions from the Internet Encyclopedia, like if you read the definition on atheism from Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, it makes a distinction between wide and narrow atheism. Someone like Skylar Fiction, who popped up in the channel here, he's probably, according to the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, would be something of he would be a narrow atheist in that he rejects the Abrahamic God concept, the one that's usually being presented by Muslims, Christians, and probably even in some cases Yahweh in Judaism. But he would probably be open to some kind of pantheistic concepts or other supernatural concepts. And those, he's maybe agnostic at worst, and possibly, amenable to believing in those. But his atheism is narrow. It's this kind of like either God of classic Christianity, classic theology kind of one. That one, no, not so much. I think Skylar would consider. I think he labels himself as sort of a pantheist or a deist. Probably more pantheist now. I think he used to be a deist. But I think that he kind of, someone with his kind of mindset where he's having arguments and debates with Christians and he's rejecting the way that they're talking about their particular God, that those particular God claims and the properties of that God as described, that one he rejects. You could kind of pigeonhole him there. That might be unfair, but that's just an example. Kind of your wider atheist would be somebody who rejects all supernatural. That would be the global atheist, right? They reject all gods and probably all supernatural concepts as well. Not necessarily as concepts, right? They just reject that any of that stuff is real. They're not willing to entertain that the supernatural is a thing generally. And that's sort of the distinction that's made. A narrow atheist or a local atheist would be somebody who rejects this one, but doesn't necessarily reject the others. What's interesting about this is that this is the double standard that Darth puts on this explanation. He wants to act like the God of Christianity is any other local theistic belief. When an atheist is kind of, when he's making this these concepts, but from what he states from his worldview, there really isn't any other. Like if you would have to accept, Jesus. It's all or nothing with Jesus. And if there is no Jesus, then there are no other gods possible from his worldview. So I think the problem here in dealing with this term is the way that Darth has twisted this stuff. But that's not surprising.
See, that's what we're talking about here. They can't answer truthfully. They have to answer with lies and deceit, saying, "Oh no, atheists don't reject all gods." Yes, they do. If you actually
no, not all of them do. By the way, David's nice to see it. Downing Thomas, great to see you here, and Spooky, thanks for showing up, and Benghazi, thank you for showing up here too. Probably give me shit. Skylar is sending, bro, send me a link. Sorry, I just missed that one. Let's see here. All right. I'm just going to try to DM it to you, Skylar, if I can, on Discord. I think I can do that. I can find you on there. I know that you were made like kind of a special role in Rascal's Castle because you and Dr. Josh had done an AMA. I can post it there, or if Skylar Fiction Show still works, I can throw you one there, but I don't know if I can DM you. Oh, no. The only thing I'm finding is a stage. All right. Let me just do this. I know he's still at skylarfiction@gmail.com, so I'm going to send it there. Sorry for the lull, folks. Okay, I've sent it. Yeah, I just emailed it to you, Skylar, so it should be popping up in there any second now. Just let me know if it doesn't work. All right, let's Let's see what more this kid's got to say. Yeah, he's going on to this like rejection of all God concepts thing. Even I don't know why he's doing that. Like, and I don't know why Darth's doing that. Well, and actually, I think Darth has modified this a little bit, because this video that the kid's reviewing, this goes back a while between Darth and Tom. So I don't know if, because it's pretty obvious that Darth is like kind of like jumping back and forth between like, oh, he'll play around with this concept of local atheism and then go to global atheism when it suits him. But then when an atheist is trying to do something like say that they're an agnostic or something like that, there's only atheism, and atheism is a rejection of all God concepts. So the only atheism that counts is global atheism. Like, okay. But usually when somebody tries to be like, yeah, but your God specifically, the God of the Christian God, then I'll be like, well, no, you're just falsifying the God of the Bible or the Christian God. How have you falsified all these other gods? Like, none of those other gods follow for you. What the hell are you talking about? It's classic misdirection.
Look at what the meaning of atheist is. It's a lack of belief in any gods. It simply says that. Go to the Oxford Dictionary. And actually, after we watch a little bit more, I don't want to just sit there and change it right away. But I just wanted to comment on that, just that simple little answer that Tom Rabbit gave. Simply, so is atheism the rejection of all God concepts? He simply says no.
That's kind of weird. Let me take a look and see what's going on with my Gmail. I just sent it off, so it should have gone through. I better know. Is it SkylarFictionShow@gmail.com? That might have been what I did wrong. I had one saved in here. It was just Skylar Fiction. All right, I just tried setting it again. The other thing I can do too, if that doesn't work, just let me know, Skylar, and what I'll do is I'll probably post it in the chat, and then I'll just pull it down. And if anybody else, I'll just make it so if Skylar wants to come in, I'll have Skylar come in, but I'll just kind of leave it just for him. Sorry to exclude anyone else. I'll open it up later as time goes on. But if he wants to come in, I'll just have him come on, and then probably pull the link down. If you don't get that email, I'm not sure why that would be going through, but I'm sending it to SkylarFiction@gmail.com, and I can't remember if that's the one that you've been using or if it was SkylarFictionShow@gmail.com. So. Yeah, it's not going through. I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe the one that's... All right, that's in there. Hey, good morning. How's it going?
Hey, good morning, bro. Sorry. Yeah, it's Skylar Fiction Show.
I was going to try that. I should have done that.
No, that's okay. Sorry, that was my bad on that one. But sorry to delay the show. I apologize. What's up, everybody? I'm excited to be here. Should be fun.
Yeah, this should be fun. Yeah, no worries. This is a casual one. I don't do these early morning ones, but I'm awake. It's Saturday. It's pretty nice out, sun shining, and I figured I would review this guy's video because I had completely forgotten about this and I'd wanted to watch it. And I'm like, well, you know what? If I'm going to sit and watch this thing, I might as well do it live and just comment on it as I see it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And isn't this guy the Enlighten One? Isn't that the guy that's like his little sidekick on the Clubhouse? That's always like hyping him up right next to Darth Dawkins, or am I thinking of somebody else? Okay.
Yeah, I had never seen him before until I saw it, and I think it was Tom that like shared this video out. He's like, yeah, he's got a YouTube channel, and I see him, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this is the one that like unmutes just to laugh when Darth like swears at somebody or mutes them or kicks them, and he's like, yeah, same one. And I'm like, yeah, this guy's kind of he's like a wannabe hype man. But yeah, he's trying to branch out, and he's doing this show, and he took Atheist Helpline with Darth's permission, and in the about section of the YouTube screen, it says like he and Darth are running this thing, and they're here to challenge these atheists. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, what drives me crazy, these rooms are so overly censored. Any of these Christian apologetics rooms you go into, that like if you're a challenge to them, bye-bye. Like, you're not going to be in there long. You got a couple seconds. They go for fresh blood is what they go for. People who don't understand what they're arguing. I don't know why that. For me, that would be so unchallenging. Like, I don't want to just like, it'd be like going against, like, I hate to say the traditional dumbest person on the internet, G-Man, but like it'd be like me just taking G-Man guest all the time. Like I want something a little more challenging. Give me a philosopher. Give me somebody. Give me something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think that's been kind of the weirder thing about watching these guys evolve over the few years that I've been on here, and you've been on longer than I have, is watching the ways they get touchy about things. Like there's certain philosophical concepts that if you get them on, you're just going to be at loggerheads with them, and then they're going to mute and kick you and scream at you because they're convinced that you don't get philosophy, bro. And then there's the other side of things where you like start going at them from like like textual criticism or biblical criticism, like maybe the one that I always like to bring up, like somebody was like, hey, we're gonna go over what Paul said in the book of Colossians and Ephesians, and I'm like, oh yeah, Paul didn't write those, right? And they hate that stuff, and lately it's just been that's how you get kicked. That's how you get banned from the club. Like, you don't pass the line. They're like, no, I don't want to hear that crap. That's some Bart Ehrman bullshit. Like, you can stay away. Like,
liberal scholar. I crack up because like I go in there as a pantheist, technically a fellow God believer, and they just don't know what to do with it. And then they start making the same arguments that atheists make against their God towards a pantheist. And I'm like, you guys crack me up. You guys are like, oh, so where does this God come from? How does God communicate to you? And I'm like, really? You're asking me these questions when your whole premise of an argument is built on the foundation that God told me something, therefore I have knowledge, and anything contrary to that, it can't exist. And it's like, sorry.
It's funny to see that too, because if they're approaching you with that kind of thing, their God doesn't exist in a space and doesn't exist in a time, and like as a pantheist you can be like, where's your God? Like, it's everywhere around you. Like, you can kind of give like the force answer, and they're like, well, when does it exist? Like, at all times possible. That's the advantage of a pantheistic God. And they're like, it's one of those things where it's like, you can't not demonstrate a pantheistic God in concept. And theirs is like, I'm like, okay, and you're still leaning on the fact that yours is a disembodied mind that doesn't exist anywhere or at any time. How is that I'm going to give you the whole Neil deGrasse Tyson thing of how is that different from something that just doesn't exist at all?
No, you're 100% correct. But you know what they don't like is when you tell them you're a God believer, it changes the playing ground, right? Because now we're no longer talking about two different worldviews where there's no God and God, right? Now we're talking about God, and then I can be like, well, okay, you're asking me, how do I have this information? Now I'm asking you how you have this information. You're saying God communicates to you that this is the holy word. Demonstrate it, right? Like, I have a foundation for knowledge, according to them. I don't buy all their dumb precept stuff, but according to their own logic, I have a foundation of knowledge, and I'm able to give I'm able to have understand facts or something, whatever they want to.
Right.
It's a shame because like when I call precept, like these guys don't go to church. They probably don't even read the Bible half the time. God knows they're not out there doing charity and good works towards people, right? If you're spending 8 hours a day just belittling atheists and other Christians that aren't exactly like you, I think you missed the message. Just a little bit of what Jesus was teaching you.
Yeah, it's funny too, because like what you were saying before, like there's plenty of people out there that could kind of be like, well, you know what? You guys talk a big game about this revelation stuff. So let's say that subjective experience is basically how we start with experiencing revelation. Well, who's to say that, okay, Christians understand that the first revelation, at least textually, was given to the Jews, right? It's the Hebrew Bible, and then they've got their New Testament, and so it becomes then the Christian Bible when you combine the two. I heard a guy say, you know what? The central thing about all this is that it's Jesus, and if you get rid of Jesus, I think it was the video I was reviewing yesterday. If Jesus isn't part of it, if it's not about Jesus, then then the Bible is useless. I'm like, you might want to tell that to some Israelites. You tell that to anybody in the Jewish tradition, like, no, you guys kind of tacked your thing onto it. So like,
yes.
But anyone could sit there and say like, well, I've read the Quran, I've read the Bhagavad Gita, I've read the Tanakh, I've read the New Testament, I've read all these different things.
Yeah.
I think all of them contain aspects of a revelation of God, as part of the human experience. That will get you just rejected flat out, right? Because somebody like Darth is like, nope, only one team will win, right? You only wear one jersey. You don't mix and match. It's just like,
I keep saying this over and over again. I still can't believe nobody's found Darth Dawkins could be one of the richest podcasters or YouTubers on here if he would use his creativity. Like if he was smart enough to realize he could monetize what he's doing and constantly bring in people are addicted to him. They love to argue with him and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And if you just figure it out, if you get a little smarter about how he's running things and just maybe tone it down just a little, just enough, right? Tone it down to like Rush Limbaugh levels, where he's still a piece of shit and a scumbag, but just not quite as awful as you are now, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So in this video, who's debating in the video that we're watching? I didn't hear exactly. I know Darth's in it, but
yeah. So the one that he's pulled up is one that, let's see, Tom Rabbit versus Darth Dawkins. It was their full debate, and it's from May 12th of last year.
That's a little while ago, right?
Yeah, it's a little while ago. And I remember when they got into this because it started a kind of a thing. And I think this might have been, I think this was kind of the last time they really had a direct exchange, because Darth had been dodging them for a while.
Should be interesting. This will be interesting to see.
Let's just give a yell if you want me to pause.
Sounds like a plan.
No, so right there, there's going to be a problem, because if he doesn't reject all God concepts, then what God do he accept? And if he accepts somewhat of a God, then he's not really an atheist now, is he? So let's continue.
Wikipedia entry on this?
That doesn't matter, because I posed the question to you and it was phrased. I said, by your place. Do you know what that means? Why would you come? Now you're appealing to someone else's
atheism. Atheism is the denial of all gods.
Okay? Correct.
Mm-hmm. Sure, that's fine.
It's that simple. An atheist is somebody who denies all gods.
Okay. So by your lights, though, if the Christian God is falsified, or there is an incoherency in the concept of the Christian God, it follows that no God exists, correct?
That's correct.
If the Christian God is false.
Okay, so right now there's another problem. He's asking him the same question now. Okay, Darth asked him a question. He said, no, I don't. Atheism is not the rejection of all God concepts, which is a lie. That's not true at all. That's completely deceitful. And then on top of that,
so again, no. Even these guys have admitted that you can be dismissive of one God concept, but then where they have a problem with that is like, no, now you need to dismiss them all. Like, okay, so basically what you want to define as atheism is if somebody is skeptical of one God, they need to be skeptical of all of them, just because that follows.
Yeah.
I'm like, so you guys who get along great with a lot of Muslim apologists, I know, because they approach everything as autocratically as you do. Like, it has to be all or nothing.
No, 100%. I agree with you. It's one of my pet peeves is the whole debate over what the definition of atheism or defining words and stuff like that. And when people try to strong arm you into a position like, well, no, you have to accept this definition. Like, this is a losing argument already. Like, I don't have to accept your definition of atheism, Darth. You know, like, we may agree on something. We may be able to come to agreement and be like, okay, we'll both accept the philosophical definition that's put here or whatever. But like this thing where, like, in order to win an argument, you have to change language. This is, funny enough, this kind of happened to me yesterday when I went into Nate's room. Do you ever go in the Ask a Christian room on Nate Cunningham's channel?
I think I've been in Nate's room maybe once just to listen, once or twice.
I like Nate generally. They were kind of being dicks to me yesterday, but like
I saw most of your video on it. I don't know if I saw the end of it though.
I ramble a lot, so who knows? You probably go on it. I just ramble.
I was watching you. I was watching you live, but I remember because you were doing it around dinner time. I had to stop because I ran out to run an errand. But yeah, when I got back, I think you'd wrapped up. So I missed probably the last half hour.
Well, I mean, it's just like I'm dealing with stuff like where I'm talking about biblical scholarship and their reaction to me, Roy and Nate and all them as well. I don't take biblical scholars seriously unless they're Christian. And I'm like, this is nuts. Like that kind of thinking that that's rational to believe, like they have to be Christian in order to be a biblical scholar and for you to take them seriously. Like they discount the spirituality of it. That's not a biblical scholar's job is not a spiritualist. Like right. Their job is not to sit there and teach spirituality or it's a historical context. It's about your culture, language, like what are the ideas being put out here and the author's intent. And I mean, anytime I find like a lot of, like I said, it drives me nuts. I have to get out of these rooms sometimes because I get so frustrated with the censorship where it's like, oh, you said something too confidently, so we have to stop you right now because that sounds very absolute. And I'm like,
I sound absolute.
It's like, guys, am I not allowed to give opinions on here? Like, can I not say, I'm sorry that I've learned to speak confidently in my years of study and doing stuff. It's just part of my nature now. Right. I was taught it in my job to speak with confidence and talk with confidence. It's an effective communication tool and you got to do it sometimes. And if you get offended, if you're little like, especially when I find like some of these guys are big Trump supporters, right? Yeah. And they're like, oh, fuck your emotions, and like all about like all the shit Trump talk. But then somebody says something just a little bit too sensitive. Skylar, you need to be aware of how you're talking to people.
That's always my favorite. Like, oh, you need to be careful. You need to watch out because I'm about to get up in my feelings. Like, oh, are you? I thought facts didn't care about feelings, bro.
Facts didn't care about your feelings, bro.
Yeah.
That one guy, Redefined, has it out for me, bro. I messaged him. I was like, bro, you want to have a debate? Debate me. Let's have a one-on-one debate. But like, he is angry. He just got I've never, like, when I meet these, I don't know if he's a Calvinist, but like, they're just so angry. I'm like, what is all this rage in your heart? I don't have this. I don't have rage in my heart like these guys do.
All I can say is congratulations, my man. You have what you've got there is like a little bit of lightning in a bottle. Redefined Living is this extra special snowflake of he gets super triggered. The weirder thing is I tried, he came after me in a comment section, and my brother Jay, he loves to goad people in writing. That's like his thing. He will develop a 200 comment thread if he has to. He will not let them get the last word in. He'll go after Jill. I mean, just especially Jill. He just tortures them rhetorically. It's ridiculous. I don't know how he does it, but I'm like, dude, at this point, it's like you're that weird kid dissecting a fly or something. It's just stop it. Like he's done. But this Redefined Living guy had it out for me. I can't remember what it was that I even commented on, and he was ready to go, and he twisted nearly every single comment that I wrote. I would write it, and then he would come back with something. It was like reading how Veckel thinks, or how Jay Robbins. It was just amazing. Like, I mean, because you probably experienced it, like with Veckel, you'll say something and you're agreeing with him, and he comes at you.
Yes.
Like, dude, you didn't listen to a thing I said, did you? Redefined Living does kind of the same thing. It's super weird. So yeah,
I had to do that with One Way yesterday. Like, we were One Way Apologetics. We were talking, and I'm really friendly with him. We're pretty good friends, but like, we go at it. Like, we'll go at it with each other. But like, we're talking about the deceiving spirits in the Old Testament, or in Kings, First Kings or Second Kings, where God sends a lying spirit to fool the prophets so they go to war with somebody. Yep. And I'm like, okay, like, he didn't want to say it was lying. I was like, okay, the spirits, they told something that was untrue to a group of prophets. What is that called? And he's like, well, deception.
Holy deception.
And
Holy
I was
deception.
like, no. I was like, okay, yes, they were being deceived, but how were they deceived? What was the mechanism in which they were deceived? It was a lie by lying to the prophets. And it's like, how are you working your way out of this? I don't know how you folks just take the knee, man. Take the knee sometimes and just be like, you know what? I don't understand this shit. Don't make sense. You're right.
Most of that stuff that like those big difficulties are in the Old Testament. So it's like, look, you've already said that if it weren't for Jesus, none of the stuff would matter anyway. So maybe accept the fact that this stuff isn't literal, but it's these biblicists that come out and they're just like, nope, it's got to, from Genesis 1:1 to Revelation to the end of Revelation, it's all got to come together. Every piece must fit. And it's like, what kind of weird, like obsessive, just torturous thing is this?
And no allegory, right? No allegorical scriptures. Like they're all literal. They had Adam and Eve, one man, one woman. Job was a real person.
unless they need to explain something away. Allegory, genre, hyperbole only apply when they need to get rid of something.
That's 100% correct.
Otherwise, you take it literally until there's something difficult. This way, in one of the videos, somebody said something. I think somebody might have said it during the Clubhouse conversation you were having. I think because I was cooking at the beginning of your video, and somebody said something like, "Oh, we take these things as secondary issues," and I'm like, there it is. Secondary issues translates to anything difficult we'd rather not deal with, right? The primary issue is you need to believe in Jesus and that He saved you, and hope that you get to heaven, right? Like seems to be the only thing primary there, and then everything else, it's like, that's a secondary issue. Oh, all right, neat. Okay, how many secondary issues? I bet if you took two buckets and you filled them up with secondary issues and primary issues, which one of those would be overflowing and which one of them would have two things? God. Yeah, it's just like, okay, your religion is getting weaker.
Well, how? And it's like they're like, well, the truths of the Bible are foolishness to the unbelievers. It's like, so basically I have to first believe in it and then it'll start making sense to me. Sure. Right. That's how cults work. This is exactly how this is so work. It's so dangerous. That kind of mentality where just believe in something, because they wouldn't take that with anything else, right? They wouldn't say, hey, just have put faith in Muhammad and Allah.
Yeah. If I presuppose that the passing down of all of the Quran by mouth, right? That's the miracle of the Quran, right? It was passed down verbally by people memorizing it, and then before it was finally transcribed and given us as that is the Quran. I just presuppose that that's true. It's obviously a miracle because I presuppose the truth of the claim. Yeah, that beats Christianity and Judaism every day of the week. Like
incredible.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Let's turn to Enlighten and see if he's got anything to enlighten us with.
You know how different he looks there than in this picture on the profile? Is it a totally different person he uses on the app? Because that does not look like the same man that is in the picture.
The guy on the app, on his avatar for Clubhouse, I can't remember who he is, but he's like a minister or apologist or something.
Okay. All right. That's what I was like. This surely does not look like. Is that like a Jesus like Trump sign behind him? Is that what it looks like?
Yeah, when he had his thing blown up, it's really kind of a strange room because I mean it looks fine and everything, but it's like there's Jesus 2021 on there. It's like a campaign style thing, and it says "Our Only Hope" below that. And then he's got 3 movie posters behind him, and they are. And I know you're a movie guy, so
yeah.
The movie posters that he's got, and I'm guessing this is his room. The movie posters are in order from behind his head: Ghost, Jaws, and then E.T.
Wow, they're great movies.
But it's like
it's such a I mean.
I'm like, what are you? Like, those are the kind like E.T. is not something that you dedicate. Like, you don't hang a poster of E.T. in your house. You know what I mean? Like,
what was it? Ghost, E.T., and what was the other one?
Jaws.
Jaws.
Jaws is a
great one. Yeah, Jaws is a great movie poster because I thought it had like a 70s theme there for a minute, but E.T. was in the 80s, I think, and I think
Ghost is in the 90s.
Yeah. Ghost is in the 90s. Yeah. Maybe 70s, 80s, 90s, maybe like favorite movie of the 70s.
Like maybe these are my favorite movies from these decades. Like, okay, all right, maybe
that makes sense. That's interesting. Yeah,
But if
What
Ghost
if he's
is
a
your
movie fan? Sorry.
yeah, if Ghost is your favorite movie from the 90s, you're wrong. And if E.T. is your favorite movie from the 80s, you're wrong.
You're right. I like both. Don't get me wrong. I like Ghost. I like E.T. I don't like E.T. as much as I did when I was a child because it's kind of weird. When I is watching when I'm older, I'm like, oh my God, I thought this alien was going to die. I was like terrified. He does die, doesn't he? And he comes back to life or something.
Essentially. Like Jesus.
Yeah, well, Ghost was great. I like Ghost. I just don't remember much of it. I mean, the classic music scene where they're playing the pot and stuff like that. Whoopi Goldberg in that movie. Yeah, not my favorite 90s movies. I could definitely tell you that. Pulp Fiction's a way better 90s movie than
Yeah.
so American Beauty. So many.
I had a difficult time watching because I didn't see Ghost when it first came out, but it was years later, and I watched it on video after a while. Somebody's like, "Hey, have you seen this thing?" And after that point, the special effects were dated, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, I have a hard time taking this seriously. And my friend was like, "Why?" And I'm like, because every time I see Patrick Swayze, I just think Roadhouse. So it's really difficult.
The best movie of all time.
It is
Roadhouse. It's brilliant.
I have it on Blu-ray. I watch it like once a year. Like, let's watch it because it's so preposterous. I love that movie. It's like
so great. It just
it's
comes
in. It's like Walker Texas Rangers Big Brother. It's just like, yeah, this is.
Have you ever heard the Bill Murray story about this movie?
No.
So Bill Murray is like really good friends with the husband of the actress in the movie. The one he makes love to in the barn. And
Kelly Lynch.
Yeah.
Yep.
So once a year, Bill Murray calls her husband and talks about Patrick Swayze fucking her against the wall. Like he's best friends. And he's like, "Hey, Patrick Swayze's banging your wife." Just hangs up the phone. You can find interview. You see him telling this story online, and I'm like, that is so funny that he would do that once a year. Just call fucking guy. Yeah, it starts so great because here he comes into this rough roadhouse bar. People are having sex in the back room. People are doing drugs. Fights are happening. The blind brother's playing blues music behind a chain link fence.
The funny thing about it, I mean, even just the beginning of it, right? Like, so this bar is so bad that this guy has to reach out for like a pro, and he calls this bar, and I need Dalton, right? Like, there's like people know, right? And then he's like, yeah, I need the best cooler there is, and then Dalton's there, and then he handles his business wherever he's at. I think he's just like outside of Chicago or something like that. But he drives that beater over to the garage, abandons that car, unveils his Mercedes, and then drives that to the Roadhouse, which I don't know what that place was called, like the Bucket of Blood or the.
It's a good question. Yeah,
the Double Deuce.
The Double Deuce. That was it. The Double Deuce. Well, and the kooky old guy with the beard that he rented the house from, he's like, "What you doing here?" He's like, what happens to live right across the street, like the lake?
From the bad guy.
From the bad guy with the helicopter.
And the hedonistic parties. Like, he's just got like it's like the Playboy Mansion at night. Like, you can
watch Roadhouse. If you haven't seen the movie, you gotta go and it's not for kids. You gotta as a kid, it was exciting to get to see all the nudity in the movie. I remember because I was like 8, 9, 10 years old or something. I'm like, oh my God, there's boobs everywhere in this film. I didn't understand some of it as a kid, but then as you grow up, you're like, oh my God, Roadhouse.
If I don't know if you're a fan of Parks and Recreation, but there is a bit. I think it's I don't know if it's in the particular episode, but Chris Pratt in character is giving like a synopsis of Roadhouse to this group of people. Like, they're supposed to be there for like a campaigning thing to watch like a speech and the cable's out. So he's entertaining them by just going through like what movies he knows. He does one about Rambo, the one of the newer ones. Oh yeah. And then but the one he does about Roadhouse is absolutely hilarious. If you've never watched the show, just at least watch that clip because he's talking about the throat ripping scene. It's hilarious.
Oh, did you? I didn't see the last Rambo movie that just came out. But did you see the Rambo movie that came out before this last one?
The one where he's in Burma, right?
Burma, and you have the games where they're betting money on people going across a minefield.
Yeah, yep. Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
My God, I went and saw that movie in the theater like that. I was like, Jesus, I could watch 10 of these Rambo movies after watching that movie. Like he takes I don't even know what you call it, like that gun that has like you have to hold two handles.
I was
Literally 2 feet away, shred somebody to bits.
I didn't know why they like all of a sudden he decided like, okay, he's going to do it and it's going to have all the gore in it that was realistic. Because like the parts where like bullets are ripping by guys and it look like we'll just tear somebody's lower leg off at the knee and just send the leg and the guy, and that happens because it's like a 30 millimeter machine gun he's ripping into these people, and I'm like, holy, like, and then even they don't make any mistakes. Like there'll be shots and there's gore plastered on the front of the blast shield that he's behind while he's shooting this thing. That movie is absolutely insane.
Well, aren't they getting kids all high on like meth or something in order kind of like stimulant to go fight them or some shit?
Yeah,
it's so funny. I forgot this wasn't my room. I went to go like click a comment to put it on the screen, and that's what I was thinking. Doubting Thomas put this Peter Griffin Roadhouse. That's what I kept thinking of. Roadhouse. Sorry, folks. We made this a Roadhouse episode. How fucking great that movie is. 90, but that was it, man. The 90s, I love 90s films. They were, to me, 90s and 80s were, I think, some of the best filmmaking times. I think 1999 was one of the best years for films in particular. So many great movies had come out that year. But that was the Tarantino age, Quentin Tarantino. The independent movies were coming out. The more talking head movies were fantastic.
You started getting the bigger stuff too. I mean, because between like the indie stuff and then like David Fincher was kind of on the rise between Seven and stuff he did then. But then by the time you capped that off, you were starting to get into that kind of like I mean, even whether you like him or not, but like by the time Lucas was doing like kind of all digital, Star Wars prequels and then the Matrix movies, you kind of capped off the decade with like, I mean, those two franchises really kind of like technically what they started made the Marvel movies possible.
That's true. Because the Marvel movies started coming out in the 90s. That's when X-Men came out, was in the 90s. They started doing the X-Men movies.
Yeah.
Spider-Man was in the 90s.
Blade. I mean, and that was actually probably a little bit closer to Marvel's own stuff, initially.
Matrix came out in the 90s, which was really, really hot. Did you see the new movie? Did you watch the new Matrix movie?
I did.
No spoilers, but what do you think? Did you like it? Enjoy it? Or? I'm torn. I genuinely liked it, right? But I am a giant Matrix fan, and I like the movies that some people don't like of the Matrix. Like I love Part 2 is my favorite. The Matrix movie, weird enough. But
I could talk about. I mean, if I get into this, I could talk about this for the next 3 hours. Like I am a big Matrix fan, and I liked the sequels to an extent. There's a lot of things about them that I don't like.
Sure.
But not the things that a lot of people usually blame them for. Like I like the fact that they turned the story on its head. I still think in terms of like any of the movies they've made, that first Matrix film, and I watched it before the new one came out. That movie is damn near perfect as far as like everything from the way they make the story, the way that even like if you've got criticism about the way the action looks or works, it's like but it's consistent with the fact that that's a physical representation of their brains hacking a system. Like so stylistically, everything in this does not feel tacked on it, and everything works. When they get into the sequels, I like the fact that they kind of turn the story into like, it's not a hero's journey. He's actually a function of a system of control. He's not a hero. He's the illusion of one, and that the way that plays out, I don't think they're as good about making that work consistently across the sequels as they were setting up the hero's journey in the first one. But there's a lot of stuff I like about it. But then they were actually in an est group, the Wachowskis, early on. It was the Fount. What's it called? The Forum. The Forum was sort of it was a derivation of est, and which is really big in the early 80s, late 70s, and it's sort of a new age kind of self-help group. And a lot of the stuff that they were doing in that, they were incorporating. That's why the dialogue is kind of stilted, and just some of the exchanges seem kind of weird and a little like I don't know if real people talk to each other this way. They were kind of channeling est conversations and converting them into scenes in that movie. And they wanted to communicate values they'd received from those exchanges into the movie. So that shit was just self-indulgent. What they were doing as far as like kind of the general philosophy of it and basic storyline, I thought was good. What they filled it out with, I thought was a mistake. So that's
There's been a lot of good movies lately. Like for Christmas time, Matrix was one. I got the HBO just to be able to watch Matrix for a month. Did you watch Don't Look Up yet?
Don't Look Up. No, I haven't watched that yet.
You will listen. Every American should watch that movie. It's on Netflix right now. It's about a meteor that's going to hit the Earth, and scientists trying to convince the fucking idiot Americans that we live with that they're all going to die if we don't do something and work together. And it's brilliant. The ending of that movie is one of the most brilliant endings of a film I've seen in a long, long time. And especially you like politics and stuff too, with Trump and all the like. Oh yeah. It plays beautifully.
Well, the guy the writer, the guy that did the story, and I think he helped write the screenplay, David Sirota. I've been following his journalism for years, probably for the last 10 years, actually. So yeah, I was kind of curious about it. I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet. I don't. A couple of my relatives saw it. They really liked it. So
the only people who don't like it are people that it's probably talking about. That's what I found out. Not all the time, of course. But what I'm finding is people who don't really like the message of the movie. Look who's here. It's Digital Hammurabi.
Do you want to read that out loud?
Yeah, let me read it. I'll read it out for you. Jefferson and Skylar fiction. The problem with them is that he can't establish an idiosyncratic necessity of preconditions of reality grounding of all well-being. What was your response?
What's your response?
Well, the way that you're going to be able to establish idiosyncrasy and the necessity of the preconditions is by first taking your perception and awareness and allowing it to be able to go to that next level, right? You got to have the faith and the belief in God, and then you're able to now perceive the foundation of the necessity of the idiosyncratic preconditions of the reality. I don't know.
I like Johnny Josh. Do you have a defeater?
Do you have a defeater, Dr. Josh?
What is your response? Yeah,
we might do a show. Me and Josh are gonna be doing a show in the next couple of days. At night, one of the days.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we're gonna try to do some more shows. I feel bad. It was more me. It's not him. It's me that's been not doing shows. So
well, and not like I know that it sounded like they had the flu kind of go through them.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. I hope they're doing well, because as somebody who caught this flu that's been running around, it is not fun. Typical atheist canard.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. Down here, I'm down here in Florida, so it's like COVID's not really happening. Is what we like to say. Yeah. Imaginary. Like where I live, I don't see masks. There's no masks. There's no regulations. There's literally nothing. Where if I'm in a more conservative area now than I was, like liberal Central Florida. And who knows? I mean, I got sick this week. I might have had COVID. I'm vaccinated and everything, but like I got a cold. My dad's got a cold now. The way the new variant's going through, from what I understand, everybody's gonna get it. We're all gonna get like these mild versions of it if you're vaccinated, and if you're not vaccinated, well, good luck.
Yeah, that was sort of the thing. Like I thought that, okay, with the Omicron thing coming out, I'm gonna catch this one, but I'm boosted, and then I end up catching. This state had an outbreak of influenza A, one of the college campuses, and it made its way. I kind of live near a college town, and usually there's enough cross stuff during the semester. It made it our way. I caught it, and man, this thing has wrung me out. But I also had some issue with, and I'm actually kind of glad I caught the flu with it and not COVID, because I found out that I only take one medication, but it turns out it was actually kind of, I think it might have been messing with my immune system. So I'm glad that got found out before I happened. If I do catch Omicron, it's like, so medication switched over, hopefully immune system's back up to, back under, I was having side effects from that med before I caught the flu, and it just made everything worse. So that's why
this person's like Florida man. LOL. It's Florida. I'm telling you guys, Florida's like the wild, wild west. People don't know until you come down.
I gotta admit, I've never been down there.
Listen, here's the thing. Florida is very beautiful in some parts. I'm in North Florida now, right? Like near St. Augustine. We'll say that area.
I've heard that, my folks have been down there many times. They love that area.
Oh, it's gorgeous. North Florida is like more like forest and nature. They're very strict on regulation with the environment over here. So like they don't want if the city that I live in is extremely strict. Like in order for me to cut down a tree, I have to get permission from the city in order to do it. Like I can't cut down a tree here without government permission. But I appreciate all the regulations because, man, sometimes in Florida, you get people like, one of the things I hate is we have a lot of rental homes here, and 20 people will live in one house, and you'll have 15 cars outside of the house. So they're parked in the street and things like that. And we can't do that here. You're not allowed to park in the street. You have to park in a driveway, which also makes your neighborhoods look nicer. I mean, listen, you got to go to what part of the country are you in? You on the West Coast? Are you
No, my
Midwest?
brother's out on the West Coast. I'm in the Midwest. I'm up in the frozen Midwest.
Oh, the frozen tundra. I mean, dude, you come down one time. It's fun. I mean, you come to Central Florida. I mean, there's tons to do, like theme parks, Disney, obviously, Universal, and all those kind of things. But there's just a lot to do. Central Florida's got restaurants, theater, shows, all types of attractions that aren't the main, Disney area. But people drive like nuts. It's absolutely wild here. Like, it's the Wild West. And, depending on where you're at, it's such a different feel because, like, I don't ever go to Miami, right? I've been to Miami once in my whole life living here in Florida. I have no urge to go down there. It's not for me. It's not it's not like it's beautiful, but like I'm not a person that's going to a club to spend $200 to get in and $100 on a drink, right?
Yeah,
that's Miami. That's the way Miami is. And then of course, like when you get out of the major areas like Orlando, Central Florida, Tampa, the big cities, it's country. It's like, but like bayou country.
And that's sort of the weird, because like there's a lot of stuff about Florida that I've always been interested in, especially like parts of like the southern Gulf Coast, where you start getting over by like kind of Everglades territory and stuff like that. There's been and for me, I don't know where it is now because I've heard various things, but for me, I travel for food, so. Because I'm a chubby guy and I like to eat.
It's all right, so do I.
But like, it's like, okay, I had heard like Miami or Tampa for Cuban food, and now it's sort of like, no, Miami and Cuba for or Miami or Tampa for Cuban food is played out. So it's like,
honestly, it don't matter. Florida has so many Cubans in it. Like you go to Central Florida, you'll find plenty of good Cuban restaurants. You go to Tampa, you can find. Yeah, I mean Miami's the home, like the OG of Cubans and stuff like that, the culture and stuff like that for America. But like. Really, you could get good, dude. That's one of the best. Like, we have better New York pizza than New York does down here in Florida because of all the people that come down to retire and open up New York pizza places down here. I don't ever go to a chain pizza place. I can't. Domino's, fuck that. We go to New York style pizza place down here. All types of Spanish food down here, man. Italian food, Spanish, tons of Spanish food, good Spanish food.
I'd heard that before. Somebody had said something. It was on a show. I can't remember which one it was. It was like, in the pizza. He's like, "Have you had the pizza down here?" He's like, "Oh, it's disgusting. It's somehow hot and so cold."
Someone was put on here like I heard of Jacksonville, but I don't know anything besides the Jaguars. And I'm like, you don't want to go to Jacksonville. Jacksonville's about an hour away from where I'm at now, maybe an hour and a half. And Jacksonville is funny enough the biggest city in Florida. People don't know this. It's bigger than Miami. But it's also got some of the most ghettos and hoods. Like it's somewhere in Florida. Like there are some areas in Jacksonville I hadn't even been to, but I wouldn't want to go wandering into, to be honest with you. But it's got military bases in Jacksonville. There's like a naval base up there. There's some beautiful parts. I mean, it just depends. South Jacksonville and stuff. But like, yeah, it's just.
I've heard that Jacksonville seems like kind of like how. Kind of like Detroit is described, where it's like, oh, this street is great, but the next street over, avoid that one. It's like, but I got to get to the next street over from that one. Oh yeah, that street's great. Like, what the hell? It's just like weird. Yeah. It's
and what's tough down here, man, is like, so if anybody's ever planning on moving to Florida, make sure you have a good career already, right? Because like there's not good industries down here. Like if you're a medical professional, perfect, come on down. Like if you have certain fields, like you'd be a teacher, whatever you want to, like jobs that are very fluent everywhere. If not, you're working in the service industry. You're gonna be working at a restaurant, retail,
and all that stuff is subject to the weather, which
well, it's not bad. But the problem is like Orlando, right? The problem is the wages are so low. Yeah, Orlando, we have some of the lowest wages in the country, and now everything's skyrocketed. The rent, the housing down here went through. It used to not be that expensive. Now you can't get out, dude. You want to buy a house in Orlando, Florida? You ain't getting a moderate, nice house for less than $300,000. Like it just isn't happening. Yeah, you might be able to get a junker for about $150 to $180 if you want to get something like a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom house that's old and stuff. But yeah, you can't, and especially Orlando, Kissimmee, which is where Disney World is, Central Florida. because Disney doesn't pay those people anything. They're one of the reasons we have the lowest wage rate in the country. Partly because of Disney. Yeah,
I've heard that. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, that's sad. Yeah, one of these days I will make it down there, but it's going to be after Omicron has subsided, and No, I mean, I do really want to travel. Like my goal is, I'd kind of like to get overseas to. I'd like to go visit Ireland. I was planning on doing that before the pandemic, but that obviously had to get.
Do that before Florida. Do that. Go to Ireland first.
I'm thinking Ireland. I would like to see the Netherlands, and then other than that, I would love to go to Italy. I'd like to see Italy and Greece, but I've only got so much time and so much money, so I don't know if I can get that far. But trips to Ireland and the Netherlands really aren't that bad. I was shopping for it.
Dude, you want to know somewhere that's amazing in the Caribbean that you go is Jamaica. People don't mess with Jamaica, and people don't understand how beautiful that country is. Like, it is mountains and tropical, like, I don't know what it's called, tropical rainforest. I guess it's kind of tropical, but but they're mountains. The food is incredibly delicious. Like, all types of good food. People are really friendly down there. If you're a smoker, you certainly will have a great time down there. But it's not as good as American stuff. I don't want people should know, if you've been in an illegal state or something where you're recreational, don't go to Jamaica thinking you're going to get like stuff that's way, way better. Because it's just not true. You're going to get stuff that grows out of the ground, which is fine.
I was going to say that might have been the case in like the 90s, right? Like the 90s, definitely in the 80s, but now, no. Everybody in the US and Western Europe have been working on strains of weed like it's the cure for cancer. So it's like, we got stuff that will knock you on your ass. Yeah.
I remember we were down there and we were walking on the beach, because when you walk on the beach, that's where everyone's trying to sell you everything every second. That's the one bad thing I don't like about Jamaica, is like, you can't walk down a beach without being talked to 50 times. Like, you go in the water. Me and my ex-wife were going in the water, like, and walking down the water, and it was still like people come out like, "Hey, what's going on, my man? What you need for your vacation?" But it's like a business. It's so weird. Like, we were at a resort, an all-inclusive resort. Okay. It was one of the first times I went there, and how they have we go to this city called Negril, which is on the west coast of Jamaica. Yep. Beautiful. Yep. My favorite city in Jamaica. Chill beach town. But there's a part of it that's called Crescent. It's like a crescent lake, right? And then you have 7 Mile Beach right below it. Now, the Crescent Golf here is where all the all-inclusives are. So they're all lined up. So at every end of the all-inclusive hotel is a security guard. Basically, a little security guard building that works there. And so when you leave property, you'll be like, "Hey, it's okay. You can come onto our property. Just want make sure everything's good." But they're there to kind of protect the locals. The tourists, and kind of keep the locals out of trouble, basically. Which it's not fair. Anyways, I'll give more detail on that in a second. But anyways, people come up and they're so professional. Like, the Rastas come up and be like, "Hello, my man. Like, how are you enjoying our country?" And like, you're just like, "Man, it's great. Love it here." And they're like, "Yeah, that's great. Is there anything you're going to need while you're here? Anything I can provide you?" And then if you say, "Hey, I'm looking for some smoke," they'll be like, that's good, man. I take really good care of you." So what they do is they walk with you to right where the security guards are, where the booth is, right behind it, while the security guard watches and sells you your stuff. So that nobody gets ripped off. And like, it'll be a branch. Like, branches there when you go there. Not that I've done this. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Oh no, of course.
No. I'm just saying what I've seen other people do. Right.
I watched the sale happen. I was getting directions to get away from there. There was a crime in place.
Well, I remember I saw this guy and he like pointed at the security guard. "Is this okay?" And the security guard's like, "You're good. Like, we're here for both of you." Because that's what it is. Because you know what? They make deals with the security guards, because the Rastas go up and down the beach. They have like the kind of territory, like, area. Yeah. And they probably pay, like, you need anything in that country. Like, they'll get it for you. Taxi cabs, wherever. It's all a money thing. Like, they all pass money. But I don't know why I went into this whole story, but
no, it's interesting that you bring that up, because Jamaica has been a place, like, I'm not all that interested in the Caribbean, but of all of them, of any of the places, Jamaica and Cuba have been the ones I'm most. And I had an opportunity to possibly go to Cuba when I was in Mexico, but I did not have the funds to go there. We'd have to fly out of Mexico City into Cuba, stay for a couple of days, and turn around and fly back. And I was like, I was in Mexico for about 3 months, and I'm like, yeah, I should do it, but I don't have the funds. If I do that, I'm gonna be hurting, the last couple of weeks here. So.
And you can't leave from America anymore, right? You can't. For a while, you were able to go from America to Cuba, I think.
One of my classmates that I was down there with, when they go, if you're an American, you can book the flight, and she did. She flew into Cuba, and then when she was there, they actually don't stamp American passports. They would just give you a paper ticket that you slid into it, and then when you were done and you left, they took that out. It was like you were never there, and then they send you on your way back to Mexico.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, it was really, and she's like, yeah, you really don't have any proof. She's like, but she brought back stuff, from there, and I was like, wow, that's really cool. She's like, yeah, it's an interesting system. Like they totally understand when they see Americans. They're just like, there's kind of this understanding smile, like, yeah, you had to go someplace else just to get here, didn't you? Like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. It's that's the thing. I have a friend of mine who's Cuban American, and he grew up here. His parents are from Cuba, but as soon as they were able to because there was a limited time where we could take cruise boats for a little bit. They were doing cruise stops in Cuba under Obama, and then I think Trump came in and just cut it off. Unfortunately, another big thing Donald Trump does.
Yep, that was dumb.
Anything Donald Trump does, I honestly struggle to find anything that man has done good. I really do, and I want to be fair. I want to be objective about it.
He backed that prison reform bill, but he didn't have to do anything about it. He just backed it.
He just signed it.
People gave him credit like he was like doing something, like he was Nelson Mandela or something. You listen to conservatives talk about it, like he just backed it. It had been in the works for at least a year, I think. That didn't just pop up out of nowhere. He's like, hey, I got this idea for prison reform. I'm like, no, he didn't. He doesn't even know what he's doing for lunch.
Yeah, I do think that. I think you're right, because I think it was the Republicans and Democrats. This was a Democratic Republican issue they were both working on for a while, was prison reform. I think it was going on under Obama, and then it finalized under Trump. And then there was something about abusing pets, maybe, that he did. He made a crime if you abuse pets or something.
Yeah, I think that got passed under something.
But that's about it, right?
Speaking of abusing pets, we can get back to.
Oh yeah, let's go back
to Darth Dawkins' pet, Enlighten, and see what he's going to do. I can actually. I mean, because this is big. I don't know how long is he going to talk about this? Oh, Lord. I think he's on the same. I think he goes through the same. Oh, no, he doesn't. Let's see here. I was going to jump to this one. He starts reviewing another Darth Dawkins, because this one's kind of old. What's he doing here? Looks like he spent some time going through like Discord commentary. I'm probably missing some good stuff, because there's probably, at some point he's going to find you on there. I'm thinking.
Tom is kind of getting this from, but I mean, what do you want me to expect? He makes all these type of videos. There's also another one that Darth Dawkins does. And Darth does it, I believe, with Trick. Let's see this one.
Darth does a trick, like a flip.
So far, that one, it's just them going.
Complain about Tom Rabbit doing the same thing I used to do.
Commercial like usual.
Just putting clips of people. Well, I used to just put clips of people talking. Yeah, back in my early days, and just show people the stupidity of what they're saying, and that was it. I didn't have to I put a couple title cards up, but they did the same thing to me back in the day. They just bitch like, "Oh, Tom Rabbit's an asshole for doing this." And it's like, dude, all he's doing is showing you guys what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not like and he doesn't even really edit it or anything. It's just like this is a 5-minute snippet from your conversation. So if you don't like the way you look, adjust.
Did you watch the one-way video from yesterday about the pot?
About the.
Yeah, so just watch it. Go to Tom Rabbit's channel.
Yes, no,
and watch One Way talk about pot.
Not only do it, I watch it. I have some things to say about it, but I don't know if I can say anything about it right now, because there's some drama happening with that one. It's gotten One Way has decided. I don't know if I should talk about this. More like Tom will probably be doing some kind of video response to that. So
no worries. Yeah, we'll wait for Tom.
But yeah, I really do want to talk about it. It's so funny, funny and incredibly sad.
Dude, the sound of his wife yelling in the background. It's like,
yeah.
It reminds me. You ever what's that? What was that when they did the wife swap? And then when they had that crazy one was like Satan. Yeah. Satan. That's what
God Warrior. Yeah,
Yes.
she said she was the God Warrior. Yeah. No, I used her. I used a clip of her as a thumbnail for one of my videos.
This guy. Oh, I feel so bad. I like one way, but I feel bad for him.
Yeah, it's some things in his personal life are unfortunately coming out, and the way that he's attempting to kind of like push back on Tom Rabbit actually makes him look worse. That's as much as I can say about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I'm being prevented from saying anything about it now, but it's just like I don't really want to talk about it yet until I figure out how this is gonna play out.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I hear you.
because he's raising a fuss. But here we go. This is Darth Dawkins versus Trick. Okay, that's what he meant.
Let me lower that down. Lower that down until blankets and everything. Oh, that's really sad. I actually. Oh wait, that's one. Helprescue.org. Actually, I do support that. Actually, guys, support helprescue.org. It helps a lot of people. It's beautiful. Okay, so let's get into this.
Hey, I hope you got this for your recording. Hey, YouTube out there.
Curious
Tom
if Rabbit
Rabbit.
stays on this. Oh, not long.
Who's speaking?
Trick.
Okay. Are you an atheist?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you define that?
What do you mean, how do I define that? Like, how do I?
Yeah.
How do I reason to be an atheist?
Yeah.
I think that the Christian God is impossible.
Well, that doesn't get you to atheism.
Yeah, it does.
Atheism is okay. Well, atheism is the disbelief and denial of all gods.
Wasn't he just arguing something different a minute ago?
Kind of.
On what grounds?
Because when I use the term God, I'm talking about a God with the three omni properties, and those three omni properties that I'm referring to are omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent. An all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving God would not allow evil, and it's those evil that God can exist. So it's illogical to believe in that God. Therefore, there is no God.
Okay, so that the only ultimacy of reality that was in mind would have to have all great making properties.
Yeah.
There's the claim we throw out that we can't justify.
Yeah, and Enlighten is just going to accept that, and then I can't remember how Trick responds to this, but
If he's all good, all powerful, and all knowing, he would never create.
No, that's not an answer to my question.
Okay, so we already have a problem here, and a lot of atheists I debate and Darth debates are always like this. Why did God drown the whole earth? Why is he a monster? If he's all good, why would he allow Adam and Eve to sin and all this? Look, let's just make it clear. In the beginning, evil did not originate with God. When God made the earth with his hands, what did he say? He looked at everything that was inside of it. He said, that is good. That is very good. So a good God evil cannot come from a good God.
Well, how did the good get corrupted? Like, if everything was good, something corrupted. And obviously that's not possible without God.
And see, that's the trick, right? So if there's so if everything originates from God and that God is ultimate in the way that everything is contingent upon him, then they can't account for evil. If they want to retreat into like an ancient Near Eastern concept of God creating everything out of chaos, like kind of wrangling the world and ordering things thus and so, and chaos, that dark stuff that's still out there, that's evil. Okay, how do you account for that still, right? And your God's not ultimate, because there's something out there that that existed along with him, or maybe existed before him. There was this chaos, and then God comes along and then creates his world and his order within it. He brings order to everything. So this kid almost sounds like he wants to kind of like have a foot in both explanations a little bit. Like, oh no.
I wonder if I can get this guy for like a one-on-one debate to come on the channel or something. Enlighten One.
I'm sure he would be more than happy to.
All right, I'll reach out to him. I don't know. Some of these guys, it's so hard to get them in a room sometimes for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too mean.
And he might push back. He might be like, "No, I'll have you on my show, and we'll bring Darth Dawkins along."
Of course, that's good. You got to bring your safety net. You got to bring your safety net.
Darth's not going to talk to you though, is he?
No, he just kicked me out of the room yesterday. One of his rooms, and immediately he's like, "Is English your first language, Skylar?" And then of course I spoke Spanish to him, and and then I was like, no, it's not my first language. I was like, yeah, it's my first language. And he's like, well, what don't you understand? That I don't want to talk to you. Yet he pulled me from the audience to come up and talk to me. And then after I let him rant for a second, he gave me my second to talk. I was like, you know what? I was like, I just keep wanting to talk to you because I want to know why you live in your parents' basement and have no children that want to talk to you. And then click. I learned you have to get your statement in very, very quick and be precise because you only get one chance. So
yeah, your punches have to be sharp and focused.
Yep, because you're muted. You're gone. You're not. He's not going to vocally be able to do it.
Yeah, you telegraph that. Yeah, the next thing you know, it's like, well, Clubhouse doesn't exist for me anymore. How did he do that? Yeah, I'm waiting. I think that's what Darth Dawkins. I think ambition is to just be his own social media platform. That way, he can just control everyone. Like, you know, like
I just think about how miserable his life must be. He must be such a miserable person.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he spends an enormous amount of time on here, and the weird thing about this is kind of the projection that they do onto like Tom Rabbit or other people are like, where do these people get off, recording our stuff? It's like you talk to a lot of people, right? And like and you create a lot of animosity. So people are going to follow you around. Occasionally they're going to record your stuff and all this kind of stuff. And all of them, according to Darth, they're all obsessed. They're crazy. They're weirdos. They have no lives. It's like you're online all the time.
All the time. Like, it's the same people that are around him all the time.
Like I can prove that I have lapses in my online time, Darth just is omniscient. Not omniscient, sorry. Omnipresent.
I'm telling you. I can only imagine having to work with him in real life. Like him coming to a retail store I worked at or a restaurant I worked at or any kind of, he's an Apple fan. I couldn't imagine having to deal with him at Apple, like having to deal with this guy. He tried one time, right? Maybe people don't know, but I tell people now. I used to be a trainer at Apple for one of the busiest stores in America. And he tried talking to me about Apple one time off air, and he was so wrong about everything. And I was like, bro, that's not how that works. And he's like, no, you're wrong. I'm like, go fuck yourself, bro. I fucking teach this for a living. Like, this is not how this works. So he's upset. He'll leave and go watch the Apple events. It's his one like piece of joy, which is ironic because it's such a liberal company that goes against everything that he can imagine.
Oh, like it's like he's a big SNL fan too.
He's a big SNL fan.
I don't know how much of like the current stuff that he watches, but he likes, yeah. He's kind of a basic bitch. I mean, he likes Apple products. He knows the Marvel movies. I'm pretty sure he's seen them all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Marvel movies, Apple products, and Saturday Night Live. Like, I'm like, everything that he likes is like, this guy might as well be my older sister.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, when you don't have a family who gives a shit about you, like, and you're that age, like, that's all you have time to do, right? He doesn't have a family anymore. He lives in his parents' basement, from what I understand. And like, it's hard when you don't have anybody who loves or cares about you. You take that energy and you make it into anger towards atheists and blame them. So
that's why I think it's really important that he get therapy. I know he resents the shit out of people saying it to him or talking about it behind his back, but that man needs some group
therapy. Anyways, I may have to run here in a second. I do a couple errands. But dude, thank you for having me on the show and getting to talk and hang out. Maybe I'll try to come by another time. You ever do anything? I'll keep an eye out. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going through this.
Yeah, please.
Darth does show up at this part. I'm gonna get into that part and see what he offers, what he and this kid are gonna talk about. So I'm curious about that. But.
And for all of you watching, I'm sorry that I came in and interrupted and talked to him about movies for 3 minutes instead of doing the topic of the video.
Keep in mind, folks, he's apologizing to you as the audience. He doesn't have to apologize to me. I'm not apologizing for that. I brought Skylar in here. It is what it is. So
Darth loves the church lady. All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys later. Good talking to you, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Skylar. Take it easy. Have fun. All right, folks. Oh, that was cool. All right. Sorry, folks, for the distraction. I mean, we started. I figured that would happen. Skylar and I start talking about movies or politics and get off track a little bit. All right. So let's see what Enlighten has to say about the rest of this trick video. If anybody is interested too, like I think he gets Darth in here. Oh Lord. Oh wow. There's a huge runtime of nothing. All right. Let's see what happens here.
He created the devil. But that does not mean he created evil. The devil had free will to have his own way, to make his own choices. God does not want to force his creation. He wants his creation to have a choice. That's not necessarily evil. So that's a major.
Yeah, but then you get into that whole thing like, why do the choices that we have? Why does one, why do any of those options necessarily have to lead to something evil or some kind of evil consequence? You get into a lot of issues with that.
Major flaw with when a lot of atheists argue, and there's many atheists I see argue about this. There's even some people who claim to be Hyperions. I think his name is Morg. Correct me if I'm wrong. He sits there and says, "Oh, God is really Satan," and all that type of stuff. Look. God is not the author of evil. Satan is the author of evil. He's the one that created evil. He freely disobeyed God and even took some of the angels with him. God.
Okay, but how did he do that? Like, right? Because he had to be created by something himself, right? So Satan and evil, anything, whatever Satan. I don't recall that Satan made evil in some kind of metaphysical sense. It will say things like he's the author of evil, but that could be taken as he's just, he's a schemer. He's a deceiver, right? But the capacity to do evil, this kid seems to believe, is based on Satan. That comes from Satan. Well, Satan got that power from somebody, because if your God is the ultimate foundation for everything, then Satan was made by him, and God gave Satan the power to establish evil.
God created him to give him a choice, not force him to bow down to him, because God doesn't want to do that. Why does God not want to do that? I don't know. I'm not God. If I say it always.
It does, Paul D. It actually says that in Isaiah. I'm blanking on the verse, but it says God creates the good and the evil. Oftentimes, in order to avoid that, Christian apologists will, and it's usually Christian apologists, will turn that and say, well, no, it says the word there for evil is calamity, as if there's a distinction between moral evil and natural evil for an all-knowing, all-powerful God. Like, there couldn't be, by definition. But, it does say that, at least in a part of Isaiah. It's something that I don't think Christians really wrangle with. They just explain it away by trying to say, it doesn't mean evil as in malice. It means evil as in calamity or tragedy. Okay, well, if God causes calamities and tragedies, he knows when they're happening, and he's making them happen, and he could have done otherwise, or he could have prevented them, or he could have saved people from their consequences. How is that different than moral evil, right? If that being has those properties, then the idea of calamities and tragedies doesn't really track with him.
Is atheist. I recommend this. If you want to know really the clear answer to that, I'm just a moral human like you. Repent so you don't go to hell, get baptized, and when you die one day, you can go up, ask God yourself, hey, why did you give the devil free choice? Why couldn't you, make him make everybody just good? And obviously he gave Adam and Eve that chance, and we all know how that kind of went.
Well, okay, that's an interesting question though, but then you'd have to ask, okay, if he created the angels, and angels do have free choice, like Satan, obviously this kid believes Satan disobeyed and he probably believes the usual line, took a third of the heavenly host with him out of heaven. Right, so they had free will, the capacity to disobey, right? That existed before God created man. So this idea that, okay, well, evil exists as a result of man's free will, nope. Or it exists because of free will, okay, maybe, right? But that free will doesn't really apply to God, because God is a necessary being, right? He necessarily exists, and everything that exists around him is sort of it seems to be necessary as well. So this notion that God is choosing things or doing things out of his will is a little bit anthropomorphic, right? We can choose and make decisions based on things because we're not omniscient. The fact that God would choose anything seems odd. But angels could become demons because they wouldn't have all of God's powers. So evil is a consequence of simply them disobeying, and they take off. All right. Why did they do that? And then the other question is, do angels have the capacity to receive grace? Can angels come back to the fold? Or, as many Christians believe, angels cannot. Angels cannot be forgiven for betraying God. A fallen angel can never be redeemed because they have seen the glory of God and rejected it. Whereas mankind is still in darkness. Tough questions for these guys.
But the problem is that God is not the author of evil. He didn't author anything evil. Even when he flooded the earth, that's not evil for God. Okay. And technically, if Christianity is true, you're not really dying and suffering. You're just switching locations. So, I mean, even
the old Frank Turek thing. Well, if that's the case, then anytime a human being aborts a child, it's just moving that baby's location, right? Anytime a killer takes a victim, they're just moving that location. So if that's God's standard of morality, and God is the standard for human morality, you just turned human morality into something quite monstrous.
Even to all the people that drowned, which is a quick death. Anybody who has had near-death experiences and come back and have drowned and drowned in the sea, they even admit. You can even Google and look up some interviews with people drowning and coming back to life. They'll tell you how that feels, and it's very fast. So it's not like it's anything bad. But I mean, when we commit evil, when we kill, if I kill somebody, if I shoot somebody, if I run over somebody, that is wrong. But if God takes a life, like, putting water in and flooding the earth to get rid of all the evil, that's not evil.
But he didn't get rid of all the evil. He got rid of a lot of the evil people. But man is still essentially flawed. So Noah and his family are not purely good. So this kid, I don't think really even understands the story that he's invoking here. God's not removing evil from the equation. He's punishing people for the things that they did. But it doesn't entirely make sense why he would punish them in that way, because according to the buildup of this, God saw that human beings were doing only evil all the time. Okay, why were they doing that? Right now, he's just disgusted with them. It wasn't everybody that was doing this, because clearly he found Noah to be a righteous man, and so he spares him and his family, and then starts a new covenant with them. At no point, it says he's a righteous man. It doesn't say he's a flawless man. It doesn't say that there's an absence of evil in him and his family. Obviously, there isn't, because of the issue that happens with his son Ham. Towards the end of that, the end of the Noah story arc. Arc is in the story arc, not the boat that they're on. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, it could be true that if you're making the claim that God as a creator of everything can stuff out everything. I've made this argument myself. That's not an immoral thing for a God, right? The problem is when you try to turn around and say God is our moral standard. This is how we can know objective morals. No, you can't know what's objectively moral, because if that God has that standard of morality, right? It's not justified in what it does. Justification doesn't count for God. God doesn't need to be justified. It created everything. Whatever it does is good by definition. And this kid is kind of leaning into that. This is where the stuff starts getting dangerous, because if that's the case, well, our standard of morality is based on what God tells us to do, which is super subjective at that point, very subjective. We can't. We're in a situation where we have to kind of establish a morality for ourselves about how we treat ourselves. Christians would say, no, the objective standard is that we are created in the Imago Dei and we should not destroy one another. Is that really the standard, though? Because we're created in the Imago Dei, God destroys us. That doesn't seem to really connect with the standard of morality that God is supposed to kind of superimpose onto us. So that, to me, it seems like a category error, trying to do this with morality and like human morality and God's morality, and trying to say that they're somehow connected. It seems to me that definitionally they have to be kept separate, because if you don't separate them, you run into these issues where God's morality doesn't track. You start comparing them with each other and to see if they're consistent, and they are by definition inconsistent. The only way that you can justify them is by appealing to this sort of the idea that God is this autocratic creator of all things, and so he can just do whatever he wants. Great. If that's moral by definition, then our standard of morality obviously does not fit that. Ours is this kid knows this. He hears Darth talk about the creator-creature distinction all the time. So I think he's stumbling here.
What God did. That's what a lot of atheists have struggles with. It's not evil for what God did. And they want to sit there and argue and say, well, I just stand with the kids that God killed. Well, okay. First of all, there's not really 100% evidence that supports that there were any children during the time of the flood anyways, or anything of that. But just say that the Bible did say.
So he's already swallowed the Darth line that, oh, well, actually what happened is it takes Noah some time to actually build that ark. And what Darth has used to defend that, like, well, how do you know that there were any kids wandering around on the planet at that time? Well, if there weren't, why weren't there? Darth has actually laid this out and said, what if God made it so that no one was procreating anymore? He brings this up as a defense for the fact that, like, okay, so at the moment that they get flooded, there don't happen to be any children that drown. Okay, so but the entire population, the world's population of people, all the people that exist in the world, with the exception of Noah and his family, haven't figured out that they're not having kids anymore, and they're not panicking. For how many years does this go on? No one is getting pregnant anymore. No one has had a child. And they're not freaking out about this. Okay, that's one. And two, if God makes them sterile so that they're not breeding anymore, why doesn't he just wait a few more years until they die out? Only Noah and his family can have kids. They're the only ones that are fertile. And he just separates them off to a completely separate place where they live in isolation while he waits for the rest of people to die out just from expiration. Why flood them?
That there was children there. So what? In an atheistic worldview, by what standard do you think that's wrong? It's just your personal opinion. Since everything is just molecules in motion and we're just a bunch of, moist robots in a sense, we just do things just because we do them. And
moist robots. And this kid watches some Frank Turek too. That's great. It shouldn't matter if there were kids or not. This is from Thane. Whatever God does is good. So if he killed kids, so be it. Yeah, exactly. Based on the definition of how they're kind of doing this thing with God. Like, I don't freak out about this. Like this idea that God is if you make this argument from a particular way, it does matter, right? If you're going to talk about like problems of evil and you're going to talk about things like things that we can know to be objectively evil, right? And some of those things would be things like man murdering other men or war or genocide or these kinds of things. Okay. Well, maybe those are objectively evil. But when you run into Old Testament stories of where God tells the Israelites to commit these things on other groups of people, well, how does one avoid at least the appearance of evil in that case, right? It's justified for God to say, it's justified for God to kill his creation. Okay, because he's the creator. All right, categorically, we'll say that that's true. But why is it that sometimes he does it himself and other times he commands other people to do it, even though other people aren't really supposed to be killing other people? That seems to be where this issue turns.
And it just out of random coincidence, then really evil is not really wrong. It's just your perspective. And why should we go by your perspective where there's other people's perspectives thinking that, there's a lot of people out there that are normal and have killed people and have done bad things and think it's okay. So, I mean, why should we go by you or somewhat of what society says? Who are they to sit there and tell you that it's wrong? Because what, they don't like it? Why should we go by your standard? So atheists, they know that they have a big problem in their worldview. So what they like to do is they like to sit there and say, oh, we like to analyze Christianity. No. You're not analyzing. That's just a bullshit excuse. You're stealing from our worldview and using it against us,
Well, if your worldview is that all subjective experience is based on the revelation of God, then yes, I would. Okay, everyone is stealing from your worldview if they don't exactly believe in Christianity. So that just seems to be, I don't think you're really making the right distinction there, Enlighten. And also, if someone is looking at these things and having trouble with them, this isn't something that even atheists have issues with. A lot of early, Christians have issues with this stuff. They debate about these things amongst themselves quite a bit. So he's being completely he's just being dismissive of this, like, oh, this is just bullshit from atheists to try to make Christianity look bad. Like, okay, or maybe it's an issue that you need to explore.
You can do that as much as you want, but at the end of the day, your worldview is not coherent to sit there and say.
Okay, this kid needs this. You don't believe in other worldviews, kid. I don't have another worldview. From your worldview, if you're really going to make the external critique work, you have to commit to the fact that there aren't any worldviews. There's just the one. There's only one. If you're going to entertain the idea that there's at least one more worldview, then you have to be able to criticize it internally. You have to be able to provide an internal critique for it. If you want to avoid that, then divorce yourself from this goofy notion that other worldviews are even possible, which you should do, because the possibility of more than the Christian worldview is not entailed by how you describe your beliefs. So I really wish he would quit doing this. I wish Darth would shape up and stop doing this.
It's wrong to flood the earth or it's wrong to go rape somebody. It's just your opinion. Everything is subjective, not objective in an atheistic worldview. It's objective to do that in the Christian worldview, in the Judeo-Christian worldview, or even Islam. So, and there's even many other religions who think it's bad, but that's besides the point. There's many other type of worldviews that think that that's wrong as well. But God is not the author of evil. he is good in all ways. And just because he may take lives, that doesn't make him evil. He's the creator of the universe. He can do what he wants. Because again, Christianity is true, right? We all, and if we're good, we follow him, we go to heaven, correct? That's how it works generally. So then you're rarely not dying. You're going to another location. And a lot of the children that God took that were on the earth, he didn't want them to be on the earth. You know, or in Exodus or Egypt, he took innocent children because he didn't want them to suffer. And some of the people that were not Israel.
He didn't want them to suffer, so he drowned them? He wanted to prevent further suffering from kids, so he drowned them. Okay.
Like, you know, he didn't want them to go through the things that they went through. So maybe I don't think really atheists take the time to think on it. Maybe it's better for the kids to go to heaven with God and be happy than stay on earth, where at that time everything was just utterly evil and disgusting.
This is an argument for abortion, right? Well, the reason that I'm going to, you know, a woman says, well, the reason say the woman's a believer, I'm terminating this pregnancy because I can't provide my child a good life. And I don't want it to go through a life of hardship and suffering. So it's better that I terminate the pregnancy. And if it, you know, hey, maybe it has a soul, maybe it doesn't. But if it has a soul, then it will be with Jesus. What would be wrong with that argument from Enlighten One's position, given what he just justified here?
And vile. So it's really actually much better. But rather you accept that definition or not. Oh, so abortion is okay then. St. Paul.
Yeah, somebody in his live chat, St. Paul or Sant Paul. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So abortion is okay then?
No, abortion is not okay. It's
why
evil.
not? Why not?
Abortion is done by man, not God.
Oh,
and God.
So again, God's not our standard. God is not our standard for morality. If I kill somebody, if I take the life of a child because I want, it's better that it go to heaven. I can't make that determination. God can. Okay. So now explain to us how God is our standard for morality, and how our morality isn't just the subjective commandments of God. God doesn't want us. God says, don't do this.
God does not sanction abortion. See, that's another atheist delusion right there. Here, I'm actually going to remove this so I can just go on screen by myself. We might have to continue the whole Darth Dawkins trick thing, but anybody who has any questions, you're more.
Yeah, Joseph Cano, this kid is going to get straight up murdered by Darth when he realizes this is the Junkie Spews. That's interesting because I'm going to go to that. I think he just kind of talks to himself for a little bit.
The description. If you want to come up and challenge me on it, you're more than welcome. You can just click the link up top, and you can join the stream, and we can have a nice civil conversation. I really wouldn't mind. But so okay, when God murders babies, but where did God murder babies? And how does God murder, since he's the creator of the universe? Again.
And if Enlighten One's watching, or if he does watch, think about what you're saying here, right? So it's there's a huge category difference. God cannot categorically murder a human being. I would agree with you, right? Creator-creature distinction. A human being can murder somebody, right? Because that's their creaturely distinction. All right. So the code of morality necessary for people is going to be completely different than the code that God has. God's code of morality, from what Enlighten is laying out here, is what God does is good. It has to be by definition. But what humans do can be good or bad relative to what God wants, or relative to what God commands. That makes our morality subjective by definition. And there's nothing wrong with, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that from a Christian perspective. We're subjects. We're creatures. Subjective morality shouldn't be considered a bad thing. We should be subject to God, and our morality should be subject to the will of God, because his morality is absolute. Our morality is a little bit sus.
Christianity, if it's true, which obviously it is to us, and generally atheists know deep down inside it's true, it's not really murder. It's just switching locations. And where does anyone? So
okay, so when I take a life, it's evil when I take a life. But this might track if, for some strange reason, I was able to when I kill a person. I shouldn't say I. This is weird. It sounds like I'm confessing online. I mean that hypothetically, folks. YouTube, please, please forgive me. So let's say that you have God snuffing people out in a flood or whatever, and then you have a serial killer taking lives, right? Are the souls going to different locations relative to who's killing them? Because if that's not the issue, I don't understand why someone like Enlighten would bring this up. Like, because he's using this as a justification. God is justified categorically because he's the creator, not because their souls go someplace else, not because he's sending them to heaven. Some of the people that he's snuffing out, their souls necessarily would have to go to the underworld. They'd have to go to hell. If you kill a bunch of people and they're doing evil all the time, they're going to hell, right? The babies might go to heaven. So this kid seems to be doing this kind of you don't justify God's morality this way. And he seems to be doing that so he can turn around and say, oh, the reason that man's not justified in this is because what? When I kill anyone, regardless of their salvation status, they go to hell? No. Right? If a serial killer kills a Christian, that Christian, according to the Christian worldview, their soul goes to heaven, right? If the person killed is a sinner, then their soul goes to hell. Very simplified, but that seems to be the case, right? How is that any different than when God kills a person? This is not what you appeal to. The appeal is the thing that's doing the killing, not what's being killed, not the destination of their soul. That's just a kind of weird form of metaphysical consequentialism. It doesn't track.
Where in the Bible say that he murdered children or babies? I mean, besides, Exodus, which is not really murder. He just took their life and brought them up with him, which is probably a better thing. But when we do it, it's murder. Saint Paul, I can't say your name right, so please forgive me. Okay, let's not say murder. Let's say drowning. Well, let me ask you this question. So do you think it makes it okay to have abortion then? Do you think it's okay that humans do what they do?
Well, here's the thing. So let's say that if the death of a human results in the relocation of their soul, and we believe in a Christian worldview, maybe we should evaluate how it is one person takes the life of another relative to the transportation of their soul, right? So if we know that person is going to be saved, maybe there's nothing wrong with murdering a believer. Sorry, this is a terrible example. But right, but if somebody thinks if this guy's like, well, no, when God killed all those evil people and maybe he killed their kids, all the evil people definitely got their punishment in the here and now, and then their souls definitely went to hell. But all the kids, they were spared any suffering in the here and now, and their souls go to heaven. Isn't it better for them to be in heaven? If that's God's justification for killing innocent kids, that could be the justification for humans doing things like committing abortion, because God is the standard of our morality, right? But if God is not the standard of morality based on the categorical difference of a God doing it versus a human doing it, that's all you need. Don't justify God's actions. If you start justifying his actions based on the consequence of what happens to the soul, you start providing a parallel for human morality to fix on. It doesn't work. This is, I'm not sure why Christians struggle with this so much.
Why don't you ever think of that? And drowning, what's wrong with that? In an atheistic worldview, since everything is just molecules and motion, who are you to sit there and say, Paul, that drowning and killing is wrong? In your worldview, nothing. It's just your subjective opinion.
Okay, speaking of subjective opinion, Fergus says, but if God asks us to commit murder, is that okay? A great question. Generally, what ends up happening is, and I've heard this answer many times, God wouldn't ask you to do that. But that doesn't comport with special revelation, because we know in parts of the Bible where it says God did tell people to kill people. In some cases, in some stories, he told some of the prophets to kill other false prophets on the spot, right? But they will usually, the apologists will say, well, that's not murder, that's self-defense, or it's righteous retribution, or something like a righteous indignation, I guess. So it's justified. Again, it's one of these things where it's like, I think this is where I have a problem with this, right? Like, if God is getting humans to do his killing for them, right, then humans are using God to justify something that without God, it would be evil. To whereas when God acts directly, it doesn't have to be justified. God is categorically off the hook, right? So given that distinction, why would God use human agents to kill other human agents? Why would he create that moral ambiguity when he could just directly snuff out the evil people himself and remove any of these issues from the bat? He did it with the flood, right? There's other people's lives that he took directly. So Why go through an intermediary, right?
God could sit there and say, I don't think it's wrong. Or excuse me, not God, forgive me. I can sit there and say it's wrong, not wrong. Or there's many people out there that would say it's not wrong. It's just your subjective opinion. So in an atheistic worldview, saying, oh, that's murder. Who says? You? Why should I care about your definition and standard? You know, that's a big problem that a lot of atheists have. They like to sit there and steal from Christianity, but in their own worldview, what they truly believe is it's all subjective. So, I mean, why do you care what God did? Since technically I thought Christianity is false anyways. So drowning babies.
Yeah, I don't think that God did any of that stuff. But what does bother me is that there are a large group of people that believe that God did do this and now think that he's the standard of human morality. And then seem to have problems understanding the category they put that God in and all that kind of stuff. Because the majority of people that are going to end up having to defend this think of God as a big person. They don't think of God as some kind of metaphysical foundation or something categorically so separate from human beings that they're going to make this kind of, they're going to make the necessary distinctions. They have a personal relationship with a God. It's a personality. It's a mind they can talk with, communicate with, that benefits their life in the here and now. And it also kills lots of people and has killed lots of people and will continue killing people into the future. So that's the issue that kind of keeps me up at night, is that you've got people that approach this from a very pragmatic, Jesus can help me, I can talk to him, I can bring my problems to him. He's also killed shitloads of people, right? Thinking about God in that kind of personal sense where he can be your buddy, and then also holding in your head this notion that he's such a categorically different being that if he snuffed you out, that is perfectly cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But what happens if he tells you to kill someone on his behalf? What do you do if you're a true believer, right? And if other Christians tell you, God would never tell you to do that. Yeah, but he's telling me. What would you? How do you sort that out from a subjective believer's perspective? This is the kind of stuff that I think these guys need to think through a little bit better.
Is wrong, right? If God does it, no. If I did it, yes. As a human being, if I drowned a baby in my bathtub, if I kidnapped and drowned a baby, yes, it is wrong. But where in the Bible does it say that God drowned babies? That's the thing. All you atheists like to make these claims, but you can't back up anything. Give me one.
If you're reading Genesis in context, and he says that he's killing everyone except Noah and his family, what is the rational reason to conclude that this argument from silence shit? Well, it doesn't specifically say that there are kids on the planet, so you can't say that God specifically drowned kids. That's manipulating the text, right? There's no reason to approach the text in that way for any reason. And this kid was almost on the right track when he was just saying God categorically he can't murder kids because that's not the category that he's in. If he kills everybody, he's justified in doing it. Great, stick with that. Doesn't matter if they're kids, doesn't matter if they're adults, whatever. But then he goes on to try to justify, like, oh, well, because he's sending the little kids' souls. No, that's not why he's justified in doing it. Even if the kids' souls go to hell, he'd still be justified in doing it. You wouldn't say that God was wrong for flooding the world and sending all the souls to hell, right? Noah was the only one deemed to be righteous, and by extension, his family. So I would assume, based on the way that you read that, if there's a hell, then everyone that is drowned goes to hell, kids and all. Right? He's the one that's reading outside the text, reading into the text to say, oh no, the baby souls would have gone to heaven. Where does it say that? You want to criticize Christians or atheists for making the crazy conclusion that when God's talking about killing all of the population of humans, that children are around. Well, where does it say that? Well, that's just sort of implied. If there's a population of humans, there's children. If you have a population of, if for some reason the only population of humans on the planet are only adults and none of them are producing kids anymore, you might have an issue, right? And I'm sure that they would be bringing up this issue, right? That would be a story. Watch Children of Men because it's an interesting story. Sorry, weird movie plug. But okay, but you are then bringing up this new thing of kid. It doesn't matter that baby, even if there were kids and they were drowned, their souls would go to heaven. Where does it say that in Exodus or Genesis? Where does it say this?
Single verse. that said that God drowned babies. And don't give me the verse on, oh, he drowned.
There's no single verse. If you want to engage in arguments from enlightenment, there is no single verse that says that anybody's soul went to heaven. So why were you talking about that? If there's no verse that says, look at this kids, it's kind of wild that if there's no verse that says that there were any kids there, why did you bring up the fact that if there were kids there, I'm sure their souls went to heaven? God was just moving them to another location, a la Frank Turek's argument. You pick a track, kid.
On the whole world, because he drowned all people. And even it doesn't even say that. So how do you necessarily know that God drowned babies? Where did you determine this? I would like a verse, if you.
And how did you determine the destination of baby souls? Where does it say that? There are Christians now that debate like things like age of accountability and things like this. I don't know that that's settled anywhere, even theologically. I mean, it might be established as a theological precept. Doesn't necessarily mean it's up for debate. That it's not up for debate still. Where in Scripture would it say that that's where a kid's soul would go?
If you could give me that, and don't give me a half-baked verse that says he drowned the whole world, because that's not the same thing. That doesn't mean that there were babies.
The only righteous man left is Noah. It is in the context of the story. There's only one righteous man left, and his family by extension. God spares them. Everyone else dies. Noah has a family. Noah has kids. That means there's other people on the planet, and I think that it's safe to assume that where there are humans, there are human adults, and there are human children, and probably human senior citizens if possible, right? Why would I make the assumption that the population of the world is absent children at the time of Noah? Why should I reach that conclusion based on what I'm reading in this section of the Bible? If this kid can answer me that, I would gladly entertain this notion. Like this is the most absurd defense for this that I've ever heard. And the other thing is, it entails from this that if there are no kids, it's because they're not having kids, and they're not going to have kids because God has made it so that they are infertile. Why the flood? If you're going to stick by this defense, what's the necessity of flooding everyone when God made them infertile so that there are no kids for us to worry about?
Babies at that time. So give me a break.
Also, is it okay to allow kids to be born into a world where they're never going to be able to have kids of their own? They don't have that choice, right? So at one point, God cut off the fertility, right? But that happened at some point when some kids were around, and then the kids grow up. And so now when God's ready to kill everybody, right? And God's ready to flood everybody and save Noah in the way that this Christian enlightened wants it to work out, where there's no Christians or there's no babies, right? So we don't have to worry about that niggling little ethical dilemma. Okay. But some of those young adults that are going to be there, they were kids. Now maybe they are doing evil and everything, but they came up in a world where they never had the opportunity to start a family. God made them all infertile, right? No one's breeding anymore, so no one's starting families. So at some point you have a generation of people who can't produce the next generation. I think that would make a hell of a story. Why isn't that in the book of Genesis?
God is the creator, so he can do what he wants. And when he does
Agreed.
it, it's not murder.
Stick with that, kid. Stick with that. Just stick with that basic. God's the creator of everything. Categorically, he can kill off everybody. It's not murder. Yes. Even if he kills everybody, even if he kills kids, even if he kills all the babies and sends their souls to hell, it's not bad by definition. Stick with that. Calvinists do.
Since he's the creator of life. And besides, it's probably best, since Christianity is true, right? You're not dying, you're switching locations. And if you can look up, Pa, any people that have drowned in the past, any people who have drowned, who knew that they have drowned and they've come back to life, being drowned is not actually bad. It's quick. It's like a quick suffocation and you die. You don't think that there were babies when God flooded the earth. No. Well, actually, I take that back. I don't know. I wasn't there, and neither, frankly, were you. But according to...
I don't think anybody was, given the nature of the story, but somebody brings up something interesting here that I want to bring up, that I want to take a look at. Genesis 6, verses 1 through 8. Wickedness in the world. All right, this is going to be, I'll read this one from the NIV. When human beings began to increase in number, how are they increasing in number? They're having kids on the earth, and daughters were born to them. Born to them. Kids are being born. The sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them that they chose. Then the Lord said, my spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went down to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown, right? So that's actually a cited reason for some Christians. The reason that God had to flood them, he was justified in flooding them. Again, why they have to justify God flooding them if there's a creator-creature distinction, right? It doesn't matter. But he had to do this because the children of the Nephilim were an abomination. This was something unholy, unnatural, super evil. This had to be stopped, and they had to be exterminated. The Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil all the time. One of my favorite prepositional phrases. If that is indeed a preposition, I don't think that's a prepositional phrase. Anyway, the Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, quote, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord, right? So the entire setup from chapter 6, and this isn't in the scriptures, but the NIV puts it on there. Wickedness in the world. Humans are increasing on the earth. They are giving birth to daughters. The daughters are pleasing in the eyes to the sons of God who go down, and they create the Nephilim. And then God saw that the human race's intentions and inclinations of their hearts were only evil all the time, and he needed to wipe them out. I will wipe them from the face of the earth. It's right there. Humans are increasing to the point where the Nephilim are starting to pop up because the sons of God are going down to earth and also creating children of their own. Part of the wickedness that's being described in chapter 6 is the creation of these sort of hybrids, these hybrid humans. So read your Bible, Enlighten. Read chapter 6. I'm not going to say do what it says. That's a common refrain from Christians. But read that. If you read that in context, you have to assume that people are giving birth to Christians, right? It's a part of the story. It's part of the narrative.
What the Bible states, it doesn't seem like there were any babies on earth. No. God does seal the wounds. It says it multiple times in the beginning of Genesis. He sealed the wounds. Drowning is one of the worst ways to die. Says who? You? How do you know what drowning is? Have you ever drowned, Paul? I've met some people who have drowned and come back to life, and it's actually very fast. And babies, it would just hit them very quick. And what does it matter? You're not really dying.
It would what? Did he just say that babies would drown faster than adults?
If Christianity is true, that's the thing. That's, come on, you don't think there were any babies? Look, even if the Bible stated there were babies, just let's pretend.
You don't have to pretend. You can go to and read the first few verses of chapter 6, where it's talking about humans increasing and giving birth to daughters.
Just pretend and say, okay, the Bible said, okay, God drowned the whole earth. Babies, children, everything were drowned.
Yes.
How do you necessarily know those children weren't saved? And second of all, or any type of way at the time. And besides that, why is...
You don't know that they weren't saved, but that's the problem then, right? If God is the standard of morality and you start using this kind of consequence, this argument from this consequence, like, well, their souls aren't endangered because the children who are killed, their souls will be transported to heaven. So as a consequence, God did no wrong. No. He's making two arguments at the same time. God can kill everybody, whether they're good or bad, and he's justified in doing it. That's argument one. Argument two is God can kill these kids as long as these kids, so he can kill babies as long as those babies' souls are sent to heaven. No. Now you're justifying God's actions, which required no justification from the first argument you made. This is torturous.
Is that wrong in an atheistic worldview, since everything is subjective? It's your opinion. And I thought...
And you're offering our opinion. You are denying the scripture in your opinion. Oh, what? Entertaining the hypothesis that there are no kids on the earth is in direct disregard of how chapter 6 of Genesis begins its narrative. That portion of the narrative begins by describing humans increasing in number, giving birth to daughters, and the daughters becoming appealing to the sons of God, and the birth of the Nephilim. And you were hypothetically denying that in order to do what? In order to make an argument that justifies God's actions, which don't require justification to begin with. So what are you talking about?
God doesn't exist, Paul. So then why are you stealing from my worldview? It doesn't, in your worldview, it doesn't matter.
You don't believe he has a worldview, Enlighten. Your worldview entails there's only one worldview, the Christian worldview. So stop talking about his worldview. He doesn't borrow from your worldview. He's inside the same worldview, crossing off the stuff he doesn't like. That's how Christians should be thinking about this worldview stuff. Even the presuppers are getting this wrong. If he has an independent worldview, it's not automatically irrational because of your external critique. You have to prove that it's incoherent with an internal critique, but you're not doing that. You're saying that he has another worldview and then accusing it of being incoherent. What's your basis for believing it's incoherent? Only Christianity is either Christianity is only the quote unquote correct worldview, which is just an assertion. It's a claim that you haven't made an argument for, or Christianity is the only possible worldview, which negates everything that you started with. Powell, the person that you're arguing with in your own top chat, doesn't have another worldview. Everybody has the same worldview. One worldview possible, it's Christianity. Now you have to deal with the fact, how is Powell, being in the same worldview, the only one possible, capable of these thoughts and these projections, these comments, if everybody's receiving the same revelation from God? Right? He's not coming at things. Powell isn't coming at things from their own worldview. Everybody's in the same one, per Enlighten's worldview. At least that's the one that should be consistent. So how do you square that? That's what you need to deal with. Otherwise, what you need to do is, if you believe that Powell has somebody like Powell or any of the atheists really has a separate worldview, you need to prove that it's incoherent. You need to establish incoherency with an internal critique, not just insisting your worldview's right. Especially if your insistence finally is your worldview's right because it's the only one possible. That doesn't mean yours is the only one right. It just means it's the only one possible.
That what God does, he doesn't exist in your mind. The Bible's false. It's a fairy tale, right? So why do you got to sit there and say something that you believe is not true? Oh, what? Oh, because you're trying to correct my worldview? You don't need to correct me, man. If Christianity is true, answer this question, Paul. If Christianity is true, and why don't you stop being a keyboard?
I'm going to ask Enlighten this question if he watches this. If Christianity is true, how are other worldviews possible? Do you really believe that other worldviews are possible? And if you believe that there are possible, how many more exist outside the Christian worldview?
Keyboard warrior, and come up here. And here, I'll even invite you again. Come here. I'll invite you. This isn't about my worldview. Oh, but it's about mine. So you can steal from my worldview, but I can't steal from yours?
But, my man, this is how you're supposed to do things. You don't want somebody poking around in your worldview, but you're claiming your worldview is the only right one. And if you're correct, I believe that if that's the case, it is the only one possible, which means if someone's making a criticism about something happening in the Bible, they're doing it from within the only worldview that's possible. It depends on how you're defining this worldview. If these Christians are defining worldview as like the only possible existing universe and all the stuff that we can know about it and know within it, right? Which is kind of a weird way of defining it, but that seems to be what they're doing. Then only the Christian worldview is possible. If they're defining worldview, and they seem to do this both ways. The other definition of worldview is just whatever my collection of ideas and opinions are, right? Then that's something totally different. But then they'll try to, that doesn't really matter, right? It's just, a bundle of the things that I, think that I know. But then they try to say, well, the bundle of things that you think that you know has to coincide with a worldview that is actually real, an ontological one. And Darth has admitted that ontological worldview is God. That worldview is a God. So a worldview is a thing that is extant, and there's only one of them. There can only be one of them per Darth's worldview. So try to untangle that, Enlighten.
This is not about my worldview either. The whole title is Why Are Atheists Afraid to Answer Simple Questions? So this is not about my worldview either, Paul. So it's okay for you to mention my worldview, but for me to mention how your worldview is, oh no, that's wrong.
Enlighten, this is an interesting take from this kid here at this point. Like Enlighten's take is, well, why he's still kind of, and you know, good for him. He's repeating the brand at least of the video. Why are they resistant to answering questions? Well, I don't think that they are. Why do you keep shifting definitions every time things get difficult, and shifting tactics? Sometimes halfway through the first tactic you picked. Like, it makes no sense. Let's see. Bridges of the Right. Morning, Jefferson. Yeah. Morning, JL. Do you want a link to show up? If you'd like to come in, I can ship you off a link. If you'd like to jump in. If not, if your morning's busy and you're just, kind of listening to the background, that's cool too. No pressure, but let me know.
See, I know how it is with you atheists. Yep, Paul, why don't you just click the link and come up here and actually have a conversation, man? Why do you some of you atheists got to be keyboard warriors? Why you guys got to go hide? Why?
Because Christian preceptors online have a tendency to mute and ban and sermonize and preach. And the one thing that you can be sure of is that if you post a comment either in the live chat or in the comment section of a video once it's published, is that it's there for people to read. Granted, you could always remove it, but it can't really be talked over.
Why don't you be a man and actually step up?
That's a weird flex. What the hell was that?
Just click the link, man. Paul, click the link. It's not Paul.
What if Pau is a woman?
Click the link from Atheist Helpline and come up here and we can have a nice civil conversation. I'm willing to have a conversation with you, Paul. I'm not gonna sit there and mute you or anything like that. You're more than welcome to come on up. I wouldn't sit here by myself wasting my time if I was going to do that. I'll give people.
Devil's advocate. I do have to give him this. I have not actually watched an exchange with him yet to see if he kicks people. I've watched him on Clubhouse where, well, no, I think he has kicked people on Clubhouse groups, but I've watched him laugh and giggle and thoroughly enjoy himself when other people get talked over and muted and kicked on some of the Clubhouse exchanges that he's had. So I'm inclined to believe that when it's his term controlling things on, with the mic, he's going to be less than charitable. So. Oh, okay. Yeah, Jail, just let me know. Yeah, but yeah, no pressure. But yeah, if you want to jump in, I'm going to be on this for a little bit longer. So we haven't gotten to the point where Darth is. So
fair chances. Come on up here. But look, if you're going to sit there and say that what God did was wrong, well, I mean, who cares what you think? What God thinks and what God does, since he's the creator of life, if he wants to take his own life, he has every damn right to. And for you to sit there and say, oh, well, that's evil. Who are you to sit there and say that in your atheistic worldview? That
doesn't have rights. That's I mean, I know I'm getting probably kind of nitpicky about this, but that's not how you should think about it. God does not have the right to kill people. That's not how one should think about it. A right implies some kind of entitlement or a justification, right? I guess you could say it's an entitlement if he's the creator. So maybe you can kind of quickly say God has the right to kill people. But if God has the right to do it, it's because it's just automatic. It's because of what he is. And Enlighten has kind of confused this by mixing in, well, God can do that if he wants to because he's God, or God can do that because he makes sure that the baby's souls that he kills or drowns happen to go to heaven, right? Like, he's kind of muddied this up, right? Does God have the right to kill us for any reason whatsoever? I think Enlighten at this point would have to admit, yes. Okay, so why talk about well, the babies that he drowned, if he drowned babies at all? I'm not saying that there were any babies and when at the time of the flood, but let's say that there were babies. If he did, those babies, they instead of suffering in an evil world, their souls went to heaven. It doesn't say that. You'd have to eisegete a ton of scripture in order to get that out of there. You're just relying on theological baggage and reading that back into the narrative.
The problem with your worldview. And if you want to talk about my worldview, if Christianity is true, which it is, due to the historical evidence and archaeological evidence that's backed up on it, you don't really die. Even if you drown, you don't die. It's not dying. You switch it and go to another location. So the babies that died, say if they were babies, if the babies that died, they would have gone to a better place anyways. Who in the hell would?
And he just did it. He just fucking did. I just got done describing what he's been doing, and he just did it again.
Want to be on Earth? If you read the Bible, the Earth was filled with awful, disgusting people.
It was filled with Nephilim, who sound kind of fucking awesome. They were the men of renown. Like, yeah, all humans were inclined to evil, but who were these Nephilim? What kind of shenanigans were they getting up to? That'd make a hell of a TV show.
And I don't understand why you atheists have such the hardest time understanding that. You want to sit there and say, God's a mean bully. God's a bad man. Who cares if you don't like it?
Okay, if you don't care that I don't like it, fair enough. Why are you giving some kind of consequentialist definition or justification for his actions? Just say, yeah, God kills. So what? God snuffs people out. But if they're going to follow this through, right? God kills, and he's justified in doing it. And the fact that he offers any kind of salvation is because he deigns it, right? But you got to square this with something that a lot of these guys believe. One of the great making properties about this God is that he's omnibenevolent, right? So it depends on this definition of how, like, what is the good? How is the good being defined? If the good is, and again, in this case, according to Enlighten, the way he's arguing it, God is good by definition, so whatever he does is good. So death and flooding and those kinds of things, those things that God allows or perpetrates on the earth that we would call natural evils, tragedies, calamities, are not evil. That's just God doing his thing. And he doesn't have to be justified in it, right? He's God. He can snuff out all of the creation if he wants. So if a little bit of it gets destroyed, if a few people get washed away, a few people get burned up in a volcano, doesn't matter. But then how does that inform what we know, what we claim to think we know about objective moral facts as Christians? That gets tricky, because now morality becomes much more subjective. God's morality is on a completely different level than human morality. Now, these guys can say, well, the basic distinction is creator, creature. Yeah, the distinction is master, subject. So creaturely morality is subjective morality. Done. So you don't have objective moral facts. You have objectives that are given to you from God.
I think you're bad that you want to support abortion. You're a human being, dude. Abortion. You're going to sit there and bitch about what God did to babies drowning the earth, if there even were babies, which there's really no clear evidence that there were.
Supporting the idea that a medical option for terminating a pregnancy, the option for it, is not the same as supporting abortions, just the termination of pregnancies. Like even if you remove the loaded language that these guys use, like, oh, the murder of babies, abortion is murder. Okay, if I think that procedures to terminate pregnancies should be medically legal, not only because I think the woman has agency over her body and should be able to make those decisions within consultation with medical professionals who can guide her in those decisions, but also because if those types of procedures are legal, it gives medical professionals the ability to take steps in the rare events where a pregnancy might do serious harm to the woman or kill her. Right? That's important. If you start talking about it as if it's just, nope, the abortion of a baby, it's objectively wrong. You can't kill anybody, but you can kill people. You start getting into discussions like that, we can kill people. I can kill somebody who comes into my house. We justify killing people all the time. We justify states and nations taking the lives of other people for war or for the punishment of crimes. We justify killing people in defense of our homes, our property, our loved ones, ourselves. This isn't a difficult thing. We do that because there's a consequence to it. And we rate it next to personhood and rights, ideas of self-defense and self-reliance and these other kinds of things. All these notions of personhood, and kind of a shared humanity. But that's very subjective, right? These guys don't seem to like that. No, you shouldn't kill because God said no, and you shouldn't abort babies because God said no. Where? Tell me where he says that, right? If you're going to appeal to this, especially when it comes to terminating pregnancies, first show me in the Bible where it says that abortion is murder, and then where it equates the two, and then tell me in the Bible where it says that it cannot be done, because that's how you have to get there. You'd have to show that the scriptures show that abortion is murder, and then a murder is not allowed. It does, thou shalt not murder. That's one of the 10 commandments. Okay. But where does it make that connection to the termination of a pregnancy? I am loath to bring up the whole thing with the numbers thing, the test, the woman's test of faithfulness, the bitter waters. But one of the consequences of that is that she could miscarry because of that test if she was actually guilty of infidelity. The implication based on that is that she was actually having an affair with another person and may have become pregnant, and she miscarries from this procedure, and she's rendered infertile. Okay, so not only is she going to lose the life of a child that she has, she's going to never have the capacity to carry life again. Well, that's significant. That's allowable. I think the only reason that Christians have no issue with this is because it's being done by a potion, and it's God working through them. Even though, if you take that as like, if that is a description of something that was natural, if you have a naturalistic description of what's going on with that particular thing, it may not involve God. It may involve poisoning a woman with listeria and causing her to become sick or die.
God could have sewed up the wombs of women. There's nowhere in the Bible does it say he drowned the earth and children and babies died. He didn't say that. So, I mean, that's not 100% clear. And even if it did, it
is clear if you read it in context. This is completely dishonest. This is worse than lying for the Bible. Is lying about the Bible. Like, I don't see a verse in there where it says God drowned kids. No, you won't find a verse where it says God drowned the babies. It doesn't say that in Genesis. But if you read chapter 6, it starts off talking about man increasing in numbers, giving birth to daughters, the daughters attracting the sons of God, and the sons of God having children with those daughters as well. There's lots of baby making going on before God comes to the conclusion that all these humans are wicked all the time. I need to wipe them out. Everything before his conclusion that they're evil is about baby making.
If you're going to bitch about babies and how mean and such a bad boy God is, but you're going to go support pro-choice and sit there and kill a baby in the womb, then you're a freaking hypocrite. So don't give me that whole spiel on how mean God is. But I'm going to go support abortion, second-term abortions. I need to find my earbuds. Okay, go get your earbuds and come on up, man. You're more than welcome. The link's right there, man.
This second-term abortions. Okay, so is Enlighten okay with first-term? Is he okay with and most first-term abortions would probably be medicated abortions, the medical abortions, not medical abortions, but yeah, the medicated ones. Usually, I think in most cases, a woman can just take a pill. Is he okay with those? Because he seemed to call out specifically the second-term abortions. That was interesting. Let's see if he gets a chance to talk to this person.
This is a link for you, but look, I don't understand how you atheists can sit there and say God's a mean guy, but then go and support abortion. That's like, you guys are the biggest bunch of hypocrites I've ever met in my entire life. You sit there and like to complain and bitch about what God does, but I mean, you'll go and support murder in front of your eyes, going into an abortion clinic and saying, "Hey, yo, I want my a couple-month-old baby that has a heartbeat. I want you to get rid of it," instead of giving it up for adoption like you should. You freaking coward.
What is he talking about?
Clinic and saying, "Hey, yo, I've never met in my entire life." You sit there and like to complain and bitch about what God does, but I mean, you'll go and support murder in front of your eyes, going
in front of your eyes. Is the person that he's talking to going to an abortion review or something where you just sit in the audience and watch them performed? Yeah, this always a great point to bring up. I know opponents of it hate it, but abortion can't be murder if murder is illegal by definition and abortion is legal. Yes. Yeah. The kind of murder that Enlighten is appealing to is some moral objective fact murder defined by his God, because God said murder bad, and at some point God must have said abortion bad. Like, God didn't say that abortion was bad. He didn't say that termination of pregnancies equal murder. Christians are saying that and saying they're getting it from God. You're making the connection. If I can't read into Genesis 6 talking about the existence of children on the earth when God floods it, how are you reading into the Bible to find that God has connected abortion with murder? You tell me that. If you can make that connection, why can't I? I think that based on reading chapter 6, it's a common sense connection to talk about the fact that kids would have existed at the time God chose to flood the earth in Noah's day. It's prefaced at the beginning of chapter 6, Genesis. But I don't know where it says anything about, right? It doesn't say, this kid's right. I will get it. It doesn't say anything specifically that God drowns babies. But his Bible also does not say abortion is murder. How are you getting that? From context. So if context works for you, why doesn't it work for your opponents?
Into an abortion clinic and saying, "Hey, yo, I want my a couple-month-old baby that has a heartbeat. I want you to get rid of it," instead of giving it up for adoption like you should.
Okay, this coming from a guy who's never going to have to carry a kid to term. Missing the point entirely of pregnancy and childbearing, child rearing, any of that kind of stuff. Any of the stuff that hits a woman when she becomes pregnant. Like, oh, she's just going to give it. Why not just give it up for adoption at 2 months? If the technology existed where we didn't terminate the pregnancy, but we simply, took what was there and we put it in an incubation thing and then let it do its thing inside in an incubation chamber and then had the baby and then put it up for adoption. I think probably a lot of women would go for that. The problem is in our particular economy, it would be like, okay, well, that's going to cost you $60,000. No one's going to go for that. Most women that are terminating a pregnancy are doing so because of reasons, right? They have their reasons. They're not ready to have a kid. All right, that's good enough reason for them. It's their body, and they're just not ready to do this for whatever reason. They're not emotionally prepared. This is simply not an option for them at their life. They can't afford it. It's not part of their family planning thing, or they have genetic issues, genetic diseases that they don't want to pass into a kid. They're terrified of passing that on to a kid. Any number of reasons, or simply, or this one, very simply, they simply do not want to have a child at this time, and it is their body. They get to do this. Now, the only way that you can argue that a woman doesn't have the right to make this decision or to seek this choice out is to say that she's lost the right to make any choices about this point at that stage of a pregnancy because of reasons. And I'm almost terrified to think what Enlighten thinks, how you justify removing a woman's right to choose anything about her pregnancy, or at least the continuation of the pregnancy. How he would justify that. I'm almost willing to bet that it involves quite a bit of misogyny.
Freaking coward. Sit there and judge God for every single thing. God's a mean guy. I don't like God because he drowned the earth. He doesn't.
This guy just dropped the F-bomb without a slap to his face.
Let people live and live and live and live and live and live. You atheists are pathetic. Wow. It's funny. It's really funny. It's funny to me that you atheists get upset and get so uptight. God's mean because he drowned babies. But then I'll go support abortion though. That I'll go support. I could bitch to Christians that God, even though he's the creator of life, and if Christianity.
I hate to do this, but the kid's pissing me off. Enlighten, if you're this worked up about women terminating pregnancies, you're going to pay for the child? Are you going to step up and be because somebody got her pregnant, right? She didn't wake up one day. The stork didn't visit her. It wasn't the Cabbage Patch or any of that bullshit, right? It took two, right? So whether it was a broken condom or failed birth control or a sexual assault, heaven forfend, but that can happen. Let's say it's a sexual assault. She is not prepared to have a child in any way, shape, or form. She cannot afford it. Are you going to step up and take responsibility for that child? Personally, financially, emotionally, are you going to do that? But here's the other thing that you also need to be able to do. Can you carry that child to term? Can you physically put that child in your body, carry it to term for her, so that she doesn't have to go through any of the burdens, any of the hardships of labor and childbearing, and then give birth to a child that, especially, let's say it's product of an attack or abuse? Will you be that guy? Because this guy doesn't have a problem calling women cowards for doing what? Being responsible. They're being responsible and being self-reliant and taking control of their bodies and making choices about their future. That makes them a coward? That's weird, because most of the stuff that I hear about in society, that's part of what being a good American is: being self-reliant, taking charge of your own stuff, keeping up your own shit.
Christianity is true. You really don't die. You just switch locations. But I'll bitch that God flooded the earth, but I'll go and get in Christians' face and suppress Christians and suppress other people who don't share the other beliefs than you to go have abortions. Hypocrites, man.
How is that hypocritical? How is that? You're the one that has an issue with abortion and the killing of babies, which is why Christians bring up when God kills babies in the flood. That's why they're bringing that attention to you. You have an issue with humans terminating pregnancies electively, right? The termination of pregnancies through miscarriage, which I'm assuming most Christians think is a God act, isn't an issue, right? That's not controversial at all. God canceled your pregnancy. So sorry. But if a woman initiates it, that's murder in their perspective. Not all Christians believe this, but a lot of evangelicals at least do. Okay. They're trying to point out something that they think is a little bit of an inconsistency here. And the reason that they're doing that is because you guys tend to present this idea of morality as a monolith thing. It's not a monolith. If you're willing to separate human morality from God's morality, then you can probably start making better arguments about this kind of stuff. But so far, I haven't seen this kid have the capacity to do this. And even if he could, the fact that there is a human morality separate from God's morality, because that's essentially what he has to say. If it's God saying that killing people is bad, it's not, because God kills humans, right? If God's saying humans can't kill other humans, well, then that's why abortion is wrong. But God tells humans to kill humans in some cases, and we know that when humans kill other humans in other cases, like self-defense, that's okay. So why isn't the termination of a pregnancy okay? Why does that equate to murder? Enlighten didn't equate it to self-defense, a self-defense killing. He equates it to murder.
If you're pro-life, okay, you know what? Then you have you really don't have a right to bitch anyways. Even if you were pro-life and you bitch that God killed babies. God is the creator of the universe, people. He can do whatever he well pleases. It's us that commits the murder. That's the thing you don't understand. But you want to sit there and God's a mean guy. I thought God doesn't exist. Oh, but this is not about our worldview. It's about your worldview. Oh, wait a minute. So you can mention and complain about my worldview, but I can't mention your worldview? Like, why should I care what your standard? Shit. You guys are incredible, man. Incredible people. Look, I'm not trying to sit there and say on why, if you feel that way, fine. If you're upset at God, man, because I don't understand why you would be. You don't think he exists. But if you're upset at God that God flooded the earth or whatever, guys, I mean, that's something you better talk to him about. Not me. I'm just a moral human being, man.
I see you guys talking in the live chat about this being the YMCA, and now I can't stop thinking about it. So I was kind of drifted off there a little bit. Like, wait, the sort of like, is it possible that the Jesus 2021? Well, what if it were like a Christian shelter? Where they just had that hanging up. I don't know, but yeah, the fact that those posters are up because they're so vanilla. That now I'm looking at that lamp and that end table, and I'm like, is this also the lights? Is that a row of fluorescent lighting around the top edge, like where crown molding would be? Oh no! All right, my imagination's starting to run away with me. All right, let's gotta focus. And I will give any kind of defense. I had a single bed for a long time, especially I was sharing an apartment with a relative before, and it was a small room, so I just kept a single bed, and it was quite sad looking. It was a nice bed though. It was on a low frame, and I took it showed up in videos before, and it took a lot of grief from Smokey Saint, who he said it was I think he said it was a feces encrusted cot at one point. Maybe he didn't use feces encrusted. I just assumed he did. He likes to flower things up that way. He's got a real way with words. And I was like, that wasn't a cot. That was a great mattress. It was on a low kind of bed frame. It was a great mattress. But no, I've graduated to a big bed. So I don't know why I volunteered that. But anyway, don't judge a person just because they're sleeping on a twin. There's nothing wrong with sleeping on a twin bed. I will judge. I don't understand what those posters are about, because like those just look like something that like the administration put in there to like, because something needs to hang on the walls, and we've got movie posters in frames somewhere, like in storage.
I'm not a defender of God. A lot of atheists like to sit there and say, why do you defend God? God can defend himself. I'm not defending God. I'm defending the Christian worldview and why I love God and accept God, where you so-called atheists don't. You reject him, even though deep down inside you really know. Okay, Paul, you're up. So come on up, man.
Can you
Good Lord, he's eager to talk. Holy shit. As soon as I'm like, oh, all right. Stopping now. Time to attack.
hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me fine.
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Okay, no problem. So what were we discussing here? I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear you because I was looking for my headphones. We were talking about drowning babies, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So like the action of drowning a baby, right?
Yeah.
Is a bad. I mean, we can agree it's a bad thing. Of course, you're gonna probably say like, I'm stealing from your worldview, so I can't say it's a bad thing.
I just want to say this: in your worldview, do you believe it's subjective or objective?
I mean, I'd probably say it's probably subjective. I mean, I'm not really. I can't really decide whether something's objective or subjective. So I would probably just say I don't know.
You don't know, right? But can I say this? In a non-God world, since everything is just molecules of motion, you're pretty much doing things just to do it, just from, I guess, chance or something like that. Then,
okay, molecules in motion doesn't define determinism. That doesn't entail determinism, I should say. So he's already starting off bad with Sam Pow here.
in a sense, it would be just subjective. Because, who are you to sit there and say something's wrong to somebody else? I mean, somebody else could sit there and say, I disagree. I think it is right. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and say drowning babies is right. I mean, obviously God says, doing such things as human beings is wrong.
But God's allowed to do, there's a different standard for God then. God's allowed to do whatever God wants to.
Sure, he's God. He's the creator of the universe. Why can't he?
Okay. All right. So that's good. They can chalk that off the list. Let's see how long this lasts. God is set at a different standard than humans. And as far as morality goes, there really should probably only be I think Christians would be more comfortable if there was one objective code. There's one objective sense of morality, but there isn't. So let's see.
I don't know. I don't know why that makes a difference. Why does it make a difference that he's the creator of the universe?
So let me get this straight. You think that God
because you're the one suggesting that there's objective morality.
Well,
but then God doesn't need to follow that morality. Like he can just do whatever he wants to. So then it would just seem to me like it's just subjective in that sense too.
Okay, so Sam Powell's getting somewhere. This is a little bit off from where they started, but this is good. But as you can see, DD has arrived to take a dump on everything.
No, it's subjective. It's subjective in the Christian worldview. In the Christian worldview, it is subjective. Not subjective. In the atheistic worldview, forgive me, it's subjective because there is no God. But in the God.
So, yeah, I just want to read this one. Is it just me, or has apologetics become a bunch of reductionist bullshit where non-theism entails things being just something or only something, or shit being meaningless when that isn't entailed? Yeah, I mean, the more I talk to these guys, the more that seems to be the thing. My brother had pointed out that in some of the things that he's heard recently, some of these arguments were like One Way and Redefine Living and a few of these other guys, where it seems, or like J. Robin and talking about like any of these guys attempting to talk about like validity and soundness. I think a lot of these guys think that if you know it, right, or if you can know it, that it must be true, right? And if you can make some kind of valid argument about it, then it follows that it exists or something like that. I don't think Darth does. I think Darth would not be stupid enough to get caught in that. I think he knows the difference between validity and soundness, maybe. But there are some Christians out there that clearly still struggle with it. There's a video that I'll review probably another day or so between Tom and One Way. And Danny, I think, gets involved in that one, where One Way doesn't understand the difference between validity and soundness.
God worldview, it is wrong for us to do it. But since he is the creator of the universe, and technically, if you know anything about Christianity, you die and you go to another place. You keep on living. You just don't randomly stop existing, like in atheistic worldview or an agnostic worldview is like. So in that sense, you're not really dying. So the babies that, even if there were babies, which you and I can, that's another subject for another time. Let's make believe that the Bible said, okay, no, there were babies that died. Okay, so technically, if they're not really dying in a sense, they're just switching and going to another location. So how about if God maybe had it right, since he is the creator of every single thing and you and I are not, what is wrong necessarily? I'm just asking, by what standard, in your sense, how can you sit there and say the creator of the world is wrong to sit there and take the life that he made in the first place?
I'm not sure what makes you think that it's right. What's the difference?
Yeah, and that's a pretty good question. So turning it around back on him, like, you know, what justifies it, right? And this kid has jumped back, and he hasn't decided on which one. It's either God, it's automatically right because God does it, which means killing isn't objectively wrong. The act of killing is not a bad thing. The objectively, like for God, it's only wrong for humans to kill other humans because God says, "You shall not kill." Right? That's subjective, but that is a kind of subjective morality. If you want to compare, you know, it's coming from one agent to another. We have creaturely morality. He is the creator. Our morality is subject to him. Therefore, it is subjective morality. That follows. At least I think it does. Correct me if anybody thinks I'm wrong there. But when this kid has been jumping back and forth to, if God does it, it's good, to if God, you know, if babies happen to get killed, will their souls go to heaven? So there's no negative consequence there, so God's justified in doing it. Yeah, he takes out good people with bad people, and some of those good people are babies, but their souls go to heaven, and the bad souls go to hell. What difference does that make if God's always good? If God sends all the souls to heaven or all the souls to hell, does that matter? Here's the question that I think someone should ask Enlighten. God floods the earth, sparing only Noah and his family. Everyone that dies, regardless of whether there's kids or not, he kills everyone, right? Now, all these people deserve to die. And according to Genesis, this is not outside the scope of the gospel, so I'm not trying to read into anything. Noah is the only one, right? Noah and his family, they're the only ones deemed righteous by the Lord. They're the only ones spared. Everyone else is killed. They're dead. And then we find out in another writing somewhere that God sent all their souls to heaven. Is that right? Would Enlighten think it was right for God to send the souls of the people he drowned in the flood to heaven?
Depends what you necessarily mean by right.
That he's a
What makes you think
by
it's right? Well, because God himself, his eternal character and being, is the ultimate standard for everything.
Okay, so wouldn't he be?
That would include evil, so that doesn't change anything. That doesn't actually help the matter. If God is the ultimate standard for absolutely everything, then the fact that God can kill means that killing, given that it is something that God does, is ultimately good. But we know that it's not ultimately good because sometimes when we kill, God deems it bad. Anytime God kills, it's good.
Also be the eternal standard for everything that's wrong.
You're not understanding. You have an incoherent position, but you don't realize it's incoherent. You're accustomed to thinking of yourself and others and everything else in the world to be encapsulated or engulfed by certain parameters. Okay.
That's right. Yep.
So do you believe that your being is encapsulated or engulfed by certain fundamental parameters?
I haven't actually heard this language from him before, at least not these specific word choices, but this is what's going to happen. I'll bet $5 on it. So he's already told Pow here that his position is incoherent. He doesn't really know what Pow's position is, other than that he seems to be a non-believer. I think he's admitted in the top chat of this video that he's an atheist. Okay, so that being the case, Darth here is concluding, well, I know that you're an atheist. Your position is incoherent from the jump, and I'm going to show that by asking you scripted questions so that I can superimpose my worldview onto yours, which is just a long-winded way of me saying Darth is going to engage in an external critique. He's going to accuse Pow of having an incoherent worldview and not demonstrate that incoherence legitimately. He's just going to say it doesn't match up with mine, therefore it doesn't work. That's not incoherence. I don't know how many times Alex Malpass has told Darth Dawkins this, and others have told him this as well. His multiple conversations with people like Ask Yourself and other people who have gotten into this kind of subject before. That's not a demonstration. An external critique is not a demonstration of the incoherence of another worldview. It just means that your worldview doesn't match up with that. That's obvious. If it's just external critique versus another external critique, it's just outside worldviews, and they're demonstrating their differences of either opinion or technique. But he's accused Pow of something specific. Your worldview is incoherent. He needs to demonstrate that incoherence internally. And dollars to donuts, he's going to skip that and just impose an external critique and say that does it.
Sure, I guess.
Okay. Well, when we talk about God, either you're going to think about God accurately or you're not going to think about him accurately. When we talk about God, what we're saying is God.
What if you get some of him wrong or some of him right? Or, so you know all about God or you know nothing about God?
God is that which is ultimate, eternal, and a mind, and nothing else existed, and everything that came into existence derives and depends upon God. So God, if you study biblical theology, God possesses a characteristic that nothing else possesses. It's called aseity. God is completely self-contained. Okay, right. He's non-derivative, he's non-dependent. So God is not subject to or encapsulated to any parameter whatsoever.
According to Darth Dawkins' worldview. Now, here's where things are going to get testy. So I've already brought up the one thing where I'm pretty sure this is leading to an external critique because he's already talking about how he's defining God, right? But he's trying to claim that there's only one. The only way he can get this to work is two ways. One, the God that he's defining matches how Pow would define God in his worldview, which probably isn't the way Pow defines his God in his worldview, because Pow doesn't define a God as being anything that actually exists. So Dawkins is already in the category of an external critique. The only way he's going to be able to insist that Pow accept this definition of his God is by then insisting that Pow never had a worldview of his own to begin with, because the Christian worldview, it follows from Darth's definition of God, is the only one that is rational because it is the only one which is real. That is the worst kind of argumentation, because he's not arguing about Pow's worldview and how it's incoherent. He's just saying, all he's doing is taking a very convoluted and confusing way around of saying Pow doesn't have a worldview, only the Christian worldview matters, and you need to accept it, or you need to never talk to me again. That's all he's doing with this external critique. This is a fancy way of, there's a lot of hand waving going on here for him to sort of like tap dance into this thing where he is not delivering on what he said was the problem. He said Pow's position was incoherent. He can't demonstrate it this way. He's appealing to his own worldview in order to try to like superimpose that onto Pow's worldview and show how Pow's worldview doesn't add up. That's not incoherence. That's just discordance. It's disagreement.
Okay, but you are, and I am. And what you're doing is you are purposely and somewhat inadvertently removing God from the sphere of his creator status, and you're bringing him down to your level, and you're conceptualizing God as just an unimaginably powerful and unimaginably knowledge intellect that's going to get you if you don't love him. Okay? Even Christopher Hitchens, when questioned, would say, well, what gave God the right? And his reasoning, are you familiar with Christopher Hitchens?
Yes, I am, yeah. His
reasoning was literally childish. Would you like to hear it? It's very short. It's 2 minutes.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just pull it.
Actually, no, I'll just play this through, because if he's actually going to play a clip, this could be interesting. I will say that Hitchens was known for not giving the best defenses for some of his arguments, because he would do things like direct appeals to audience, not direct appeals to audience, but sort of these. There was a little bit of theatricality in some of the rhetoric that he used, and more than a little bit of a winking.
Put up here.
Well,
This is such a good objects lesson. Okay.
there we go. You can learn a lot from it, Paul.
Okay. Hold on a second. My program to route the audio is.
So Darth's having a boomer mode, and notice Enlighten One. Oh, you can learn a lot now. Like, has Enlighten acknowledged that he's even heard this clip from Christopher Hitchens? Does he know where Darth's going with this already? Like, I like how his the condescension increases with Darth's disciples once they're in the presence of their den mother.
Let me see if you can hear this. All right, you tell me if you're having trouble hearing this, okay? Just give me a second. All right, let me just play through my speakers temporarily. Let's see. Okay, you should be able to hear it now, okay? So this is the late, great Christopher Hitchens, right? And I want you to listen to what he says. What he says is so irrational. It's beyond belief, okay? So here we go.
So what if God actually exists, sir? And what if he actually has provided everything for you? He's granted you life.
Can you hear it okay?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can.
Okay, how's the sound quality?
It's fine. I mean, it's just obviously you're playing through the speakers.
I'm going to switch to my internal microphone. Okay, here we go.
Given you health, he has given you food, he's given you the trees to write your screed against him. He's provided you royalties. It all came from him. What if that is true, sir? Would he not have been good to you?
Did you hear that? Now, pay attention to not only what he says, but how he says it. Because no, okay? Like he's an imperious teenager.
He wouldn't, because if that were true, it would mean that I had an eternal supervising parent.
Okay. Notice the adolescent attitude there where he's mischaracterizing God. Okay. This is so ridiculously bad thinking that you could excuse a child for thinking this way, but not a grown adult who's college educated. Okay. So first of all, when a child grows up and becomes an adult, he becomes what we call emancipated, right? So if mommy and daddy are shaking their fingers at their child, okay, they're not letting their child be an adult. But God being God will always remain God, okay? So the analogy
Before Darth goes off into the wild on this stuff, I do want to point out something because he hasn't played the rest of what Hitchens says here. But that is a discussion with, is it Cliff Connectley, I think is how his name's pronounced. Hitchens had a really unique neck. He wasn't always accurate, I think, at least in terms of like the structure of arguments and stuff, especially on the fly. But he was very good at identifying something that I don't think he gets enough credit for in exchanges like that. Because if you think of the implication that's being handed out there from Connectley, he's basically saying, well, hey, you are famous and you're a writer and you have this gift for the written word and you've written these books and he gave you this ability to write your screed, I think he calls it, and you've had all this kind of success and everything. And don't you think that, couldn't you say that God's been good to you, right? Like, implied in that setup is a sort of infantilizing proposition that if God had not allowed that stuff, then Hitchens never would have, it just simply would never have happened, right? Which is a weird tack for Connectley to take, because what God allowed Christopher Hitchens to do in being good to him, like if Hitchens is going to acknowledge that, is that God gave him the ability to write influential books like God is Not Great. So the fact that Hitchens comes back with, no, he wasn't good to me, right? And then starts talking about this, sort of like assumes that, I'm kind of an adolescent and I've got this parent, like he's reading into this right. Because Connectley, the implication in Connectley's illustration of this, I think, bears that out. I think it's where most people's minds would go. Cliff. It was a Cliff or Stewart. Yeah, I think Stewart's the son, but Knechtle anyway in this probably should have conceded. I mean, if he's smart, he would concede Hitchens on this because it was a weird exchange. I remember that one from a long time ago, and that doesn't really go anywhere. So I'm not sure why. I think Darth is bringing this up because he wants to show that Hitchens was impudent once, but Hitchens was impudent a lot.
There is just simply, it's just pathetically bad. Okay, God can no longer change his role. For example, there are some situations where mothers and fathers become one of their best friends of their children, and although they're still parents, they are their best friends and become peers. But God cannot do that. It's a logical impossibility. So when he says, oh, well, God, he says, if God made you, he loved you, he gave you all those things, would that not be a good thing? And he says, no, because that would mean that I had an eternal supervising parent. This is psychotic reasoning on the part of Christopher Hitchens. But guess what? It gets better.
Who would never die and let me get on with my life.
He would never die and let me get on with my life. Well, Christopher Hitchens lived a life into his 50s, okay? He lived the life the way he wanted to live sexually and in terms of alcohol use or whatever, and openly defying God. Did God ever clearly intervene and put Christopher Hitchens down, or did God allow Christopher Hitchens to do what he pleased during his 50 or 60 years of life? This guy is full of horse crap when he says he would never die and let me get on with my life, okay? You're right, God would never.
Well, that's kind of on brand for Hitchens, right? That was kind of part of his presentation of that. And I didn't always agree with some of those statements because they could be kind of glib, but I don't think you could deny that they were. I mean, he was being kind of consistent even when things were, some of those things as counterpoints or arguments could be a little bit flimsy. But it was still Hitchens. And I like how Enlighten thinks like, oh yeah, here's Darth Dawkins trash and Hitchens. If you want a good dissection of some of his weak points, I don't recommend his videos for everything. But Cosmic Skeptic, Alex O'Connor, his channel, he's been doing a lot more kind of vegan stuff lately, but he still does stuff on atheism and skepticism. But he did a video, I think a year ago, where he analyzes some of Christopher Hitchens' tactics, and it's a good video. He does a good job of kind of pointing, because he's a big fan of Hitchens. It always seemed kind of clear to me, especially early on, that he kind of modeled a lot of the way he presented himself. Maybe it's accidental, but he always seemed to kind of like come across as like a young Hitchens, and people would call him that. But he does a good job of kind of breaking down where Hitchens kind of has some shortcomings when he's arguing, and sometimes just blatant fallacies and appeals to things that just shouldn't happen. They were always entertaining to watch, but they weren't always, and sometimes they were even a little convincing, at least appealing in terms of the emotional impact they might have or the entertainment impact they might have. But when you start to analyze them and break them down philosophically, that didn't always work. So it's worth watching that. So I think this is funny that this guy, that Darth is already trying to set this thing up like, here's what I'm going to do, pal, atheist I've never talked to before. I'm going to take one of your atheist heroes. I presume you love Christopher Hitchens, because you all do, because he's like the Mother Teresa of atheism. And now I'm going to show you why he's a dick and an idiot, right? And then my flying monkey here, Enlighten, is going to laugh at this. And now, by virtue of this, I have proven that my God is right, and it's wrong for you to be an atheist. No. Do you accept Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior, or are you thinking about maybe converting to Islam?
Die, because God cannot die. God is not a biological entity. Okay, so again, we have more psychotic reasoning from Christopher Hitchens, and we'll continue.
Never let me grow up. Keep me under surveillance.
But you have, sir.
He says he'll keep me under surveillance. Really, dude? Really? Is this how pathetic this guy is? Well, would you like God to stop keeping you under surveillance? How could that possibly be? How could God give up one of his immutable attributes of omniscience? What he's really objecting to is the fact that God is God, right? He doesn't want God to be God, because Christopher Hitchens wants to be God. He may not want to be God in the sense that he dictates to others, but he wants to be God in regards to himself. I'll continue.
Provision every minute of my life, and constantly ask me to be thanking.
So, horror of horrors, Christopher Hitchens is horrified that God would ask for us to thank and praise him, which he most certainly richly deserves. Once we understand the greatness and the magnitude of God, we couldn't help but thank God, unless we're psychotic. Okay, But for Christopher Hitchens, the idea of thanking God for anything is appalling. But you want to know something? I bet you he thanks his kids. I bet you he thanks his wife. I bet you he thanks people who've helped him for doing things for him. But when God creates for him and creates a world for him to live in, right, he doesn't want to thank God for that. So this is
God didn't create a world for Hitchens to live in. God created a world to glorify himself. Darth.
psychotic.
Praising him.
Yeah,
I think it would
that
be
wasn't part of the
like living in North Korea.
It would be like living in North Korea. Really, Christopher Hitchens? Okay. Would you rather be living the life that you're living now before he died, or would you rather be in North Korea? Well, he wouldn't want to be in North Korea. So I guess living in a world under God's control through the course of human history isn't anywhere near as bad as North Korea. Because why wouldn't Christopher Hitchens change position? So what he's saying is living on this planet with God as creator and as Lord is as equally bad as living under North Korea. But does anybody actually believe that?
Well, I think that's his point, right? Like, because one of the issues about this, like, if this is one of the things that I always thought was kind of funny about this, and it was one of the things that Hitchens would kind of rip through, and I don't think the impact ever stuck with people. But a lot of the stuff in terms of how he's describing a God is the reason it made people uncomfortable is because he was extrapolating out and sort of arguing to kind of an absurd conclusion about the extent of this God's powers. It's you know, and it can be appealing, but he would basically say, well, then it follows that this God is watching everything that you do and knows all your thoughts and all this kind of stuff. And then he would compare it to something on Earth that we identify as creepy, like the North Korean regime. He was great at doing stuff like that. The interesting thing about this is and I've heard this before, when Christians usually try to push back on this idea, what they're pushing back against is that the fact that what I get from them, that what I start to hear, they don't really believe that God's watching them 100% of the time. Like, God's there if you need him, but he's not a surveillance state, which is weird. So it's a lot of it is in how you describe it. Christians will describe God as being, he's always there for you. He's always watching out for you. Well, Hitchens just turned that around. Yeah, he's always surveilling you. He's monitoring you. He's waiting to drop a hammer on you, right? It's just a change in the nature of it, right? And it sort of follows from the definitions of God, right? He's all merciful and all justice. So he would be looking to forgive you and care for you and all that kind of stuff because he's all merciful, but he'd also be looking to catch you in any infraction possible because he's also all just.
Again, more psychosis.
I think it'd be a horrible outcome.
Well, I'm not sure that the God is Kim Jong-il, but what if what I said is true?
Well, Kim Jong-il, he has a different opinion.
So if that is the God who's made you and created you, he's allowed you to live your life, shouldn't that be a sign of kindness to you?
No, I don't want anyone's permission to live my life.
Okay, now notice the bait and switch here. He said, isn't that an act of kindness to you? Right? That God lets you live.
But God lets you live
vastly longer than you deserve, given your utter defiance of God. And
but we don't deserve. The only reason that we're here is for his glory, Darth. This drives me nuts because they miss this theologically. You cannot insist that your God creates everything for his own glory and then sit around and talk about how people should be thankful for every second longer they get to breathe in that world. That doesn't make sense. That's precisely the God that Hitchens is arguing against. The one that created everything for himself. He created it for his glorification. Everything is done for his glory. That's a common Christian refrain. What does that mean? So I'm not being allowed to live for my life. I'm being allowed to live because for some reason it glorifies God. That's it. Hitchens was allowed to write God is not great because somehow it glorifies God. That has to follow if you believe that everything is created and everything is sustained by God for his own glory. That's his ultimate plan. So saying like, oh, you should be thankful that God let you live. And why? If he snuffs me out now or gives me everything and a long life, the only reason he did it was for his own glory. Christians get lost in the fact that, like, well, Jesus loves you, and that's why he died on the cross for his own glory. They always forget the first step, the first premise, the first part, God did this for himself. He did it to glorify himself. We are second to that. Our salvation is even second to that. The only reason our salvation is important is because, repeat after me, it's for his glory.
And your willful and wanton, psychotic thinking and false accusations about God. Todd Friel says, well, shouldn't you be thankful for that? And then he goes, no, I don't want anyone's permission to live my life. Thank you. I mean, this is just bizarre. This is bizarre.
All right. Well, it's not that you've been asked.
I think it's servile, and one is expected to constantly grovel as a result.
Where does theism or Christian theism say that we're constantly to grovel? When we look at great men of the faith, especially the...
So just a macro view, because I haven't checked in with myself, checking in with this, but even I had to kind of shake my head. You realize what's happened here. Enlighten One was waiting for somebody to join this thing, and he was talking to himself for, I think, the better part of an hour before the Sent Pow guy came in, was able to join. And when he got in there, this guy was super excited to have him on there, jumped at the chance. I think they talked for not even 5 minutes, and Darth Dawkins comes in. Darth Dawkins has completely taken over the conversation from Enlighten, and they're not even really talking about what they started talking. They're not really talking about what Enlighten and Pow started talking about. And Dawkins started getting him on a script where he's going to start using this external critique of what he believes Pow's incoherent worldview is. And instead, it's now just become Darth Dawkins riffing on why Christopher Hitchens was so bad. What does this have to do with Pow?
The apostles, they weren't constantly groveling, but they were humbling themselves and glorifying God and being happy and rejoicing in God's goodness and God's grace, right? Were they constantly groveling? Were they constantly miserable? No, they weren't. I mean, again, he's psychotic again.
Christopher Hitchens, round 2 of What If. What if God exists? He's provided everything for you. He's kept you together by the power of his word. If that is truly God, do you believe that God, if he's provided everything for you, has rights on your life?
No. Like a defiant 14-year-old.
Excuse me. I'm sorry for coughing into the mic. Yeah. Again, I don't. Darth is really not like a defiant 14-year-old. It's like, how dare he talk this way to not Neckley, God. Like, what's the problem, Darth?
Who has ADD, who No. Now, by the way, you should also know he was a bisexual, he was promiscuous, he was an alcoholic. Gee, no wonder he hated God.
Because?
Why should he? What gives him this right?
What gives him this right? I mean, really, Christopher Hitchens? We're talking about God. God is the creator, okay? Everything derives and depends upon him, okay? When we talk about a right is the prerogative to act in a certain way without being unrestricted, that is codified in a statutory basis with an enforcement mechanism. Well, what gives God the right is that God is the creator. He's the lawgiver, okay? In the Declaration of Independence, by the way, Christopher Hitchens greatly admired the United States. He liked our form of government. Well, the country was founded by the founders who wrote in the Declaration of Independence that the king was usurping his God-given proxy status, his God-given responsibility to be an agent for God for good, to prevent people from harming each other and taking other people's property. And the founding fathers said that God has given us certain inalienable rights, right? Even though the king may trample on them, he can't take the actual inalienable right away because it's God-given, right?
Yeah.
But you see, what the founding fathers recognized, Christopher Hitchens said, no way. Well, first of all, like I said, a right is something that is codified in a statutory basis within a...
The issue here, this is something that always irks me when these guys get into the founding fathers and what they think. The argument coming from the Declaration of Independence was an extension on sort of the rights of kings and sort of extending that out to the rights of man, or the rights of, well, the way the founding fathers interpreted, the rights of men. That all men are created equal. So this idea of a sort of a divine authority of a king was an overreach, and that all rights belong to all. Again, limited to white men who had the capacity to own property, but the founding fathers were a little limited in their imagination. So when he tries to say this kind of thing, well, this was the problem. The overreach was one of a philosophical bent. They were actually using language that justified the right of a king, which was that God grants you this right as a king to have this authority to rule, and saying, no, God grants us all the rights in which to live, and we should have a government that reflects that shared reality or whatever. They didn't use any of those words, but that seems to me to be the gist of how they were trying to argue things. That was how they kind of justified the Declaration of Independence, how they were going to justify this new form of government, not on some God-ordained right of a king or royal family, but on all people having this ordained from them by God. And for many of them, that was really just a product of a lot of Enlightenment values and Enlightenment discussions that were popular in the day.
Enforcement mechanism. Well, guess what? God is the lawgiver, and he has an enforcement mechanism, right? So we have more psychotic reasoning from Christopher Hitchens.
Because he owns you. He's created everything for you. He's kept you alive.
I don't want to be owned. I don't want you to be my mommy and daddy. I don't want to brush my teeth. I don't want to put on.
Again, I don't know why Enlighten is. Well, I do know why Enlighten is doing this, but Darth Dawkins has just taken over his show so that he can play clips of Christopher Hitchens and argue against him in isolation. Enlighten has a guest on there that he was going to talk to, and Darth's not letting either of them talk. I mean, if I were Enlighten, I would ask Darth to maybe. If you have friends, I would be like, hey, we're going to start talking to Pow again because you're just talking about Hitchens, and this has been going on for about 10 minutes now.
My pajamas, and I don't want to go to bed at 8 o'clock because I have school tomorrow. I mean, this guy.
I hope you mean Enlighten's video and not mine, Carlton. Sorry. I'll let you keep it ambiguous if you want to leave me sweating, but.
Is warped.
I don't recognize anyone's right to own me.
I don't recognize anyone's right to own me. Well, unfortunately, God owns everything because he created it and he sustains it. So God owns everything, including you and me. So the fact that he
and Satan
doesn't recognize God's ownership of everything that he created is another example of Christopher Hitchens' psychosis. Okay? Do you care to comment?
Pop. Sampa, you can answer.
Oh, he can talk now? Oh, this is awful. He gets to talk now. Jesus Christ. Now that I've shown you what a jerk Christopher Hitchens is, you want to explain to me X? Like, what the fuck, Darth? Jesus, that was bad even for him.
Dude. See, this is the problem that we have with many atheists there. They don't want to answer simple questions. And then
they fall asleep after listening to an old boomer rattle on for 10 minutes. And sorry, boomers does seem ableist, but I mean, I don't think all elderly people are boomers. I think boomer is a state of mind, and this boomer is a boomer.
They want to sit there and get upset at God and everything like that, but then they're going to go and support abortion.
They're so enraptured in their own feudal thinking that they don't expose themselves to critiques that would explain.
The reason atheists exist and skeptics exist is because they've been exposed to critiques probably for most of their lives in a lot of ways, or at least for a significant enough chunk of their life that caused them to lose faith, or to resist faiths, right? For whatever reason, that no faith ever really convinced them, right? You don't think that in most world cultures are pretty religious, right? Unless you happen to live in some, relatively low religion impact countries like, Scandinavia, places like that, where religion seems to be kind of a, you do you thing, a little bit less fraught than it is even in the United States. Religion, if you get into some Christian country, and you don't go to church, or you don't believe in God, you better watch out. It's not like it's going to get physically dangerous, but you're not going to get welcome to a lot of community events. Hell, even in this country, if you wanted to run for president, I don't think you could. I mean, I was surprised Bernie Sanders did as well as he did. He basically was an atheist. I mean, he grew up Jewish, but other than that, he really wasn't religious. Surprised he did as well as he did. I would have been even more shocked if he had won. But this is really pathetic. This if you become a skeptic about this kind of stuff, a lot of skeptics usually drop off of faith. And once they do that, it's because they're starting to ask questions about their religion. Usually it's their own faith, not other religions. They usually don't just like, hey, I wonder why Jainism is false, right? That's usually not it, right? Something usually like bothers them about the faith position that they currently hold, and they start to question it, and maybe they change it. And when they do that, they open themselves up to an enormous amount of criticism. I watched this happen with a friend of mine. He was of the Reformed tradition. He very much in line with Enlighten, probably not Darth, but pretty close. And then started to kind of lose it a little bit. Did more studying, did a little bit more exploration. As he started to pull away from some of those things, he took an enormous amount of crap from his church. He was having regular weekly meetings with either like the main pastor there or one of the other ministers, and he was heavily involved, board member of his church, involved in some of the ministry, all that kind of stuff. But he pulled away from that because they wanted him to, because he was having doubts. They wanted these meetings with him where they had to sit down and talk to him and give him the apologetic treatment and everything. He took an enormous amount of criticism, and by the end of the day, he became an atheist. Probably I kind of suspected it as a result of the apologetics attempts that they took in an attempt to kind of salvage him. Those were the things that he started to resist. They didn't come at him like they were confident in their Christianity. All of a sudden, it was philosophy this and Van Til that, and read some Bahnsen, read some C.S. Lewis. Have you read Mere Christianity? Read it again. Read Pilgrim's Progress. Read the Bible backward and forward. And then he'd have questions and come to them. And if they had difficulties, they would say, it's a secondary issue. Next. And then he'd go and find his own sources for his own. He'd try to find those answers elsewhere and get very different answers from very different people, Catholics and Eastern Orthodox, and then atheists. And then he gave up, let his faith go, right? He just became convinced that what he was involved in wasn't real. Under constant criticism, not a lack of criticism. This is completely unfair and unrealistic and unobservant of Darth. Darth is just being, he's clueless.
Expose their faulty reasoning, and they like it that way. Oh, and he left. He's gone.
What? He left?
Yeah.
Oh, and then he's a gutless coward, is he? Yeah, he was coming up here. He was coming up here complaining.
Powell was a gutless coward after being denied any opportunity to speak for 10 minutes so he could listen to Darth Dawkins' presentation on Hitchens. And you blame him for getting bored? He probably had something to do.
The Bible says God opens the womb, God closes the womb. What if it was the case that in the biblical narrative of the flood, God saw that the evil was so bad that it would unduly affect future generations, not even just morally and socially, but even genetically, right?
Yeah.
Now, what if it's the case that God, if God, there you go, if God can create the world, if God can flood the world, then it's no greater difficult for God to shut the wombs for 10 or 20 or 30 years. And remember, it took Noah.
Then why flood the world? And Darth is veering very close. Like, if God can do this, then he's justified in doing it always, right? Because it's not about justification. It's about the fact that God's doing it. So he could shut the wombs of women. This idea goes into something I talked about before. There's kind of a biblical idea about the reason that women get pregnant or don't get pregnant is because pregnancy has like a supernatural component to it. God opens the womb and allows the child to happen, which is a lot of that, I think, theologically and just sort of like culturally embedded into a lot of Christians is what fuels, I think, their reaction to abortion. Abortion isn't a natural process that happens because, it's what happens when a man and a woman have sex, without prophylactics, right? It's going to happen. But for Christians, the fact that she becomes God opened her womb. That's God's plan. God's doing that, and what you're doing. See, in their case, that they don't argue that anymore, though. They don't argue like you're interrupting God's plan, and you just say, I don't think that there is a God. I don't think there's a plan to this. I think when men and women have sex without that this is without, condoms, without birth control, this is what can happen. And this is what happened. I can get pregnant again. It's a biological process. So what did they have to do? They can't appeal to their religious belief that God opened your womb and therefore that is a special thing. They have to then, because that's not going to work on somebody who's not a believer, or maybe as a believer of something else that doesn't hold, they resort to, it's murder. You don't think murder is okay, do you? Well, which is interesting, because if they try to tell me, well, murder's bad, right? No, I don't. I'm an atheist, right? I don't have any morals. So I don't think murder's bad. So tell me again why we can't have abortion? Wink.
But what, around 100 years to build the ark? Okay.
About
I forget the time frame. Now, the fact of the matter is, God, if he can create this world, we're talking about the God of the Bible. Now, if they're gonna critique and criticize the God of the Bible, then we're going to take the God of the Bible's attributes as presented, even though they may not think he does not exist. Okay. So God, if he can create this world and is the sovereign Lord and creator of all these things, he can shut the wombs, right? Now, I'm not saying there weren't any babies, but if you insist that there were babies, then do you know that for certain? What if on Judgment Day,
Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 8.
God says, and you accuse me of killing babies in the flood. What babies? There were no babies. Now, of course,
Genesis chapter 6.
I'm not asserting that that's necessarily the case. But even if God did drown these babies, okay, and what's your complaint? Okay.
Right. Yeah. No, I know. He came. Hold on. Let's see.
God cannot murder. God can end the life of creatures, but it is incoherent. It is a psychotic accusation to say God murders. God cannot murder by definition.
Why would it be psychotic? It would just be a category error.
Murder is the unethical or the illegal taking of life. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Same thing with the Amalekites or
right. And so there's no laws against God, and God doesn't adhere to any ethics, right? So there's nothing unethical about God killing a person. There's nothing illegal about God killing a person. It doesn't apply, right? Sounds like an interesting way to kind of frame it.
Or the Canaanites. Okay. I'm not saying ipso facto there were no babies or children, but it could have been that way. But even if it was, you're not in a position to judge God. All you're just simply saying is this: whenever somebody criticizes the God of the Bible, right, for whatever reason, whatever distasteful things God did that they are horrified over, all they're just simply saying is, I don't like God's plan, the details of his redemptive plan of human history, of the things, the good, the bad, the ugly, that he allowed during the course of his redemptive history. And all they're just simply saying then is, I'm wiser than God, that if I were God, I would have a better plan of details and incidentals than God did. Now, I don't understand why God allows certain distasteful things, okay? But it's not my prerogative to judge God, okay? And when I die, I'm sure that some questions that I have about certain distasteful things during the course of human history, how God employed that would bring about certain results of his perfect plan. Okay, Joseph's brothers tried to kill him, and they were terrified that Joseph was now going to kill them when he was the second in command. He said, "You meant evil against me, but God used it for good." Right.
Right.
The point is, the unbeliever is in no position intellectually, philosophically, theologically to impugn God.
Right.
And when they do, though, if they do so, like Christopher Hitchens just did, they're just exemplifying their psychotic thinking.
No, they might be rejecting some of the qualities or some of the characteristics and properties that you're asserting that or insisting that your God has. But yeah, I like this. Even if what I'm saying is wrong, you cannot judge God. And then notice the room he makes for himself. Yeah. And I think that's a comfortable space for these kinds of guys. Like Darth Dawkins is really sacrilegious, and so not sacrilegious. What am I sanctimonious? That's the word I'm looking for. Jesus. I think if he thinks he's getting this right, if he's right about what God says and does, then judging what he says is the same as judging God, and that's where things get a little bit dangerous. he hasn't really added anything to what Enlighten was doing, and it's pretty clear. The one thing he did do is that he noticed he pumped the brakes. He didn't do he didn't make the mistake that Enlighten made. He stopped at God just being God. God can kill everybody, so what, right? For whatever reason, he's still trying to torture that, like maybe babies were around, maybe babies weren't around kind of crap, which is a direct denial of the context of Genesis chapter 6, which I've said repeatedly, probably irritatingly. So I don't know why he's still like, whacking off to that notion like he's discovered something clear. He hasn't been able to justify, if God closes the wombs of all these people, why did he flood them out? Why flood them? Well, God, what does, he'd be like, well, what difference does it make? He made them infertile and then he killed them. Okay. Did he make them infertile so that no kids would be kids? Everybody would be like at least a young adult or something, presumably, and then he flooded them? That'd be interesting. You'd think that the people would wonder, like, did God make us infertile because he's setting us up to kill us? Like, if we can't breed, we can't, we're all going to die out anyway. And then God's like, now I'm going to flood you all. Oh, well, we weren't having kids anyway, so duh. We were doomed anyway. Oh, Darth.
Right. No, yeah, I totally agree. He came in here. Let's see the comments.
Oh, no,
so
not the comments.
Okay, so abortion is okay then. That's what he said, because I started talking about evil. I was reviewing a video of you and Tom Rabbit, and he was talking about evil and how God committed evil. Then he's not a good God. And he goes like, and I was trying to explain that, and so this PA guy said, "Oh, okay, so abortion's okay. So these guys can be hypocrites, right, towards God, and say what God did was wrong, but then they'll go and support abortion and be for pro-choice." Pretty sad.
So Enlighten can't track a criticism. The point here, right? The point, even just get it. The first step is somebody who is pro-choice is not pro-abortion, right? They are in favor of the right to choose terminating a pregnancy, right? By a woman should be an option that they have, right? And the Supreme Court backed that and said it was not only as a should it be allowed, they said it was a constitutional right, right? It's defined by that the Roe v. Wade decision. So they interpret it as being a part of their constitutionally protected rights to have that. People who are pro-choice are not necessarily pro-abortion, right? They wouldn't be pro-abortion in all cases. They wouldn't be pro-abortion in all circumstances. They just believe that they agree with the idea that a woman has the right to that choice, because she has bodily autonomy and she has some kind of agency. I shouldn't say agency, but some right to preserving the agency of her own body. Why these guys have an issue with this? Well, they need to make. These guys even come out and call people pro-aborts instead of pro-choice, because all you want to do is see women kill kids. Like, no, I don't want to see that. But I'm struggling to work out in my head. These people worship a God that is pretty cavalier with human life, right? And is, according to them, quote unquote, justified in doing so. My God can kill everybody, yeah, or he could save everybody, yeah. Cool, right? You have no place to judge my God, but we shouldn't have things like abortions. We shouldn't have things like these kinds of killings or these kinds of other things. Like, who are you to say? Your God, the standard of morality that God says is that it can do whatever it wants, and one of the things that it does well and frequently is kill. So killing isn't bad, right? It's murder that's bad, right? And murder is determined by legality, and that makes it subjective. So if Christians are trying to appeal to some this moral absolutism, they're losing it with this definition of God. If they try to appeal and say, well, God was justified in killing these people because all the babies went to heaven. Again, I would ask the question, what if he sent all the souls of the people that he killed during the flood to heaven? Would these Christians think God was right in doing that? By the way, I posted the link in there. I think I pinned it. I think it's pinned. If anybody wants to jump in, I know it's a weird time. It's early afternoon, but if anybody wants to come in, Feel free.
It was interesting. That was funny that he left. I was actually kind of hoping he was going to answer your question. But thanks for sending me, by the way, the pic, because I need that for our logo for this YouTube channel. Anybody else who's in the audience would like to come on up? You're more than welcome to.
Yeah,
come
I'm
on
sorry, I
up.
have my mic muted. You're welcome for the
Sure.
logo.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he realized he was in over his head, right? And he wanted to save face, so that's why he left.
You guys are kind of presuming there. You didn't let him talk for like 10 minutes at least, and then when you asked him, you didn't even confirm he was still there.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Why was it funny? This guy's got a low bar for what funny is.
Yeah. So, but you see, because they don't rigorously expose themselves to critiques at an
Yeah, yeah, they do. A lot of skeptics do, Darth. That's just a stupid thing to say. If they're not regularly exposing themselves to critiques, who are you talking to? For God's sake.
intellectual, philosophical, and theological level.
And actually, if you want to accuse skeptics of not regularly exposing themselves to the kind of criticism that you offer, maybe if you didn't mute and kick them so often and maintained a long enough conversation with them to get a point across or finish a discussion, right? I think Darth here is a part of a part of his own perceived problem.
That would mitigate against their cliches. They think that their cliches and slogans and catchphrases are just stellar examples of wisdom, when they're actually worse than childish reasoning. And the reason why I say that, because at least a child has an excuse for thinking stupid thoughts.
Right. Yeah. No.
Well, like kids will often presuppose the truth of a book. So, who does that sound like?
I totally agree. Of course. Oh, and I got the pic on the computer.
Howdy, Richard.
Peace and respect, sir. How are you?
Doing all right. How's it going?
I love this logical fallacy review.
I'm doing my best.
With you. There's so much inconsistencies in what these folks are saying.
Yeah, I wish the kid would just kind of stick to one view. He's shifting from this. You know, I have no problem if a Christian is coming at it from the belief that this as an ultimate being kind of thing, it can drop a hammer on anybody, and it's cool that it does it. Like, well, that's kind of a flippant way of saying it, but it's like, yeah, no, it could. Like, it makes everything, it could end everything. That totally follows. But then to try to like backpedal immediately into that, like, well, it made all the babies go to heaven. Like, that doesn't matter. Like,
why you have to justify something that is an ultimate?
Yeah, like now you're holding God to your standard. Like, because if you killed everybody, you'd make sure the babies would go to heaven. So that's why I asked the question. Like, okay, so in that case, then would you judge God for sending all their souls to heaven? All those bad people he snuffed out, whether he made them infertile or not.
The issue with that is that they don't need it to be to correspond to reality. They don't need it to adhere to any kind of logic. I just don't understand how you can think something like that, hold these obviously opposing views, and just not think about it. I just don't know how a person does that. I think
at least in this kid's case, this might apply to Darth Dawkins too. I think most of it is like picking things that you can use on skeptics. Like, I've heard skeptics say this, so I found this, and I think this is a good defense. So like, well, how dare you judge my God? That's better. I like that, actually. When they come up and like, how dare you judge my God? Oh, good, a believer. Right? Like, oh, somebody who actually believes in God, right? But if they're like, no, if you actually think about it, if you do the math on this, when God kills X number of babies, those babies go to heaven, and therefore God did nothing. We're like, no, check, get out.
Wait, if they expect that, see, that's not consistent. Okay, might be consistent within themselves, but it can't be consistent within the Bible. Why present the story if not to be judged?
You mean, why present the story if not to judge God's actions?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then there's the admission of Lucifer's fall, of course, which is my bad, you know?
Well, and yeah, and that is an interesting, that's an interesting take on it, because the idea is like, okay, well, you're not supposed to judge God and this kind of thing, but their attitude is, well, you're not even supposed to question this. But a lot of Christians do. A lot of Christians wrestle with the idea, like, well, wait a minute, why would God send a flood, and then just save this one family that he found to be righteous? Okay, fine. He kills off everybody else, men, women, and children.
Mm-hmm.
But then this family gets basically like a new covenant, kind of like a second, a reboot of Adam and Eve, so to speak.
Yeah,
like,
not kind of like, exactly like, yeah.
Yeah, and the way they see this parallel hit, they're just like, oh, well, I'm kind of wondering if maybe this is 100%, literal. And then, somebody's like, well, even, yeah, of course it is, and yeah, God's totally justified in killing off all of creation, don't you know? Because he made it. Like, sure, but I mean, the fact that Darth is even entertaining this idea that, well, there just weren't any kids. Like, he's not reading the part in the text where it says they were multiplying.
Reason for the flood?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe.
Yeah, it's like, why if people weren't multiplying, then there's no reason for the flood to be. Like, he doesn't need to snuff people out. Like, they're just gonna. It's so weird. It's like I don't, and you don't even have to get into the original Hebrew for that.
It was kind of your thought. It was kind of mine simultaneously. Why not just let them die of old age? Why even have that?
Yeah.
When you were reviewing, well, if they're not reproducing, and I guess a Christian could say, well, everyone was living 600 years back then, but then why make the exceptions and say this is miraculous, Methuselah, etc.? Either way, it really doesn't make sense. Well,
and even then, why bother? Right? They're not going to have kids. They're going to they're going to live for, well, and maybe that's the thing. If they try to say that, it's like, well, if they read Genesis chapter 6, those first four verses or so, God limited their age to 120 years. But if they read that part, they probably should read the other parts around there where it says, yeah, they're producing and they're giving birth to daughters, and those daughters are making the sons of God quite horny, and that's why the Nephilim are happening. Yeah, so it's just like,
and I think all of this misses that. Okay, if a person credits where I think is due the book of Revelation as should be in there. Okay. If they don't object to it being there, then the story is the revelation of Jesus Christ cometh with clouds and all in his glory and all this, which means that there is always this option to show up and prove yourself. Okay. So why not do that to, I don't know, the Amalekites, et cetera, et cetera? Why not just do that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Rather than, and again, I think the common argument or the retort from the apologists will be, well, it's all got part of God's perfect plan for his glory, and it's like, well,
tell me why it's perfect. That's all.
Right, and you'd have to be like, okay, but it sounds like there's a lot of human bumbling that's required for God's perfect plan, and an enormous exercise of a lot of variables where humans are doing things that involve free will, where we get ourselves into trouble. And like you said, if at any point God has the capacity to just return upon a cloud, and ultimately that's the crescendo of the whole thing. That's how that's when everything hits its greatness. Like, okay, well, he is atemporal and all powerful and eternal. He can do this at any time. So
sure, and it's up to the Father. Apparently, nobody else gets a choice.
Right. So it just seems really odd. Like, how many generations of people are going to go through before this guy shows up? And I mean, if they want to try and do this whole thing where, like, well, if you see it from God's perspective, he's already done it, man. Like, yeah, don't give me that LSD nonsense. Let's just like,
don't give me this B theory of time that I can't deal with. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like, well, God in the B theory of time. It's like, yeah. I okay, maybe, but the tenseless God really doesn't matter for human experience, right? We don't see the Tesseract. We're stuck on the treadmill waiting for him to show up, and it's in the meantime, it's like, I've presented you with multiple opportunities to lie, cheat, steal,
Sure.
in this fallen world, and I'm going to judge you for it, and all to be
Wait,
revealed soon. Like,
I'm going to object to the word fallen there.
The fallen world?
Yeah. I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that's what's being described, but that'd probably be a much longer talk than you want to have today.
Yeah, I won't have the gas for that, but I think I would be inclined to agree with you, because I mean, even the idea of like man's fall from grace is more of a theological one. It's not necessarily.
I think it's implicit in that, however it qualifies, that in order that a being be responsible, they have to know everything that is applicable to the situation. They'd have to know the actual outcomes of their acts, and all of them. They'd have to fully understand. It's just like, okay, your 5-year-old knows how to turn the key, but do they know how to use the brakes?
Yeah.
You know, it's something like that. And the Bible declaring constantly that we are ignorant, perishing, etc., for lack of understanding, it claims that we don't have all necessary information and that we can't. In fact, it even claims that it's purposefully withholding information. And to a Christian who might object to that idea, the apostles ask of Christ, what's all this stuff you're talking about? He says, I have meat of the word to give you that you have not been ready to eat. You are not ready still. And then the story stops. He doesn't even say, it's not even in print what else he wanted to tell them.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you think that you fully understand, well, you're obviously ignoring the Bible.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if one of the apostles, they had like maybe a fifth gospel where one of them goes up to, it's like the gospel according to Tim or something, and he's like, "Hey, JC, you want to elaborate on that? Where's that meat that you offered? Like, let's get to that stuff."
Well, it's part of the story that they get some, but there's no time. 3.5 years is just not enough time to tell everything that there is to tell.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is reasonable, I suppose. I mean, if you were concentrating on only one person, it could be done.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna play this a little bit more. I don't know that they are gonna talk about anything. This is just Darth talking about him. Oh, at one point he's just there by himself. What's going on? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they're just gonna chatter to each other. I'm gonna speed this up a little bit and see what happens here. See if they've got any. There was a chunk that I dodged while he was on his own, and Enlighten was just going over Discord stuff, and maybe I'll watch that later. But so far I haven't seen.
Yeah, I hear that argument all the time. All the time. Why did God murder? Anybody else who would like to come on up? You may hit the link right here.
Well, first of all, what if it's the case? What if it's the case that the evil was to such an extent that people were practicing? Let's put. How shall I put this?
Right.
What if they were practicing such perverted sexual practices that they were producing defective genetic offspring? Right.
But God opens the womb.
What do you want? Consistency?
Sorry, God, I didn't think I'd have to pause it that quickly. But God opens the womb, so if they're producing inconsistent babies, but they weren't supposed to be producing any kids. Now they're producing kids that are twisted and evil. Hello, Judy.
Hello. I feel like we're arguing about Star Trek episodes.
It feels like
fan fiction, isn't it?
I mean, I'm as big a nerd as it comes, and I've had these long discussions with people about how do you make this Star Trek episode make sense and all like that. But I mean, the point here with all of these stories is it's somebody telling a story. It's somebody telling a morality story. And in these stories, people have to either be dumb, people either have to be so wicked, people either have to be this or that in order for the God to do what the God wants to do and convey across the story about, hey, we are the chosen ones because God killed all the other bad people and we're it. If you poke too deeply into the stories, they do start to fall apart. Apologetics seems like it's a lot of creativity to try to make a story more believable, more justifiable.
Well, it seems to be about trying to square, because it does depend on the apologetics, but it seems like most of this work happens from the Protestant side, but a lot of it seems to be about squaring a narrative with theology, right? They attempt to extract an overarching theology, a kind of systematic theology out of the whole thing. But then if they run into these kinds of difficulties with individual stories, they They usually have pretty good explanations for, well, not good explanations, but they try to like chain it together so it's consistent. But
you're right. I mean, it's when I've explained to people that, we'll go back to the Star Trek analogy. Let's just nerd about this. Is that, what was written for a TV series 50 years ago, what was written for a TV series in the 1980s, and what's being written for a TV series now, there's a whole lot of different things that are involved. There's, in the real world, practical considerations, things like that, different people doing the storytelling and writing, and trying to make it all be coherent and all gel across everything. You're gonna run into problems. These stories too, as I understand them and reading stuff, a lot of these are very old stories. I mean, the flood is a common myth story to that part of the world, and and Yahweh is an evolution of another god before that. Everybody's trying to make these things make sense. Plus, with the 3,000 years of moral development that's gone on since then, our morality today is a lot better than it was 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago. You can't make a god of 3,000 years ago. You can't reconcile a perfect being with what we would think of would be perfect today.
But you can't. It's moral development, Jody. You can't.
Social Darwinism does not describe that things become better, only different.
Oh, I'm not talking about social Darwinism. I'm talking about human morality. I'm talking about us taking a look at issues and reasoning our way through. I mean, the notion that people have rights, I mean, that's a couple of hundred years old. Inherent rights that can't be taken away, that you have to be able to deal with and look at. That is a novel creation in the history of the human race. The idea that slavery is wrong because people have an inherent value, I mean, that's only a couple of hundred years old in our thought, and it's Western thought, and then that idea gets taken over by the rest of the world, and we've added to it fundamental human rights and all that. That did not exist.
New to a lot of Native American tribes.
The Native Americans had slaves as well. If you go dive into that, they were having their own they had their own slave trades, their own slave problems too. It may not have been the chattel slavery that we're familiar with, where you're purely a piece of property, but they were fine with slavery too. I mean, this is a human condition. This is who human beings are. And it has taken us a lot of work, and it goes against a lot of our instincts, not to try to enslave people, not to try to keep women down, children down, look at them as property and stuff. We're trying to reach beyond a lot of our limitations.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hi.
All right, I'm going to push on with this video a little bit. And Richard, were you going to say something?
Well, yes, actually, I wanted to. Jody, going back to what you'd said about apologetics, I think that apologetics shouldn't have to exist. And I'd like some nuance, because I'm trying to sort this out in my brain. What's the difference between an explanation for something and an apologetic? Perhaps it's intrinsic value of sensibility. I don't know.
I don't know if there is a difference. And unfortunately, I approach this as these are stories, and it's probably because that's kind of what I do as a day job. I either write them or teach about them, and I see these things as stories. Now, they're not just knock jokes, or they're not an episode of LA Law or something. These are stories that people are trying to tell about who they are, the meaning of the world, that kind of stuff. And when you get into apologetics, it's still trying to both justify and explain the story and reconciling it with human intuitions and history and progress.
Sure, but that doesn't really differentiate. I think there's a differentiation, and that doesn't really help. Where, okay, you're explaining to your early pubescent child what it is to kiss someone that they're sexually interested in.
Yes.
Now you have to explain that, but it's not an apologetic.
Okay, but if you're adding in there why you can only kiss certain people and not other people, well,
that's dogma.
You can explain how you don't kiss somebody against their will, and that's not an apologetic. But if you're explaining why you can't kiss boys, if you're a boy, you can't kiss another boy, or if you're a girl, you can't kiss another girl, that does then start, and you want to, that does then start to get into some apologetics of reconciling a human experience to an overarching moral narrative or meta narrative.
So what you're saying, okay, and let me see if you're trying to say this. The difference is the dogma that doesn't necessarily comport to reality. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's It has to. You have a narrative. You have a point of view, and you're trying to have everything reconcile with the point of view.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it that doesn't make it an apologetic. That could be an explanation of how to drive a car.
All right, yeah. Let's. I'm gonna cinch this up right there. I'm gonna push forward on the video a little bit because that's.
Well, thank you. I love this conversation. But please go ahead. Yeah.
All right.
Would reverberate in generations to come, and if God did not end life as we know it now, this sexual perversion, let's say certain forms of intermarriage. Okay, so like for example, in the beginning of creation, when the DNA code was pristine, some of Adam's sons could have married their children.
I forgot. I think Darth Dawkins was one of those guys that subscribes to genetic entropy. Like DNA started off great, and it's steadily getting worse, and will continue to get more and more frayed until Jesus comes back. The interesting thing is, like, if there was actually any credit to that, shouldn't scientists be able to say, "Yep, we can kind of project back to see when DNA should have been pristine. We can see how it's frayed now, and we can kind of predict when it's going to get to a point of non-viability." So we can say, so Jesus is coming back in 2185. Genetic entropy guys, just man,
Their sisters without producing defective offspring. But if there was inbreeding to such an extent, it could be the case that it produced very serious.
But it wasn't. First of all, Darth is now getting into the inbreeding thing. He said that they were doing things that were so twisted and so strange that it was leading to these twisted children. Okay, I don't know where he's getting the idea. Like, what can people physically do during the course of sexual activity that's going to cause their kid to come out looking differently? Like, the one thing I know is, like, if a pregnant woman abuses drugs or alcohol, that can obviously affect the development of a kid. I don't know that the act of reproduction can be done in such a nasty, evil way, whatever Darth's imagining, that would change the physical appearance of your kid. And now he's talking about incest. Okay, now they're inbreeding, but now what he's talking about is they are producing kids. God could have sealed the rooms and there were no kids. You can't tell me that kids were being. Now he's like, well, what if it's the case that they were producing tons of creepy kids, flipper babies everywhere, kids with 3 eyes? Like, Darth, Jesus, pick an apologetic, man. Like, what is it? They're having too many kids that are creepy, or they're not having any kids at all, and they're getting killed because they're perverts, but they're infertile ones.
Jeff, are you familiar with a show called Paradise PD?
No.
Well, you mentioned flipper babies, right? And I was reminded of they one of the like the more messed up storylines is where they have these like flipper people in the sewers, right? Like a mixture. They're like a mutation of they're like a mutation of human and dolphin DNA. They're just like the weird. You just reminded me of that. Thanks, asshole.
Yeah, I got it from that 70s show. There's an episode where the kid is like he's got a crush on his first cousin, and his dad is just watching him. And at one point they get after him, and they're having a conversation, and he just looks at his wife and he's like, "I'll be damned if I'm going to be a grandfather. I'm going to watch him produce flipper grandbabies." like yeah. So, but yeah, Darth apparently now, yeah, he's also like that dad. No, he would not abide flipper babies, and neither would God of the Bible, and therefore flood.
Serious genetic defects, not only in the immediate generations but generations to come. And the only way to rectify the situation would be to give everybody an early departure. Okay?
Right. No, yeah.
People going, God, everybody. Well, would it make you feel better if he gave them all a heart attack?
Yeah. But drowning, he said drowning is the worst death.
No, it's not.
Yeah, where did he determine this now?
No. If you're being waterboarded and they prolong it and it simulates drowning, well, that is very distasteful. But actual drowning is very quick.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You go unconscious so quick it isn't funny. Just try holding your breath for a minute.
Drowning is not quick.
Yeah, I know, for sure. I totally agree. And even if.
And I think it's big at Darth to say, well, relative to other forms of death, like slowly being beaten to death by a pillowcase filled with doorknobs, drowning is really a better way to go. Yeah, say that to somebody who's actually drowning, dingus. No, it's not. Drowning is terrifying and it's extremely painful. Ask anyone who's nearly drowned or has actually drowned and died and then been resuscitated. It sucks.
On that, if they want to think it's wrong all the time, they're not. There's no such thing as death, since Christianity is true. It's just you're switching the location.
Death is real, but the point is,
you're going to another place. So I mean, it's really you're just switching.
God is going to restore our bodies to us. Look, because
okay. So which one is it, guys? So Enlighten is saying your soul gets Star Trek beamed to heaven. Darth is saying no, your bodies get restored to you. All right. That's the Pauline thing, right? When God comes back, our bodies are resurrected and brought forth. But Enlighten keeps talking about this like, oh, it doesn't matter that the babies were all submerged. Their little Cupid-like souls fluttered up to heaven.
Isn't it even more than just the Pauline thing? That was the Jewish belief?
No, the idea here is that the idea that you had a soul that left your body after death and would either ascend to the heavens or descend to the underworld was a Hellenized one. It was a
I'm
Greek
sorry, I'm
one.
getting it the other way around. Yeah.
But this idea of like, pretty much when you die, you just kind of ended up in the same place, I think, as far as like the Israelite take on it was. So you were dead. It was over. And that's kind of consistent, I think, with the way the story plays out. It doesn't, because the flood story doesn't obsess over, well, where did God send the souls of all the people that he flood, that were flooded, right? A lot of Christians will just shrug and be like, I don't know, right?
Yeah, the point is the unrighteous died.
Right, the unrighteous died. So if you follow through with the idea that there's necessarily a heaven, necessarily a hell, if they were unrighteous, not only were they drowned, but their souls are in hell or will go to hell upon Christ's return and then be tortured for the rest of eternity.
Congrats, you're not drowning anymore, but guess what?
Right. So yeah, when Darth says, you know what, drowning's quick. You know what's not quick? Hell.
Because they are so far removed from biblical teachings, so many of them, that they develop these worse than adolescent rationales. And even for those who were raised in the church, they're so poorly educated, even within the fundamental circles that they come from, that they just don't realize how stupid their ridicule of God is. Here, let me read you something here. Okay?
Yeah, go on.
This is from...
By the way, I want to hear your opinion. Should I put the Atheist Helpline or Atheist Helpline as the title?
I would just say Atheist Helpline.
Okay. Because this is your YouTube channel.
This is from Seth Andrews, who was raised in a fundamentalist home. And he's constantly making ridicule and snarky comments about the God of the Bible. And so he calls himself the thinking atheist. Well, I can guarantee you, if I had a one-on-one with him, he would be embarrassed to call himself the thinking atheist. But here's the meme that he put up, okay? God...
It sounds a little thirsty. I wonder if Darth Dawkins would be serious about accepting a discussion with Seth Andrews. I guarantee you he would not want to be in a conversation with Seth Andrews if it were moderated. Or even worse, controlled by Seth Andrews. He definitely wouldn't accept that.
God's to-do list. Number 1, make men. Number 2, give them a free will. Number 3, slaughter 99.9% of them for using it. Well, right then and there, that's a misrepresentation. This is a misrepresentation.
I'll give him that.
What was done. Okay. Right. He completely leaves out the magnitude, the depth, the breadth, and the magnitude of the evil that God saw. Okay.
No, God, he could have killed everybody. They could have all been righteous. They could have all been righteous, but not as righteous as Noah. And he could have killed them all, sparing Noah and his family, and started a second covenant. It doesn't matter that they were bad or not, right? The story says that they're bad, and that's why God decides to do it. But even if the story had said, well, God looked upon them and they were all doing great and they were flourishing, they were producing lots of kids, but then God realized that Noah was more righteous than the others of all. And some of them had, maybe the other ones weren't righteous enough, or they were getting apathetic or something like that. And God decides, nope, I'm going to set aside a group of people and start a covenant people, and whoop. Now, how would that wouldn't be inconsistent with how he set aside the Jews? Right, he didn't have to. He didn't kill all the Egyptians. He just removed the Israelites from them in the story.
Oh, Jeff, I need to say something before. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I need to say something before you go on. Like I was listening to you review that one kid. I wanted to strangle him. He sounded so childish. You sounded so. You know what I mean? The kid is like, you're borrowing from my worldview to that kid. I don't know his name.
Hey, were you watching the one that I had with Philip?
Yeah, Philip, the guy God, I can't remember what the fuck he said, but I know remember he pissed me to. God damn it, he pissed me the fuck off. You know, the one you were reviewing, a few hours ago.
Oh, it was the same one. It's this kid. Enlighten.
Yeah, Enlighten One. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I didn't see him on camera. I didn't look at the. Yeah, this guy is a fucking
yeah.
piece of work. I don't know.
Yeah, if you haven't jumped in a while, yeah, no, that's one of his avatars there. Yeah, he's a little bit weird. In fact, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with some. I got a video from Peter that's a little bit unusual. It's him doing one of these videos for Atheist Helpline, and he's on for about 12 minutes, and nobody joins, and so it's just him sitting in front of the camera entertaining himself. And then actually, I think he's only on the camera maybe for a minute, if at all, and then he turns it off, and then it's just him talking, waiting for somebody to show up, and it's.
Doesn't he slap himself in that video?
No, that was the first one.
Okay.
That one, that really quick one, yeah. This one is kind of like that. This one isn't like I told some people yesterday, like that one seems a little bit like, okay, like would you slap yourself and say, oh, Satan, sorry God, or sorry Father? That just seems like Carrie's mom, in the movie, like kind of that kind of behavior. Like, okay, he's that kind of Christian. But this one was weird. It's almost like watching like an enthusiastic 13-year-old, like kind of just talking to himself. Like it's very weird. But not weird in the same way. So,
and is this the same guy with the other video from yesterday about with the wife screaming in the background?
No, that's a special situation.
All right. All right.
That one's extra special. Although the almost hour-long video, I think it is about an hour between him, Danny, Tom Rabbit, and the Realistic Nihilist, or Josh. I will be doing a review of that one eventually, maybe tomorrow. That one is pretty good. I do have to do a review of. I still need to cover Jack Angstreich and Jay Robbins' conversation because that was also good.
You're slacking off, Jefferson.
Well, I've been sick. What can I do? I fell behind.
And God was patient for 100 years. Okay?
Right.
Now, number 4, randomly favor one group. Okay. Well, it doesn't say God selected the Jewish nation randomly.
Right.
He just simply says, I didn't pick you because you were, greater than other nations. But it doesn't say that he picked them randomly. Right. So this is coming from the non-thinking atheist. Then he says, number 5, never speak or write a single word. Well, this is just snarkiness. He's gonna have to make a case that the Hebrew and the Christian scriptures, from his point of view, are not inspired by God. Right there, he's just simply offering his opinion that the Bible is not the product of God, that it's just simply and only a human contrivance. Right. Then number 6, legalize slavery and ban shrimp. This is another form of adolescent reasoning. First of all, the slavery.
I love it. Exactly, Carl. It's a fucking meme, Darth. Darth does this. He'll get triggered by something like this that's meant to be sort of just, sort of catchy or sort of just sort of kind of maybe thought-provoking a little bit, but it's not meant to be a deductive syllogism. And Darth will go at it like, well, I don't think you understand the variety of logical fallacies that you've, like, dude, it's a meme. Knock it off. Like if you can use video of another YouTube user as if it was you appearing accidentally on camera, to provoke and tweak people watching, especially skeptics, atheists. Atheists can do the same thing. Well, actually, he probably doesn't believe that. He is a big fan of double standards.
The slavery in the Old Testament was almost entirely various forms of indentured servitude and not what we would call antebellum slavery.
Right, because it simply goes, the Bible goes against slavery in Exodus. So,
right. And then he says, and ban shrimp. Well, first of all, the issue,
he goes against slavery and Exodus. But then then they get an established system of slavery for themselves later on. Kind of left that part out.
First of all, shrimp was not banned universally. God gave the Jews a list of civil laws, ceremonial laws, and dietary laws. Okay. Now, some of those dietary laws, I'm sure, were for health benefits. Maybe some of the dietary laws were just simply for.
How does he know they were for health benefits? Where is Darth getting that from? You'd have to read way into the text to think. Like, eagles are not allowed. If you read the code of foods they're not allowed to eat, of animals they're not allowed to touch, of all of them, and I think it's funny, eagles are not kosher, which actually would make a decent name for a band. I'm not really sure where he's getting this from. Oh, well, if God said that they shouldn't eat them, I'm sure there was a reason for it, probably a health-based reason for it. I've been hearing Christians say this kind of stuff for a long time. They're like, well, the reason that God said that pork and shrimp are banned, these people are in a hot climate. You don't want to be eating shellfish and pork out there. Like, okay, assuming that they have any understanding of trichinosis or, foodborne illnesses, which they don't. And as far as God being concerned about foodborne illnesses from certain foods, God gave them a foodborne illness. They're complaining about a lack of meat. He sends an ill wind, it kills a bunch of birds and drops them along the side of a riverbank. And the people go and help themselves to God's fresh roadkill. Even
But
though,
what about the omega-3 fatty acids? And just, that isn't that healthy?
yeah, well, they didn't eat the beaks. That's why. Yeah, they were supposed to eat
okay.
the beaks for a fiber or something. I don't even know what these birds were. But it not only sickened thousands of them, it killed them. And God has like a little bit of a little self-assured chuckle, like, well, that'll teach him for fucking mouthing off. Like, okay, so they're not supposed to eat eagles, shrimp, goats, and pigs because health reasons, but God killed them with tainted poultry. Fuck. Sorry for the F-bomb, but Jesus.
For the purpose of God creating object lessons to instill into the Hebrews an enduring sense of this is right, this is wrong, this is clean, this is unclean, this is good, this is bad, this is righteous, this is sinfulness, this is holy, this is not holy.
And you know what? Actually, he's got me here. He would have me here because all he'd have to do is say, you know what? But that was an object lesson for the Hebrews because the birds that God killed, first of all, it says in the code that they're not supposed to eat dead animals they just find on the ground. And second, maybe they weren't supposed to eat that particular kind of bird, but God intentionally killed it because he knew that in their wanton hunger, they would eat it anyway. And so he gave them exactly what they wanted and they ate it and it sickened them. And so it basically proved God's point. It's like, okay, now just ask yourself that if a parent did that to their kid, how long would that kid, if that was known about, be living with that parent? You would separate that child from the care of that parent.
One quick call to Children's Services.
Yeah, like, oh, you poisoned your kid to teach them a lesson. Yep, you're a terrible being. The kid will be raised by the state now.
Holy, okay. And so the fact of the matter is, okay, it doesn't say that eating shrimp is evil. It just simply God says you are not to eat this. You can eat all these other foods, but don't eat this and don't eat that.
Yeah.
And now, if Seth Andrews was such a thinking atheist, he would have recalled the words of Jesus when Jesus said, "It is not what goes into a man that defiles him, but what comes out of his own heart." So, and the gospel writer said, therefore, Jesus was declaring all meats to be clean. Now,
that's if you reconcile the Hebrew Bible with the books of the New Testament. But if you are a follower of Judaism, you don't get to do that. You still actually have to wrestle with that code.
They were not legislatively clean. In other words, they were on the prohibited list of eating. But what Jesus was saying is that these certain...
I didn't think that was legislation. I don't think that he's using that word right there.
Substances that people eat will not intrinsically, spiritually defy these people. Okay? Right. But you see, I guess Seth Andrews in his fundamentalist education doesn't remember that. And then he says, number 7, kill myself for a weekend. Right? And that's how he's depicting the incarnation and the crucifixion. Okay, I mean, this is you know what, this is so stupid that you would even reprimand a defiant 13-year-old with such stupidity. But this is a grown adult who makes a living off of promoting atheism, and he calls himself the thinking atheist. This is one of the stupidest attack memes I've ever seen or read by somebody who considers himself an intellectual atheist. And then
he did say meme, so at least he acknowledged it is a meme, but apparently it's not just a meme for Darth. He's quite upset at this one.
Number 8 is hide, right?
Right.
Well, what's he referring to? Is he saying God is hiding or Jesus is hiding? No, the Bible makes it very clear that God has a redemptive plan of human history, and certain things are being fulfilled according to God's plan. And
so it's not hiding, it's more like a game of peekaboo? Would that have made Darth feel better? Play peekaboo instead of hide. All right.
God's plan, 2,000 years ago, Christ became incarnate, died on the cross, he rose again from dead, and now we're in an age which is called the church age, so that the gospel will spread around the world. so that God can redeem those who hear his voice, and then Christ will return. So when
I'm not hiding. I've made myself difficult to see so that all of you can talk about me until you're all talking about me at the appropriate time, and then I will step out from behind this giant ficus.
It's a Monty Python sketch.
It's just like, thumbs up, JC. Man, you killing it.
Jesus left, he wasn't hiding. Okay. Right. I mean, this is so. I mean, this is beyond.
Oh, whoa! He left. He left. He's not hiding. Okay, so Jesus is God? Is God here now, or did God leave? We have to wait for God to come back. I thought he was already here. Oh, Darth, getting yourself into trouble over a meme.
Stupid. What this is a psychotic level of mental malfeasance. Okay.
Sure. Well, yeah.
Because if he expressed this to a professional theologian would say, "Who wrote this? Some pothead who was stoned out of his mind?" and the guy calls himself the thinking atheist. Okay. This is the level of mentality that we have to deal with atheists.
No, of course it is. They don't.
A meme is not meant as serious scholarship. It's for fun. So, and even somebody like secular atheist, he's gonna have some fun.
Actually, they don't actually want to pose a real debate. They want to just make up a bunch of these misunderstanding false.
I do. I'll admit to that. I might be more inclined to I would like to have discussions. I don't want to have debates. I'm tired of debates. I'm tired of the debate bro posturing and flexing. I wouldn't mind having discussions. In the absence of having a discussion, if what I'm going to be met with is debate bro flex, I am going to come back at it with snark, derision, and quick one-liners like God playing peekaboo. Sorry. I mean, call me a nuisance, call me a pest, whatever. I mean, you're definitely going to call me damned for all eternity. So what else? What do I have to lose?
I've had great discussions with Christians, and we've cracked jokes about each other's positions, but it's a discussion and you're trying to understand. But these guys don't ever seem to have any respect for who they're talking to. And that can go both ways, even for the atheists too. But a lot of times these things are great if people have some fundamental level of respect for each other. None of these things strike me that at least on Darth's side and Jay Robbins and those kind of things, that they have respect for the other person's point of view.
Yeah, and you don't see them really kind of taking their own side lightly. Even amongst each other, a lot of times, if I've seen them talking to themselves. Oh, let's see here.
Claims.
And you'll notice that when I start questioning, hold on a second.
Yeah, are you going off?
No. I had the YouTube channel. It started feeding onto my headset here. Hold on a second.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. You'll see a pattern of behavior. It happened on Discord, and it happens regularly on Clubhouse. Well, I'll start asking them a series of questions, and at a certain point, they realize they're screwed if they answer the questions truthfully and transparently. Not that I'm asking trick questions. So then they will just try to rabbit trail, and then when I correct them for rabbit trailing, they become belligerent, hostile, and argumentative.
No, sure, yeah.
I mean, this is the pattern. This is the pattern of behavior. Right?
All atheists are like this. This is the majority.
Well, I wouldn't say all. I would say that
majority.
There is a majority of them who employ these tactics to one degree or another.
But at the end of the day, I would say all of them have really bad arguments. They're horrendously bad. And you see, Steve Appel tried to present himself as a professional person, as an educated man. I was speaking to him as though he were an educated man, and he purposely was being obtuse. He was purposely trying to obfuscate what I was explaining to him. When I explained to him, he says, "Well, I don't know what a non sequitur is." I said, "It's something that does not logically and necessarily follow from what you said." Right. So I explained what it was. He didn't offer a counter rebuttal. All he kept on doing was he kept on regurgitating his pre-formed script of "I don't believe in God, I don't believe in God, I don't believe in God, I don't believe in God." But when asked, is your not believing in God simply the mere absence of a positive belief, and you're neutral, or does your not believing in God constitute that there is no God? And he categorically refused to answer. He made it abundantly clear. He was stonewalling. He was prevaricating. Right? He was filibustering. Because if he answered the question,
I hate the fact that these guys use the term filibustering so much. You can't really filibuster outside some kind of formal session. You just tell them they're rambling.
truthfully, he was afraid of what was waiting for him. He knew he couldn't defend the falsity of God. If Steve Appel had the confidence in himself intellectually that he pretended that he did, then he would have said, well, yeah, my belief that when I don't believe in God, it means that I believe that God does not exist.
Right.
But I couldn't get a straightforward answer out of him because he knew that I was proposing a clear dichotomy to him. Either you're not believing in God is just simply the absence of a positive belief, or it's the direct denial of God. And he knew, regardless of how he answered the question, I had a follow-up question devised. Right. That's why he did not want to admit that when he says I don't believe in God, that it was simply constituting a lack of positive belief in God. Because then I was going to show him that, but you see, you can not directly deny God, but you can indirectly deny God by affirming that facts are independent of God.
Yeah, no,
I watched that video. It ended because the atheist would not play Darth's game and kept saying the moderators are supposed to, give us our sides back and forth. That would have been an interesting exchange there, and all that Darth needed to do was to defer to the moderators doing some moderation in that and not trying to control the conversation.
Yeah. Yep.
The guy was a total disaster. This is the same shtick that he pulled 2 or 3 times when I spoke with him on Clubhouse. It's the same routine.
Right. No, yeah, of course. No, they always got to complain about something. Can I ask you?
This is from 12 days ago. I don't know where else he's talked to this Steve Appel guy, because I know there's a Tom Rabbit had a video where they had a talk. I thought they'd only talked with each other on Clubhouse. Maybe they've encountered each other on Discord somewhere, but I thought Darth Dawkins was avoiding Discord.
See this? Don't you find it funny that a lot of atheists will sit there and cry about how a bad boy Darth is? Excuse me, how a bad boy God is for flooding the earth, but then they'll go sit there and say, "Yo, yeah, abortion. Women deserve pro-choice."
Well, they believe the planet is overpopulated, so they want as many baby-killing abortions as possible.
But that's okay.
Well, the bottom line is
Wow.
No, that's not the issue at all.
It really isn't the issue. Wow. If people, I mean, this is the sad thing, because you just want to remind Darth, like, you know what the number one check for population overgrowth is in almost any country that they've demonstrated? Education of young girls and access to birth control.
Yeah, and also the more of your children survive, too, you put more value in each child, and that kind of drives the population out. If I understand the population projections right, it's in the 2100s that global population will dip back down overall, and we won't be adding new people. But that's because as prosperity grows around the globe, and we're assuming that global warming doesn't destroy everything, but as that happens, people have less need to have lots of children. As education grows, you put more of an investment in each child, and you don't need to have 5 or 6, and you don't want to have 5 or 6 children.
Yeah. So this idea, like, well, you atheists out there, and I'm sure he probably blames the liberal globalists. That's how they would go about doing it. Like, no, even if you had abortion services just everywhere, that still isn't necessarily a check for the population. The best thing for it is opportunities for, specifically, and they've seen this in the countries they study. It happened in well, it actually compounded the demographic problem in Japan. They started seeing something similar to the U.S. kind of followed along with us, but more girls were going to college, and more guys were having issues either going to college, or they were developing this kind of like they ended up having this kind of like whole societal problem with depression. And more women ended up kind of sticking with and going to college. They ended up with this entire generation of very well-educated women who were upwardly mobile, making good money, living on their own. And the idea of them getting married in the traditional Japanese sense meant that they would have to give up a lot of independence, and it would require an enormous amount of work. They would have to, because Japanese women traditionally they're not only taking care of the kid full time, they're taking care of the husband too, and possibly an in-law that moves in with them. So it's a huge commitment in terms of the amount of work you have to do, and they just weren't doing it. And so you started seeing these rates of just casual sex dropped, marriage rates dropped. Women continued to kind of outpace men in terms of that. So in a culture that already had this massive like older group, the baby boomer cohort, which is about to die, and they didn't have a replacement rate. It got even narrower. And so it'll be interesting. I think they're scheduled to hit in just like 20 more years, maybe 10 more years.
Yeah, and they're even stronger about immigration status and preserving culture and that kind of thing in Japan, and that's another one of their issues too, even more than any other country.
Yeah, they don't have there's nothing that bolsters that replacement rate. The United States being, a pluralist country, you have different communities in different states, different regions where you have different populations, people of color and even Caucasian, citizens, where they're having more kids. But generally, yeah, Japan has no other kind of internal addition or an injected addition to bolster that. It's kind of isolated. And when I studied there in the early aughts, it was an issue then. They were worried about it. They didn't know what to do in terms of policy. And it's like, and I remember studying there, and I don't want to get into a conversation about Japan because I got some strong feelings about that place, but but I was like, there's no way they're going to be able to, because just the way that they handle a lot of like social issues, like they're not going to handle it. It's too difficult for them. A lot of the stuff that's popping up out of their youth culture, my nephew's kind of interested in Japanese culture and stuff, but the stuff that he's been telling me about, I'm like, he'll ask me about it. I'm like, no, Japan's a basket case. They can't. I'm like, they're not gonna get any of this stuff sorted. And he's like, yeah, but a lot of the young people are like learning how to advocate for this and advocate for that, and they're trying to push for these changes. I'm like, well, good for them. It's 40 years overdue. Like, I hope they get it done, but I'm like, that culture is designed to resist change. So
my sister was an executive over there, and she was a woman in the culture dealing with Japanese men, and they were intimidated by her, and she would try to empower Japanese women. Some of them could deal with that, some of them could not, and she said it was a very interesting and sometimes frustrating dynamic.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, especially Dad. I won't ask what the dates were, but if it was before the aughts, if she was there in the 90s, that was rough because you had people just killing themselves left.
No,
and
this
right.
was 10 years ago.
Oh,
it was still difficult for her then to deal with the stuff. It was more open, she said, when talking to people than it was 20 or 30 years before.
Yeah.
But she still found these very sexist attitudes, and much more you don't think outside of the box. The box is all. Don't leave the box.
Yeah, definitely. The last time I was there was in 2000. Was I there in 2011? I think I was. 2010 to 2011. So yeah, that would have been about 10 12 years ago now. And yeah, it was when I first studied there. I think I first went there in the summer of 2004, and then I went back in 2005. Or no, scratch. I think the first time I studied there was 2004, like the fall. And even then, between like 6 years later, I studied abroad there a couple of times, left. Each time I regretted going. I don't know why I went back for the second time, because the culture shock there is intense. And on top of it, I ended up finding out that like most of what is built into their culture, I couldn't excuse. The insane double standards and racism was just like, even my friends were like, yeah, like of all the people that we met here, because they all knew that they called me country boy and all that kind of stuff. And I'm kind of from the country, but they're like, of all the people, that we did not think that you would be the most sensitive to like the constant Japanese racism. I'm like, I fucking hate it. I hate this place for that. I'm like, it's constant, overwhelming bigotry and ignorance all the time. And it did get a little better when I went back like 6 or 7 years later. It seemed I could kind of tell, and it depends on like what region you were in. I was in a couple different ones. I got to hang out with some very different kinds of people in a couple different cities, and I could see like even then that there was some changes happening. So yeah, it was looking better, but from what I understand, probably the worst was in the 90s or mid 90s, because they were right in the throes of their economic crush. People were getting unemployed and stuff, but they were still trying to cling to this illusion that they were the superpower, the economic superpower. And they were just, again, it was that same thing. They're like, well, what do we do? Well, a lot of people, because they didn't have like a policy, and they didn't know how to communicate it one way or the other. and they wanted to keep up a false front, the pressure just killed a bunch of businessmen. They just went out and killed themselves. So,
well, and again, it's that overriding narrative, a cultural narrative in that point in time, that people couldn't find ways to change. You either had to live up to the cultural narrative or die, or if the cultural narrative wasn't doing for you what it was supposed to do, it was either your fault or you can't disbelieve the narrative. So I've got to die. I've got to go on.
Yeah,
that's what I find fascinating too.
Yeah, it was pretty sad. Well, I'm going to play the rest of this and see if they say anything I can.
All they're just simply saying
yell
is,
about.
In their supreme genius, they have a wiser and better plan for human history. So
right?
Really,
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Yeah, that, and then why are you complaining about the creator, who's the creator of the universe, taking life, where you are the one that you want to support taking life as well, in that sense? So I mean, kind of being a hypocrite.
So they know, many of the atheists that are familiar with me, they know that if they go up and they have an interchange with me, their only hope is to be argumentative, to be belligerent, right? To start a verbal fist fight, okay? Rabbit trail, because
yeah, why are they interested in starting a an actual, like, a rhetorical fist fight with you? It's because you have set yourself up as having a reputation as being the most pugnacious Christian apologist in the YouTube social media dungeon, the sort of weird basement of like skeptics and atheists trying to like have conversations with each other, and there's this guy out here trying to like snap necks and and rip throats in what should be an exchange of ideas.
Christians. He even pisses off Christians. That's listening to the new territory that he's conquering. Even the Christians are upset with him too.
Yeah, there's like this whole division over, and that one guy between him and like Silver Star and some of those other Christians, like there's already a division in Clubhouse, like and you can see, like, as far as I can tell, like those groups do not intersect.
And I hate that I know all of this stuff. It's a soap opera, and I hate that I know all this stuff.
I kind of do too. Yeah, it drives me a little nuts. That's why I take long breaks in between. I should be more consistent with my content, but every once in a while it's just like I can't. I'm not going to do another video. Just
there's no escaping these questions. Okay, it's like the Japanese. Once we defeated their neighbor and we dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it's over. There's no escaping defeat, and that's why they finally surrendered. And the atheists know that if they truthfully answer these biblical formulated questions, it's game over for their little kabuki dance that is rational.
It's only game over in the weird arena that Darth Dawkins has constructed in his mind, where he is the biggest and the biggest and the fastest and the strongest. So it's hilarious. The fact that he usually he compares this to games, competitions, beatdowns, fist fights, right? Like it's about winning and losing, right? You don't have a conversation to exchange ideas. Hey,
it's narcissism. It's just textbook narcissism.
Yeah, what kind of pansy are you? No, you get in a conversation to prove how smart you are. Otherwise, there's no point. Get me a bourbon. Shut up.
Right.
By the way, for those of you who reel into the kabuki dances, were performances that the Japanese did. They would come to America and do these performances as an act of goodwill so that the American people would warm up to Japanese culture after them.
No, that is not. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That is not what kabuki is, you idiot. What a profoundly ignorant of all the. I mean, he says a lot of ignorant shit, and I don't expect people to get a lot of stuff right about any aspects of Asian culture. Although now most anybody that I know that's under the age of 30 knows a lot more about South Korean and Japanese culture than I ever did and ever will. But this is just profoundly dumb. Kabuki was not some propaganda mission post World War II. You idiot. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, moving on.
Right. That's funny.
Yeah. So I call them verbal.
Enlighten, you should not laugh at that. Google kabuki. Do not listen to this man about history. Yes, I like this. He's a wellspring of nonsense. That's exactly what that is. Kabuki were dances they did in America to spread goodwill after the war. Do you know that Japan floats? That's why they're really concerned about climate change, because as the waters rise, it might the waves might lift the Japanese islands and throw them into Japan, or throw them into China, or cast them over into Hawaii or something.
Well, kabuki dances are verbal vaudeville acts.
They fucking were not. You stupid moron. You can Wikipedia this so quickly. Kabuki had hundreds of years of tradition. They still fucking do it.
I've been to kabuki. It's a stylized performance of classic ancient stories. It's not this. It's not what he's talking about.
It's like I think I've seen one kabuki performance. Anything that I've seen that's kind of close to it was in temples. But most of the stuff that I went to was gagaku, which is like the traditional Japanese music, kind of older theater. That's kind of the same thing. But yeah, kabuki is like this. It's
Wait,
uniquely Japanese.
Is he
No, go ahead.
also objecting to people, demonstrating goodwill? Is he objecting to that somehow?
Doesn't that? Yeah, it seems like he's kind of implying like, well, they came over here basically to kiss up with this thing, and this was just it's a dog and pony show to get Americans to not bomb them again. Like, we weren't going to do that again.
But again, it's that narcissism. Everything is transactional. Every conversation is transactional. Every interaction with another human being is a transactional purpose. So the Japanese could not have come over here for any other reason but to put on a kabuki pantomime show to make us love them better. That's the only thing it could possibly be. That's how it kind of works.
Jefferson, you have a Russian bot or Russian named bot in your chat spreading porn.
I just called it out. Don't ask me why, but for some reason, every time I see that, I've been typing this in the chat. Russian bot. I spell it BAHT. I don't know why that kind of looks Russian to me. I think somebody already nabbed it. Yes, Carlton. Thank you again, Carlton. He killed it. And JL, next the Hawaiians cast pigs into the ocean because they were inspired by the Bible.
Right. No, yeah, that's funny. That's good. By the way, you know what YouTube banners are, right? Where you put a banner above the YouTube channel. Not only is it the profile, but there's a banner. Do you think I should?
I guess so.
Okay, so do you think as a banner, I'm not talking about the main profile. The profile is, the Atheist Helpline, the symbol with the red telephone and the Atheist.
That's up to you. Okay.
No, I to
StreamYard in the upper.
Videos
I was periodically showing up on Praise I Am's channel, but he decided to bring up Smokey Saint, who I consider to be reprehensible, a totally unhinged
drama
person who claimed apologetics, and he wouldn't remove him. So I told him I'm not participating anymore over there. So
now you're here. So welcome to Atheist Helpline, Darth.
All right, I'm probably going to go to bed in a few minutes, but look, the few atheists that we can get on Clubhouse or StreamYard, many of them are just dumb as a bag of rocks, or they're just pathologically deceptive. It is extremely difficult to get an intelligent.
I'm proud to say that I have been classified as both of those by Darth. Certified dumb as a bag of rocks. Yeah.
Did you get a certificate or a T-shirt?
Well, it's lip service. I mean, he said it, but I'm sure he's good for it, right? I could hit up Darth and be like, yeah, can you write me a certificate of how clinically insane and dumb I am?
Wait, are you a deer in the headlights?
A deer? I ever, but I don't know.
I've seen the video.
You're not the same class I'm in here.
What's up?
You did a video of yourself. We can see that you're a deer in the headlights.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Deer in the headlights. Did he say that about me? I can't remember. What was the?
He said so much.
I'm trying to remember. There was one insult that he gave about me, and I liked it, and I can't remember what it was. It was something. It wasn't that clever, but it was so harsh that I was like, wow. I'm glad that I had a little bit of pride that I elicited that much rancor from another human being. Like, huh? Wow. All right. No, I'll remember it later. I do remember he was tearing into me and my brother because he was just like, those idiots, the Spatchcock twins. And it's like, I don't know why you call us the Spatchcock twins. Like, my brother does not go by the name Spat. Well, sometimes he does just to troll, but he doesn't usually do that. That's not his username. But he's like, I've talked with them dozens of times. Like, no, you haven't. We haven't talked that often. Last I checked, Kabuki theater traces back to the early 1600s while America was still swimming in England's crotch. Exactly. Let's see. Randolph says, I might have you beat. Darth Dawkins called me retarded and a deer in the headlights multiple times and on multiple occasions. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I think I remember hearing him refer to Randolph as a deer in headlights. I know he's done it to other people before. Felix said that. That's what I was thinking of. Felix said that in the comments yesterday, my video yesterday. He said somebody was a scared deer. Yeah, he was talking to somebody else in chat. I'm like, how do you compare somebody to a frightened deer when you're just chatting with them?
Adult-minded atheist who is not going to be belligerent and hostile and argumentative and just rabbit trailing, right?
Right, correct.
They truly, you know what? They truly do not want their position scrutinized, right? They say they do, but they don't. They're liars, right?
Yeah.
And then when you point out to them that their reasoning is fallacious, they'll say, "Well, how is it that God doesn't exist?" And say, "Well, I don't have a reason to believe in God." And you explain to them that this is an appeal to ignorance, that the not God world is to be reckoned and believed to be true because the God world has yet to be shown to them. Well, that's it. That's the appeal to ignorance.
Right. I agree. Yeah, for sure.
What?
I think
they don't care. They're simply they're not only shameless. There's another good vocabulary where they're indefatigable. Okay, meaning they're just unrelenting. They're incorrigible.
But Jefferson, that means
he's
presuming that his point of view is the default when there's 2 points of view in question and you're trying to decide between,
right,
which one is more valid.
This is sort of the conclusion that I've come to just in rambling on in this very long stream today, is that by making, he's presupposing his worldview is true and then trying to pit it against all other possibly existing worldviews. And then the ultimate defense for the validity and veracity of his worldview is that it's the only one that's possible. But like a lot of the other things that he does, like what that entails is that other people don't have incorrect worldviews. It entails that everybody has the same worldview, but according to him, some people are just denying certain aspects of it, like there is a God, or there are these, these other things. There's sin, whatever. They're not cherry pick. They're not sitting in a separate worldview and cherry picking stuff from the Christian worldview to kind of flesh theirs out in a way they like better. And then, okay, now it's your camp versus my camp. The way he ends up arguing this kind of thing, it's like, no, it follows from what he's doing. The Christian worldview is the only real worldview because it's the only one that's possible. And so from but that leads to different entailments. Now he has to deal with the fact that, okay, from within the Christian worldview, all of us are within the Christian worldview. This particular God, who's ultimate and all-knowing, and who's the ultimate, foundation for absolutely everything, is responsible for everything within and the worldview, which means all the evil stuff too. Every lie a person tells, all the deceptions. I mean, the fact, again, earlier in the thing I was talking about, God allowed Christopher Hitchens to write, according to his worldview, God is not great for his own glory. You have to believe that if you accept this worldview.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you don't accept his worldview, then okay, then how do you account for Christopher Hitchens having the ability to write a book God didn't want to exist? Oh, well, you have free will. Not that much, though. Not if it violates God's glory. God's going to put something in your path to stop you, right?
And Christopher Hitchens can't do something that presumably that God can do, or Christopher Hitchens would have a degree more freedom, a degree more power than God would have. So if God has all the power, God has to have allowed Christopher Hitchens to have written the book.
Right. And he even said that. He's like, he's allowed you to live for as long as you were allowed. He could have ended your life earlier. Exactly. So he wouldn't have been able to write that book if God had killed Hitchens in his 30s. But he allowed him to live. Why did he do that? For his glory, presumably. So any of us on here, like Darth's in his increasing heart and blood pressure problems caused by the presence of skeptics on social media is for the glory of God.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Of course. That's for sure.
By the way, welcome, Rex. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. How you doing?
Not bad. Good to see you.
How was your Christmas and New Year's and Thanksgiving? I haven't been around for a while.
Without going too long into it, Christmas was okay. Before Christmas, I had the flu, recovered in time for Christmas. That was okay. I started getting sick again just before New Year, got sick again on New Year. So New Year wasn't great. Still recovering now. And it's not COVID. I keep having it was the flu, and it came back with a vengeance. I think I've been sick a total of 3 weeks. in the last last month and a half. Yeah, it's just sucked. I mean, now at this point, I'm telling people, I see you're still wearing a mask. Didn't you get your booster? I'm like, well, one, Omicron, and two, the flu that's running around is like RoboCop. You do not want to fuck with it.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Yeah. You're right about that. You are right about that. Oh.
I definitely would agree with you on that. Hey, you know what? I think, by the way, would be a good YouTube banner. There would be the logo, the Atheist Helpline logo, right? And it should say on the side, like, you know how Dunkin' Donuts has like the Dunkin' Donuts symbol on top, and then on the bottom it says Dunkin' Donuts. Instead of that, it should say, need help? You know what I mean? Need help? Atheist Helpline? Need help?
Don't quit your day job, kid. That's not some great marketing. Let's see how he wraps this up.
Just dial 1-800. I'm going to hell.
Oh. Wouldn't you just 1-800 damnation? Come on, Darth.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Better.
Oh, these guys are just not clever. I'm going to hell. No, you're going to hell. How about that? You like? Why would I call a number that's 1-800? You're going to hell. No, I said 1-800. I'm going to. No, I meant you are going to. Like, yeah.
Sure, man.
Oh, and just for clarification, Jay's a prick. I'm just saying.
Agreed. Randolph is encouraging people to like the video, and Jay's like, oh, I don't have to do that because we're brothers, basically. Like, you prick. I expect the downvote to be from him. I expect all the downvotes to be from him.
Darth, again, even though you're managing this is not just, I'm managing it.
I'll pop in whenever I can. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It's your channel too. It's based on you. So, peace out, Darth. God bless.
It's based on.
All right.
You.
So, any other atheists, anybody who's watching, any other atheists that would like to come up and have a civil discussion with me, you are more than welcome. In the meantime, I probably will end the stream because I feel like since Darth is gone, it doesn't really seem like anybody in the comments are kind of flooding up today. So, come on up. So come on up. I'll give you a couple minutes.
My heart actually breaks for him. The way he said that, I feel bad for him.
That's just so sad. It's like, oh, now people just seem to be streaming away now that Darth has left. Like, no one wants to talk to you, kid. They just watched what you did. You had a guy in there that you could talk to. You brought Darth in, and you let Darth steamroll him until he fell asleep or ran away or something. Gosh. And then they just blamed him for it. Like, oh well, he was a coward. Like, are you sure he just wasn't sleepy? I would have been. Oh man, these
subscribe for Atheist Helpline and stay tuned and hit that notification bell. Like this video, comment down below.
I don't encourage that you like his videos. I mean, do what you want, but anyway, now that I've highlighted this, hopefully you'll go over there and subscribe to Enlighten One. If I find anything more on his channel that I want to review, I probably will. This one I knew I was going to spend a lot of time on, so I knew this one was going to go long. I wanted to go through most of the whole thing, and this one a little longer because Skylar jumped in, which was fun. That was a little bit of a detour, but it was still fun. So apologies to anybody who does not like the long videos, but it is what it is. I think I'll probably end this now, but I'm going to start cooking, but I will still be available in the back channel. Link is still in the top chat for a while it's up if anybody else wants to jump in. But other than that, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thanks for any likes and subscriptions. Always appreciated. I will see you all later. Take care of yourselves.